Hello everyone, and welcome back to Sleepy Scares. I know many of you tune in to unwind and drift off into a peaceful sleep. So before you settle in, I'd love for you to drop a comment, letting me know where in the world you're listening from. If you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Now, let's get cozy, relax, and dive right in. Story 1. Storytelling has been a popular pastime among humans as long as language has existed. Through this telling of stories, folklore of strange creatures, haunted places, cryptids, witches, and other supernatural occurrences have evolved over millennia. Accounts of mysterious and terrifying things within the woodlands of North America have existed since European settlers first set foot upon its shores. Most folklore can be traced back to nothing more than stories, meant to scare the ones unfortunate enough to be listening. Sometimes stories were a way of explaining natural phenomena that scientific knowledge has since come to provide answers for. Some were invented to keep children from misbehaving when they were unsupervised, out of fear that supernatural beings might get them. A few of these stories, however, are said to be based on real events. Multiple eyewitness accounts with similar details, given in unrelated cases, lend credibility to a small number of these tales. We'll never know for certain what marvels were caused by natural forces or something darker. Only those who lived through the horrors will ever know what really happened. The following story takes place in the late 1880s. Outside a small village in the upper Midwest, as day broke over the hills and brought to life the various livestock inhabiting the small farm outside the tiny village of Ellisburg. Thomas Hollis was already up and tending to his morning chores. He and his wife, Catherine, and their 3 children, Anna, age 15, Benjamin, 13, and Cora, who had just celebrated her 8th birthday, had recently moved on to the property only weeks ago. They had moved from the nearby town of Galesford, about 6 miles south of Ellisburg, to pursue a livelihood in farming and to live an overall quieter life. Nestled in a wide valley between the scenic hills and bluffs roughly 2 miles outside of town, the farm sat on the site of a former schoolhouse that had mysteriously burned down 2 years prior. Little was known to the Hollis family about the circumstances surrounding the fire, and the locals were cautious to answer any of Thomas's inquiries into the matter. After it burned down, members of the village had subsequently decided to rebuild the schoolhouse so the children in the surrounding rural area could receive a formal education. But the project was abandoned shortly before construction was completed. Thomas was able to obtain the property at a price so low he couldn't comprehend why anyone from the village would permit an outsider to purchase it before anyone from the community could or would. The building was nearly finished from a structural standpoint, but considerable work needed to be accomplished in order to convert it into a residence. Thomas and the family looked forward to completing the project together. While they worked to finish their new home, the family had organized a temporary makeshift bedroom where they implemented a communal sleeping arrangement and constructed a simple, yet functional, kitchen. The house had everything they needed to live comfortably until they completed the project. In the months prior to moving in, the previous landowner had allowed Thomas to visit the property and construct the necessary infrastructure to support his farm. During this time, he built a small barn, a wood tool shed, a root cellar, an outhouse, and had fenced in separate areas of the property into pens and corrals for the various creatures that would call this farm home. He'd also set aside a small garden for Catherine, who enjoyed planting flowers and several types of vegetables for the family to eat. She enjoyed spending time in the garden. Hollises were new to rural life, and what little knowledge they'd had in rearing livestock and farming crops was supplemented by the experience of friendly members of the nearby community. The locals were generally welcoming, hospitable, and eager to assist the new family in settling into their new home. The exception to this rule of hospitality was any time Thomas had inquired about the history of the property, or why no one else had come to purchase it before he did. People were quick to change the subject or ignore his questions altogether, with the interactions occasionally bordering on hostility. The Hollises quickly learned to avoid the topic in order to keep things cordial with their new community members. As summer gave way to autumn and the temperatures began to cool, Thomas was feeling confident in his ability to tend to the creatures under his care, and was optimistic about planting various cash crops in the spring, in hope of turning a profit the following harvest season. According to his calculations, they would have plenty of animals to provide them with food through the winter, and still have enough left over in the spring to take to market. A handful of goats, a dozen cattle, 3 horses, several large hogs, chickens, and a donkey were the resident menagerie at the Hollis farm. In addition, there were multiple stray cats that skulked around the property, stalking various vermin, and the occasional unlucky songbird with poor situational awareness. The family's 2 hound dogs, who Thomas hadn't named but Cora affectionately referred to as Dash and Jack, patrolled the property, keeping an eye on things. Jack was a bear of a dog and an excellent guardian for the farm, but he was always mild-mannered around the family. Dash, the smaller and younger of the 2, had an affinity for chasing the horses around the property and getting into any and all trouble he could find. Both of the hounds were wary of strangers and barked constantly at friends and neighbors that visited the farm, but were loyal and affectionate members of the Hollis family. Thomas and Catherine educated the children at home, as the nearest schoolhouse still in operation was on the far side of Ellisburg. The Hollises felt that this was too far for the children to walk, and the farm required too much of Thomas's undivided attention for him to take the wagon into town twice a day, transport them to and from school. The practice of homeschooling was not unusual in those days, and Catherine was a patient, nurturing mother and teacher. She was strict when necessary, and made sure the children adhered to their curriculum, but she also allowed them to take interest in what topics they liked, and taught based around the children's curiosity in various subjects. Anna had developed a habit of reading as much and as often as she could, and she begged her parents to get her a new book anytime the family ventured into town. She often assisted Catherine in looking out for her younger siblings, and regularly prepared meals while Catherine was occupied with other household tasks. Benjamin was adamant about spending as much of his time outdoors as possible, and took interest in tales of the gunslingers and mountain men of the American West. He loved to hunt the small game that inhabited the surrounding woodland, and was often exploring well beyond the boundaries of the property. Cora often joined Benjamin on his adventures. She occasionally fell victim to his frequent pranks and general mischief, but the 2 usually got along fine. Cora enjoyed the typical things an 8-year-old girl enjoys. She had dolls, she liked to read, but she also split her free time between her siblings and enjoyed aspects of both of their personalities. She was gentle and kind, but had a quick wit and a sharp sense of humor. On a crisp October afternoon, after the children's daily lessons were finished, Benjamin, as usual, took to the forest with his slingshot, hoping to vanquish as many unsuspecting creatures of the wood as possible before Catherine rang the bell to call him home for dinner. He set out and made his way along his usual route across the field, into the woods and beside the creek. He knew the area well, and as he walked, he keenly honed in on any sign of his quarry. Before long, he heard leaves rustling behind him. The rustling sound soon grew into the unmistakable cadence of a living creature moving through the forest. He stepped behind a tree, listening intently, attempting to identify what sort of animal the sounds were coming from. At first, he was certain it was a squirrel or a cottontail, but quickly recognized it sounded faster and larger than any squirrel or rabbit he had ever encountered. When he realized it was nearly upon him, he felt a chill run down his spine, afraid, but not willing to let whatever monstrosity this was get the upper hand on him. He stepped out from behind the tree with his slingshot drawn. What he saw caused him to scream and stumble backwards, tripping over a broken tree branch and landing flat on his back. There, running at him full speed, was Cora, laughing maniacally when she saw the look on his face as he tumbled over. When she caught up to him, she yelled, "Boo!" and collapsed to the ground in laughter. Benjamin cursed and stood up quickly, brushing leaves and dirt off of his clothes. He thumped Cora on the head with the handle of his slingshot. "Oh," she cried, "why would you do that? I could have shot you." Benjamin exclaimed. Cora quickly brushed off the slight pain on her forehead. I scared you, she laughed. That's for always scaring me. You didn't scare me. I tripped, Benjamin lied. Come on, let's go. The two carried on along Benjamin's traditional hunting trail. Though hunting was a fruitless pursuit after the commotion Cora had just caused, they joked and chased each other and sang songs, enjoying their afternoon in the cool autumn air. In their ignorant amusement, they thoughtlessly ventured beyond the boundary of their usual patrol and came to a bend in the creek. Ahead of them, a large tree had fallen across the entire width of the creek, creating a natural bridge. The two excitedly crossed over, eager to explore an area of the forest they hadn't previously visited. Upon reaching the other side of the log and trekking just out of sight of the creek, Cora stopped and began cautiously looking around. Benjamin, assuming Cora was again attempting to retaliate for all the pranks he had pulled on her over the years, ignored her and yelled, Come on! I'm not falling for that. Do you hear that? She asked. Hear what? Knock it off. Let's go, he retorted. Shh. Listen, Cora insisted. Benjamin entertained his sister's mischief and stood quietly, listening to the noises of the forest. He realized after a moment the only sound he could hear was a faint hum or buzz. There were no birds chirping, no leaves rustling in the wind, just the faint humming sound. The two followed the sound around an enormous dead oak tree to the source of the noise. As they rounded the large trunk, they were met with a horrific, putrid odor. They soon saw what the smell and sound were emanating from. Cora screamed, and they both covered their noses with the front of their garments. There, seemingly placed intentionally atop a large, flat rock, was an unidentifiable mass of flesh, bone, and hair. The horror was writhing in thousands of maggots, and a colossal cloud of black flies filled the air. The pile had no recognizable shape, and didn't seem to be the remains of any animal either of them had ever seen. The hair was long and coarse, like a horse mane, but there didn't seem to be enough mass of flesh and bone present for a horse to be the victim. The flesh and bone seemed to be ripped and broken apart rather than cut. Puzzlingly, there did not appear to be any blood in the pile, on the rock, or on the ground. What kind of animal could even do that? Benjamin questioned as he examined the mess. I don't know. Maybe a bear, Cora replied. I don't think a bear would just leave this here. And where's all the blood? Benjamin queried as Cora just shrugged. Benjamin noticed that the rock stood out compared to others in the area. The geological features in this part of the country were mostly sandstone and limestone. This rock was smooth and black with an unusual gloss, and seemed as though it had been deliberately flattened across the top. The two looked at each other, disturbed, yet morbidly fascinated with what they had found. Benjamin attempted to poke the lump with a stick, but disturbed even more flies that began to swarm them. They screamed and ran back to the house as quickly as they could, with Benjamin occasionally slowing down to allow Cora to catch up to him as they exited the forest and ran across the field. Thomas, who was feeding the hogs at the time, called out to them. Stop screaming. Come over here. What is the matter with you two? He asked. They stumbled over to him and, between deep breaths, attempted to explain what they had just witnessed in the woods. Thomas chalked it up to another attempt to include him in their endless series of silly pranks, and told them to go inside for dinner. He shook his head and returned to his chores. At dinner, the duo explained their adventure at length until the other family members were tired of listening to it, and forbade them to speak of it any further, at least until they were finished eating. After their meal, the children all helped clean up, and the family turned in for the night, still begrudgingly listening to the tale of the dead thing in the woods. As the family members began to fall asleep, Anna, as per usual during her nightly routine, remained awake, engrossed in one of her books. She usually waited until the snores of Thomas were too much to tolerate. Then she would extinguish the lantern and tightly wrap a pillow around her head in an attempt to drown out the racket. That night, in between her father's snores, she thought she heard the horses neighing outside, She ignored it until she began to hear the other farm animals' cries of fear and realized something on the farm was causing a stir. The hounds, who had been asleep outside near the front door of the building, began barking hysterically, waking up the rest of the family. Thomas tore outside, ready to scold the dogs, when he too heard the commotion. He rushed in and grabbed the lantern and his rifle and hurried out across the yard to deal with what he expected to be wolves or thieves. The family waited nervously aside for Thomas to return, and when he did, they were relieved to learn that there didn't seem to be anyone or anything out there. Probably some coyotes or a lone wolf or something. I'm sure Jack scared them off, Thomas assured his family. Everyone turned back into bed for the night, and the farm remained quiet until morning. There were no lessons today, so the children slept in later than normal. Thomas conducted his chores, and Catherine prepared breakfast. After their morning meal, the kids talked of going back to the place Cora and Benjamin had discovered the day before, at the behest of Anna. Anna's morbid curiosity ultimately got the better of her usually sound judgment, and she hesitantly agreed to join her siblings on their macabre quest. They set off around midday. It was another bright, cool October afternoon, and the children enjoyed their stroll, each explaining in disgusting detail what they supposed might have happened to result in the grisly sight they had seen yesterday. After crossing the big log over the creek, they approached what they thought was the site of their appalling discovery. However, there was no large dead oak tree and no large rock. There were no foul smells or faint buzzing sounds, just the usual sounds of the forest. I knew it, Anna said, disappointed yet somewhat relieved. This was one of your stupid, pointless jokes. The two insisted that they weren't lying to their older sister, and while they were doing so, Anna held up a finger and shushed them. What is that? She asked, pointing farther into the woods, about 40 yards from where the children were arguing. Through the thick forest, the peak of a small house could be seen through the foliage. That was not here yesterday, Benjamin insisted. All three of the children's blood oddly ran cold at the sight of this strange building. They hadn't been aware of anyone living this close to their property, and although only the peak was visible, there was something strange about the architecture of the house. It didn't match the appearance of any other houses they'd seen in their short lives. The craftsmanship was crude, and it was constructed entirely of dark wood, with black shingles, most of which had fallen off. Can we please go home? Cora shouted, looking visibly nervous. You two said you were here. How could you have missed an entire house? Anna asked sternly. Anna, please let's go, Cora continued. Anna, I swear this is where we were yesterday, but we didn't see that house. I don't know how we could have missed it. Something feels off. I'm with Cora. Let's go back, Benjamin suggested. Anna, who was older and usually considerably more responsible than her siblings, also was peculiarly struck with the urge to approach the house and get a better look, as if something was drawing her to it. I'm sure it's just one of our neighbors. Stay here. I'm going to check it out and come right back, declared Anna. Benjamin and Cora vehemently tried to prevent their sister from approaching the mysterious building. They stood their ground and waited patiently for their eldest sibling to return. Anna approached the door of the house and noted how old and decrepit the structure was. The windows appeared to have shutters on the inside, all of which were closed, but there was no glass in the panes. She gently pushed on the door, and it opened with ease. As she crept inside, an acrid acidic smell filled her nose. She gasped and pulled the front of her clothing up over her face just below her eyes. She had never encountered a smell so powerful, and it immediately made her nauseous. As her eyes adjusted to the dimly lit interior of the house, she began to notice strange things around the room she didn't recognize. Small wooden figurines that resembled twisted and contorted human bodies were strewn across the floor. Bones, sticks, feathers, and other mysterious items hung from the ceiling in odd configurations. Cages of various sizes were placed and stacked in the corners, and bizarrely shaped glass receptacles with unidentifiable contents sat on a table on the far side of the room. In the center of the room was a pedestal-like structure, atop of which sat a strange-looking book. It seemed to be bound in some type of leather, but she noted it was quite pale compared to leather she'd seen in the past. Due to her affection towards literature of any kind, Anna grabbed the book. As she opened the pages, she couldn't make out what was written in them. A strange language that she thought looked similar to French, which she'd learned in her lessons, filled the pages, along with strange symbols and gory illustrations of humans and animals being mutilated by monstrous creatures in progressively grotesque ways. She was overcome with the urge to keep the book and bring it with her, although she couldn't read any of its contents. Her compulsion to keep the book puzzled her. She'd never stolen anything in her life, and this book clearly belonged to someone. Yet there she was, ready to bring it with her. As she contemplated whether she should return it to its pedestal or take it home, there was suddenly a bright flash that disoriented her. Temporarily blinded by the flash, she scrambled out of the house, one arm outstretched to prevent her from running into anything, the other arm clinging to the book. She ran back to Benjamin and Cora, struggling to mask her urgency. "Okay, let's go," she said, concealing the book she'd just pilfered. No one protested, and the trio scurried back to the farm. She decided not to tell her siblings about what had just happened to her. "Stay out of there. The floor's all rotted, and there's nothing in there anyway," she told them. Neither Benjamin nor Cora had any interest in exploring the house in any case. It was too unnerving for them. When the children returned home, Benjamin and Cora kept themselves occupied with games in an attempt to forget the creepiness of the house, and Anna stowed the book in her bedding. The afternoon turned cold and gray as an autumn thunderstorm appeared and began to drench the farm in a heavy rain. The shower was steady, and occasionally lightning illuminated the farm, followed by deep groans of distant thunder. The remainder of the evening went on without incident. In the cozy comfort of the house, the Hollises enjoyed their evening meal, and one by one turned into bed for the night. As the family fell asleep, Anna pulled out the book she had stashed in her bedding. She carefully examined the pages in the pale lantern light, searching for anything at all, that she could comprehend. Anna was entranced by the contents of the book. Although she couldn't understand the text, she was captivated by the uniqueness of the symbols and illustrations. As she stared at the pages, suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder startled her and broke her intense concentration on the book. She gathered her senses and noticed that, like the night before, the farm animals outside were in a state of panic. At that moment, the deep bellows of the hounds exploded from the porch. Anna quickly hid the book out of sight. The family, abruptly awakened by the dogs for the second night in a row, all shot up in their beds. Thomas swore under his breath and scrambled out of bed to grab his coat, rifle, and the lantern Anna was using to read. As he neared the door, a bright flash of light temporarily lit the farm in daylight, followed by a loud crash of thunder. Through the front window, the family saw a figure standing in the middle of the yard. Though it was brief, they could clearly make out the shape of a human standing on their property, facing the house. Disoriented by the sudden flash, she felt a sharp pain pierce her skull. Her vision was blurred and her ears were ringing. She put her hands up and rubbed her temples, wincing at the discomfort. Benjamin asked if she was all right. She insisted she was fine, but she knew something wasn't quite right. Something about that figure had made her shudder in fear a moment before her symptoms began. It wasn't quite human, she thought, but wasn't entirely sure why. The disorientation was short-lived, but Anna still felt strange. Apparently, she was the only one who'd noticed something peculiar about the stranger. Thomas flung the door open and made out into the yard, ready to deal with this visitor by any means necessary. He hurried out to where the figure had stood and held the lantern up, revealing that whoever had been there was clearly gone now. "Catch you out here again, I'll shoot," he shouted into the blackness of the night. He scoured the area for tracks, but there were none. Odd, he thought. But the rainfall was quite heavy, and he decided it was possible for them to disappear so quickly. Suddenly, the hounds erupted again and tore off across the field and into the woods. apparently in pursuit of the trespasser. The barking receded farther and farther into the forest, until Thomas could no longer hear it over the sound of rainfall. He was impressed with how far the stranger had made it without the dogs catching up, but he figured they'd reach them eventually. Satisfied with the warning, he had shouted. In addition to Dash and Jack's pursuit, he returned to the house to inform the family that the problem had been dealt with. "Who was that?" Catherine asked. "No idea," Thomas explained. "They were long gone by the time I got out there. Don't worry, though. I'm sure the dogs will deal with Em and we won't see Em around here anymore. It's cold and rainy out there. What if something happens to them?" Cora cried. "They'll be fine. They're used to being outside, Cora. They're tough," Thomas assured her. As the adrenaline gradually faded from everyone's system, the Hollis returned to their beds to try and get some sleep before the morning. Benjamin passed out as though nothing had happened. Cora quietly cried to herself, still concerned for the dog's well-being. She tried to stay awake until they came back, but eventually slumber overcame her and she drifted off. Anna was quite unnerved by the day's events and found it difficult to fall asleep. She tossed and turned most of the night. Morning broke and it remained cold and gray. Dense fog hung around the property, amplifying the gloominess. Cora awoke and scrambled out to the porch to ensure her beloved hounds had returned. She was saddened to discover there was no sign of them. Her eyes welled, but she kept her dismay to herself, attempting to wipe away the tears before anyone noticed. Thomas, however, had taken notice of his youngest daughter's disappointment and put his hand on her shoulder. "They'll be back, don't worry," he assured her, partially trying to convince himself. They had never stayed away from the farm this long. He headed out to commence his daily duties and Cora watched him from the window to keep herself occupied. He threw grain to the chickens, fed the goats, and made sure all of the gates were secured after last night's intruder. He walked to the barn to retrieve hay for the horses, cattle, and donkey, and disappeared from sight. Cora traced shapes with her finger where her breath had condensed on the cold glass of the window. A moment later, she saw Thomas stumble backwards out of the barn, nearly slipping and falling in the mud. Cora leaned forward against the glass, startled by her father's behavior. He gained his balance and stood there for a moment, staring wide-eyed into the barn, before quickly returning to the house. His loud and hasty entrance startled Catherine and the children. "What is it?" Catherine exclaimed. I'm not sure what happened. Benjamin, I need your help. Put your boots and your coat on and come with me," Thomas said sternly. "Well, is everything all right?" Catherine asked, visibly concerned. "Yes. Come on, Benjamin," he replied. Benjamin quickly got dressed and headed out to the barn with his father with a nervous feeling in his gut. "What's going on?" he asked. "I found the dogs, Benjamin. They're in the barn, but, they're dead. Something tore them apart. I have no idea what could have done that, but we need to clean it up before the girls come out," Thomas declared. Benjamin thought back to the figure they'd seen in that flash of light the night before. In that brief moment, he'd clearly made out the shape of a person, but they seemed too small and slender to take on Jack, let alone both hounds. As they entered the barn, Benjamin froze in his tracks, and his blood turned to ice. His affection towards the dogs hadn't been quite as strong as Cora's, but the scene before him made his stomach turn and his eyes well up. He choked down his tears, concealing his emotions from his father. He stood with his mouth wide open. Laid out on the barn floor were Dash and Jack. Hardly even recognizable as dogs, their skin had been completely removed, and their legs were broken in multiple places. Mangled and twisted like fleshy tree branches, their heads were turned completely around and facing the wrong direction, and their eyes were missing. Entrails covered the floor, and there was blood everywhere. He couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. He'd spent enough time in the woods to be acquainted with the relationship between predator and prey, but never had he come across anything this violent. "I've never seen anything like this," he muttered. "I haven't either, son. I know this is hard, but I need your help here. I need you to man up and help me clean this mess so your little sister doesn't have to see it, Thomas said with a somewhat reassuring tone. Benjamin snapped out of it and helped his father. They used hay to soak up as much of the blood as they could, and placed the mangled corpses and guts into empty burlap feed sacks to dispose of in the forest. When they were finally satisfied with their work, they stood for a moment, processing what they'd just seen and done. After catching their breath, they regrouped and departed the barn to finish the job. They used a wheelbarrow to haul the bags of carnage outside, trying their best to conceal what they could from the onlookers through the front window. Especially Cora. They wheeled the mess across the field and beyond the tree line to a spot they both felt was far enough to keep Cora from stumbling upon it. "What are we going to tell the girls?" Benjamin asked his father. "I'll figure that out. Thank you for the help, son. I guess for now, we will just have to tell Cora that the dogs won't be back, and that we will get her new dogs in the spring. I'll tell Anna and your mother the truth," Thomas replied. They left the woods and returned to the farm. As they crossed the field back into the yard and neared the hogs, Thomas stopped abruptly. Benjamin stopped as well, wondering what suddenly overcame his father. Before he could ask what was wrong, he was hit with a horrific stench. The hog pen normally emitted a foul smell anyway, but this was different, and Benjamin recognized immediately what it was. It smelled exactly like what he and Cora had discovered in the wood days ago. "What the hell is that smell?" Thomas groped. "It smells like rotting meat, but worse." As he said this, he and Benjamin simultaneously noticed that the hogs were enamored by something in their pen, and had gathered around it, apparently in a feeding frenzy. "No way," Benjamin thought as he peered between the hogs' large bodies and saw what they were feasting on. Thomas gasped when he noticed too and yelled out, "What the hell is that?" The hogs were gorging themselves on a pile of flesh, bones, and long black hair, exactly like the one his children had described 2 days ago. Black flies filled the air around the pen. "This pile is much smaller. The hogs must have eaten most of it," Benjamin thought to himself. The sounds coming from the pen sickened him. In addition to the smell, the grunting and squealing of the frenzied hogs combined with the cracking of bones and squelching of rotting flesh was too much. He turned away in an attempt to keep from vomiting. The scene before them shocked and disturbed Thomas. First the dead dogs, now this. What the hell is going on? He wondered. At this point, he knew something strange was happening, and for the first time since moving to the farm, he became concerned for his family's safety. Now faced with the second cleanup project of the day, he decided to send Benjamin inside and deal with this on his own. He didn't want the hogs consuming any more of the putrid mess and shooed them away with his shovel. He scooped the remainder of the pile into the wheelbarrow and got a close-up of what it was composed of. He immediately took note of the hair. It was long, black, and coarse. He couldn't make out what kind of animal it belonged to, and thought, it almost looks human, but that can't be. This state of decay puzzled him too. The mess obviously hadn't been there long, or the pigs would have consumed it in its entirety. So how was it so rancid if it had appeared so recently? Someone is trying to scare us off, he thought. Someone doesn't want us here. He recalled his interactions with some of the locals when Held asked about the property's history, and how they suddenly became ill-tempered, had any probing questions. In his mind, he decided that someone local, possibly someone he knew, was attempting to drive them out. As he pondered, he hauled the wheelbarrow back to the dumping site in the forest. The remainder of the chores still needed to be done, and Thomas was now far behind schedule. He continued on to make sure everything was completed before nightfall, cursing under his breath the stranger responsible for doing this to him and his family. Inside the house, the others sat quietly. Benjamin hadn't given details regarding what he'd just helped his father do, but the girls sensed that he'd undergone something traumatic and didn't pry for information. He did break the news to Cora that the dogs would not be returning. He told her they'd probably run off, and that Thomas said they could get puppies in the spring to replace them. This brought Cora little comfort, and she fought to hold back tears. It was midday now, and Catherine decided a hot meal might improve morale around the farm. She sent Benjamin out to fetch one of the chickens so Anna could prepare it for lunch. Catherine ventured outside separately to choose one of the few remaining squashes in her garden for the family to enjoy as well. Benjamin easily caught one of the medium-sized chickens and dispatched it quickly. He returned to his sisters inside the house and handed the bird to Anna. He and Cora went to play a game while Anna prepared it. Anna proceeded to remove the organs and pull the feathers out, disposing of the waste in a bucket on the floor. To keep themselves occupied, Cora decided that she and Benjamin would play jacks, and they sat on the floor facing each other. Benjamin was disinterested and was letting Cora win when he noticed strange sounds coming from where Anna was standing. He could see Anna, still at work preparing the chicken, but she wasn't tossing anything into the bucket. With an uneasy feeling in his stomach, he walked over to her and asked, "Hey, you almost done with that?" She didn't respond. "Hey, Anna," he said as he tapped her on the shoulder. As he stepped from behind her and observed what she was doing, he gasped in horror. Anna's eyes were rolled back, with only the white part visible. She was frantically grabbing handfuls of feathers, innards, skin, and torn pieces of meat, and stuffing them into her mouth. In between mouthfuls, she was muttering something Benjamin couldn't understand. Blood covered her hands and face. "Anna! Stop!" Benjamin screamed as he shook her. Her eyes flung back to their natural position and began to scream in one long, continuous breath, louder than Benjamin had ever heard anyone scream. "Anna, please stop," Benjamin begged. She snapped out of it and began to cry. "What happened?" she whimpered. "I don't know. I came over and your eyes were rolled back and you were eating the chicken, all of it raw, guts and feathers and everything." Benjamin explained. By this time, Cora was standing behind them, terrified and bawling. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. The last thing I remember, I was pulling feathers out, and then nothing. Nothing until you shook me." "Cora, I'm sorry, come here," Anna remarked. Benjamin handed her a towel to wipe the blood from her hands and face as Cora embraced her. "What the hell is going on? This has to have something to do with that pile of meat and that creepy house we found," Benjamin declared. Before either of his sisters could answer, another blood-curdling scream erupted from outside. Catherine had been in the garden choosing a squash. Thomas had seen her walk out to the garden, and as she searched, he'd gone back to his chores. He'd been working exceptionally hard to make up for the delays during the morning, but thought to himself he needed a short break, and that he'd accompany his wife in the garden for a few moments before returning to work. He turned towards the garden, and as he walked, he saw that Catherine was standing with her back arched forward, facing away from him with her arms down, but slightly away from her sides. "Catherine," he called out. She didn't answer him. "Catherine, what are you doing? Catherine? Catherine?" At this point, he was right behind her, and as he rounded where she was standing, he understood why Catherine wasn't responding. Her fingers were twitching rapidly, and her eyes were rolled back. Her mouth was wide open, and a breathy, gurgling sound sporadically left her throat, like she was straining as hard as she could to move, but was unable. Thomas shook her shoulders and screamed. Her body relaxed and her eyes returned to their usual position, and she screamed. It was a long and possibly loud scream. In his panic, he hadn't heard Anna's scream inside, but the children had heard their mother's. "Catherine, what the hell just happened to you? You were having some kind of episode. I called out your name and you didn't move. I don't know, I came out to find a squash. And then the next thing I remember is you shaking me. I'm sure I'm fine. It was probably nothing. If it happens again, we can see the doctor in town." She calmly assured him. It was like her to pretend that her health was of no concern and that it was never something serious. "I don't think you understand what I'm saying. It was like something had a hold of you, like you were trying to fight back, Thomas argued, as he tried to rationalize what had just happened. The children ran outside to see what was happening. "Yeah, everyone inside. Now," Thomas shouted. The children had decided not to tell their parents about Anna's episode, and vice versa. Neither party was fully aware of what the other had experienced. Everyone was shaken up from the day's events. "Everything is fine," he said sternly, clearly distressed. "I need to go finish these chores. Everyone stays in the house until I'm finished. We can eat dinner and go to bed and forget all about today. Things will be back to normal tomorrow." No one had an appetite after that. The hot meal Catherine had planned as an afternoon treat would have to wait until the evening. A few moments passed and everyone regained their composure. The children sat down and Catherine headed into the kitchen area. "Anna, what happened to this chicken?" Catherine asked. Benjamin shot Anna a concerned look and slightly shook his head. Heard you scream and it startled me, so I made a bit of a mess. I'm sorry, Mother," Anna lied. All right. Well, hold everything on until dinner. You three keep yourselves busy until your father returns," Catherine instructed. The children did as they were instructed, and Benjamin and Cora returned to their game of jacks. Anna decided she would read to keep her mind off things. She left the strange leather-bound book where it was stashed, and instead chose one of her classics. She had trouble concentrating and drifted off in thought. All of this started when they found that thing in the woods, and things got worse when I took that book, she thought to herself. She recalled how the book had a strange effect on her when she first laid eyes on it, like it was drawing her in, tempting her to steal it. Then, when she had gazed into the pages, it had a hypnotic effect on her, placing her in a trance-like state until something had broken her concentration. First, it was the flash in the house, then the lightning and thunder that had snapped her out of it. "I'm just being paranoid. It's all of these strange things happening at once, and I'm just looking for something to blame it on." That book was just left there in an abandoned house. It had no owner anymore, and I took it, she decided. Several hours passed, and Thomas returned from his chores. The family ate their dinner, and as they finished, Thomas explained that things would be back to normal tomorrow. "It was just a bad day. Some days are like that," he said. "Sometimes things all go wrong at once." He knew that this was different, but he needed to keep his family from worry. They all got into their beds that night, expecting at any moment to hear a commotion on the farm again, like the 2 previous nights. There was a slight breeze and occasionally the goats would bleat, but there was nothing unusual happening outside. Slowly, the family fell asleep, and the night remained quiet. Nothing came to disturb them, and they slept soundly until morning. Everyone woke the next day with a more positive demeanor. Maybe their troubles were over. Maybe those few days of strange events were merely a coincidence, and things would remain normal from now on. Everyone got up and prepared themselves for the day. The children had lessons today, and Thomas, as usual, headed out to commence his duties around the farm. Catherine started the children on their schooling, and the atmosphere in the house felt calmer. As she read a chapter from a textbook, the front door burst open, and Thomas stomped inside. "They're all dead," he stated. "Thomas, who is dead?" Catherine replied, dropping the textbook with a loud thud as she shot up from her chair. "All the animals, every single one of them. They are all dead," Thomas declared. "How could they all be dead? I need the sheriff. I need to go to town. Stay here. I'll be back this afternoon." The sheriff's office was in the main square in Ellisburg, approximately 2 miles from the farm. He grabbed his rifle and set off walking, since he no longer had horses to pull the wagon. The family watched him depart through the front window. As he crossed the field towards the nearest road on the far side of the property, they all examined the carcasses of the farm animals outside. They could see several of the cattle and goats and one of the horses, all lying on their sides, motionless. As Benjamin studied the scene, trying to determine who or what could have accomplished such a feat in one night without making any sound, he noticed that the bellies of the deceased animals were abnormally swollen. He was aware that animal carcasses bloat as they decay, but the size of the animals' bellies seemed far too large for having perished so recently. Even in summer, it took an entire day or two to bloat to even near this size, and this was October. It was cold and they had only died last night. It was something he'd inform his father of when he returned, he thought. Until then, no one had any interest in venturing outside to get a closer look. Thomas reached the edge of town and turned down the main street towards the sheriff's office. He'd met the sheriff once before when he'd ventured into town for errands, but didn't quite know what to expect from him when he explained his situation. As he climbed the steps in front of the office door, he paused for a moment, contemplating what exactly he would tell the sheriff. He didn't want to sound paranoid or crazy, so he decided he'd leave out information about the stranger, the dead dogs, the strange piles of meat, and Catherine's bizarre behavior. As he entered through the doorway and into the sheriff's office, he didn't see anyone around in uniform. There was a man in a jail cell at the back of the building, sleeping on a bench. Soon a man much older than Thomas entered from around a corner to Thomas's left. "Morning. What can I do for you?" the old man asked. Good morning. I'm looking for the sheriff's," Thomas replied. Sheriff stepped out for a moment, but he should be back shortly. "I'm his deputy, Buck Williams. My real name is Daniel, but everyone around here calls me Buck." "You must be Mr. Hollis," declared the old man. "Yes, I am. Have we met?" Thomas asked, startled by Buck's intuition. "Lived here my whole life, son. I know everyone around here, and I hear people talk. We haven't met, but I figured you must be Mr. Hollis on account of I didn't recognize you, and you look like the Mr. Hollis I've heard about from people in town," Buck explained. "Ah, I see. Well, do you know how long the sheriff will be?" Before Thomas could finish his sentence, the sheriff entered through the front door. "Hello, sir," the sheriff started. Mr. Hollis. I see you met Buck. What can I do for you today?" Thomas explained the sudden death of his farm animals and insisted that the sheriff investigate the crime scene to determine if there was foul play, hoping that this would allow him to regain some of his lost investment. "Even if I can do that, Mr. Hollis, there is no guarantee you'll get any money back." Where would it even come from? Thomas hadn't really thought that through. This seemed that no matter the outcome, his hopes of starting the farm were coming to an end. The sheriff agreed to come out and investigate, regardless. He wanted to see what was going on and be aware of any potential threat that may affect other members of his community. If this was the work of some wayward criminal, the sheriff wanted to see how they operated. "Well, let's go. Buck, I'd like you to come too. Riding shotgun. Mr. Hollis will give you a ride," the sheriff announced. Buck got the horses and wagon ready outside. Thomas waited inside with the sheriff when the man in the jail cell woke up and stumbled over to the bars. "Hey, mister, you living up at that old schoolhouse outside of town?" he asked. "Yeah, I am. What's it to you?" Thomas shot back. "Shut up, Mr. Miller, you drunk idiot," the sheriff chimed in. "I heard what you said about them animals. I bet you've had other stuff going on too, huh?" "Things you didn't tell the sheriff. She doesn't want you there. You probably pissed her off," the drunk inmate mumbled. He began laughing to himself between hiccups. "Quiet now, Mr. Miller," shouted the sheriff. "Who is Shay? What the hell is he talking about, Sheriff?" Thomas asked. "Mr. Hollis, look at him. Bastard never makes any sense. It's the ramblings of a drunk. Don't worry about it," the sheriff assured him. The drunk man laid back down on a bench, still laughing to himself. The mention of other things happening at the farm was unsettling to Thomas. How could he have known other strange occurrences had taken place? And who the hell was she? At this time, Buck reemerged. "Ready when you are," he said. The trio hopped aboard the wagon and headed back to Thomas's property. They exited the road and crossed the field, and as they approached, they could see the bodies of the farm animals strewn about the land. They parked the wagon in front of the house and disembarked, ready to investigate the scene. Benjamin ran outside to inform his father of the discovery he'd made from the window. "Ah, I was looking at the animals from the window. Look at how swollen they are. Why do they look like that?" he asked his father. "Whoa, Benjamin, slow down. This here is the sheriff and his deputy." "Buck," Thomas replied. Buck and the sheriff nodded at Benjamin. "Hello, young man," the sheriff said. Benjamin nodded back at the strangers. "What's this now about the animals?" Thomas asked his son. Benjamin explained that the animals' bellies looked abnormally swollen, and as they looked out at the carcasses strewn across the property, Thomas realized his son might be right. Thomas, Benjamin, and the law enforcement officers sauntered over to the cattle pen to get a closer look. They approached the closest cow and stood in front of it, inspecting it for any obvious cause of death. "No blood or anything," the sheriff remarked. "But your boy is right. There's no reason any of them should be this bloated. It's cold out, and you said they died last night." "Right. Yeah. Found them early this morning," Thomas replied. He pulled the knife from his belt and began to field dress the animal. "What the hell are you doing?" asked Buck, alarmed by Thomas's actions. Thomas ignored him and began cutting the thick hide at the lower part of the cow's abdomen. He reached the membrane that separates the organs from the hide and carefully sliced it open, pulling the hide towards him while he cut between his fingers. As he got to the stomach, he noticed how firm it was. Normally, the gastrointestinal system of a deceased animal fills with gas post-mortem, and it becomes soft to the touch, almost like a balloon. This was hard, as if it was completely stuffed with unknown contents. He took a deep breath, gathering his composure before he cut into the stomach, knowing whatever he discovered was not going to be pleasant. He stuck his blade into the lining and made an incision about 6 inches long. No gas escaped from the stomach. Instead, wet, sticky clumps of long black hair began oozing from the opening. Thomas fell back in horror. Buck and the sheriff each took several steps back, but Benjamin remained where he was, shocked at what he was seeing. It was the same type of hair he'd seen in the meat piles. "What the hell is that?" the sheriff shouted. "Is that hair?" "Yes, it is," Benjamin answered. "Mr. Hollis, what on earth do you have going on here?" exclaimed the sheriff. "Sheriff, I have no idea. I don't know what is going on," Thomas replied. At this point, Thomas, shocked and confused as he'd been several times before in the last several days, decided to fully disclose all the strange events that had been happening to the sheriff. He described the events in chronological order, starting with Benjamin and Cora discovering the strange pile of meat, then the trespasser and the dogs chasing them off, followed by finding the dogs torn to shreds in the barn and so on. Buck and the sheriff listened patiently as Thomas desperately explained his predicament. When he described Catherine's behavior, Benjamin got goosebumps and decided he would explain what had happened to Anna as well. This was news to Thomas, but he didn't scold Benjamin from concealing this information. It didn't matter now. "Sheriff, what the hell is going here? Why did I get this place so cheap? Why didn't anyone buy it before I did? How did the schoolhouse burn down, and does that have anything to do with what's happening now?" Thomas pleaded with the sheriff. The sheriff exchanged a long, concerned look with Buck and let out a deep sigh. "Mr. Hollis, I'll be honest with you. There have been strange things happening here since before you moved in. I'll let Buck explain. He knows the story better than I do," the sheriff conceded. "Go ahead, Buck. Well, sure thing. You hear rumors all the time about the history of a place. And from what I've gathered here, these are all rumors too. But obviously there's some truth to it. Or we wouldn't be standing here looking at a field full of dead livestock. We don't know her name for sure, Some call her Marie. She and her husband came over from France sometime in the 1700s to join in the fur trade in the town of Trepigny, about 20 miles southwest of here, down on the river. They built a house and started a family. I guess she had a kid when they moved here. Long story short, not long after they'd settled in, her husband got into it with one of the Indian tribes. He got into some kind of altercation and ended up killing a young man. The natives didn't take kindly to that, as you can imagine, and they came after them. The family fled and ended up here. I suppose somewhere right around here where we're standing. The natives caught up to them and killed her husband and child, scalping them right in front of her. For some reason, they let her live. She sat here for days, crying and mourning her loss, before she finally lost her mind. The story goes she turned to the occult to get her revenge on the ones responsible for her family's death. The details get fuzzy here, but in a nutshell, she'd gotten her hands onto some kind of book, something she could use to live an abnormally long life and inflict those she disliked with all kinds of horrible, unnatural afflictions. Some say the book was bound in human skin. This is some kind of joke, right? Thomas asked. You fellas are telling me a witch is responsible for this? A French witch? Is this why no one would answer me about the history of the place? Buck replied. Oh, I wish I could tell you this was a joke, Mr. Hollis. But look around. Look what's happening to you and your family. And the reason no one would tell you what happened is because that schoolhouse that burned down, all the children were still in it. Killed every last one of them. Folks are either too distraught from losing someone in that fire, or too ashamed to tell a stranger that something that tragic happened in their little town. It's a damn shame, but now you know. You're all caught up now. I didn't believe any of those stories either until that fire. Several of the kids had reported sightings of a strange woman in the weeks leading up to it. No one took it seriously, and now you know the rest. It's awful, Mr. Hollis. Really awful. We thought at that point she'd had her revenge, and this would all be over. Guess we were wrong. The sheriff had stared at the ground during Buck's long explanation, but now looked Thomas in the eye. Well, what the hell do I do now? Thomas asked, completely stunned by what had just heard. The sheriff finally looked up and addressed Thomas. Well, Mr. Hollis, at this point, what do you think you should do? All your livestock are dead, and after what happened to the kids in the schoolhouse, it's safe to assume this isn't going to end here. I don't know where you should go, but if you've got family in any of the towns nearby, if I were you, I'd pack up and leave tomorrow morning and cut my losses. I understand the investment you've made here, but it's not worth the lives of you and your family. I'm not sure what more I can do here. I'll leave one of these horses here so you can at least pull your wagon with you, if and when you decide to leave. I'm sorry it came to this, Mr. Hollis. I truly am. With that, he and Buck climbed back onto the wagon and departed the farm, leaving Thomas and Benjamin the yard, completely dumbfounded. Thomas couldn't even wrap his mind around what had just happened. He knew something strange was going on, but he thought it was someone from the local area trying to scare him off for some reason. Not some foreign witch out for revenge. His whole world was rocked by the sudden and drastic implications caused by losing his entire livelihood. All right then. We'll pack up and head back to Gales Ford tomorrow. We'll stay with your grandparents, Thomas told Benjamin. He turned and walked into the house. Wait, but what? Benjamin trailed off as his father ignored him and entered the house. He was just as shocked and confused as his father. The drastic turn of events was too much for him to make sense of. He paused for a moment, and then followed his father into the house. Thomas explained to the girls that they were leaving the next day, and they would not be returning. They were confused and upset, but after seeing all the dead livestock, no one argued. They understood there was nothing here for them anymore. They spent the rest of the day packing their belongings and loading the wagon. In the late afternoon, Anna finally questioned Benjamin about what was going on. Something about some lady that came from France and Indians killed her husband and child. I guess she found some witch book made of human skin and became a witch herself or something. Anna's face turned pale. I don't know, Benjamin continued. All I know is that I don't want to be here anymore, especially with that creepy house we found nearby. I'm sure that had something to do with her. She understood now why that leather looked so pale. Her stomach turned, and she got lightheaded. Well, are you all right? Benjamin asked. Benjamin asked. I have that book, Anna stammered quietly. You what? Benjamin half whispered. I found it in that house that day. I brought it back here and stuffed it in my blankets. It makes so much sense now. The weird language, the symbols and drawings. Oh my God, Anna said as she sat down. Well, for the love of God, leave it here when we leave. Don't bring that with you to Gales Ford, demanded Benjamin. Anna nodded in agreement, and they continued packing. They worked into the evening by lantern light, until only their bedding remained. Let's try and get some sleep and get out of here. First thing tomorrow morning, Thomas said as his family crawled into their beds one last time. He blew out the lantern and the family drifted off one by one. In the early hours of the morning, after a quiet night, everyone awoke to a large crash into the side of the house. What was that? Cora screamed. Then there was another loud crash from the other side of the house. Then from all sides of the house. It happened over and over while the family screamed and held each other inside. Thomas thought the best way to protect his family was to stay with them inside. He fumbled with the lantern in an attempt to light it, and when he finally got it lit, he grabbed his rifle, training it on the front door and window. The family all huddled together on one of the beds. The crashing abruptly stopped and there was complete silence. Suddenly, the crashes began again, this time coming from the roof. It sounded like something large was smashing itself into the exterior of the house. Dust fell from the rafters and the walls creaked as it slammed into the house over and over. The crashing on the roof continued and it started again on the walls of the house. Suddenly, everything went quiet again, and the family sat in silence. The only sound coming from their quick, panicked breaths. After a moment, the front door blasted open, pieces of the frame splintering off and nearly striking the family. In the door frame, they could make out the silhouette of a person. It appeared to be a woman, with long, slender limbs and thick, dark hair that fell well past the waist. The family recoiled in horror as the figure slowly stepped into the room. Thomas unloaded his rifle into the torso of the being, striking it with each round. With no reaction to being hit, the figure kept moving forward. As it stepped into the lantern light, they finally laid their eyes upon who had been tormenting them. She was completely nude and covered in pale gray skin that was deeply wrinkled. She had thick scars all over her legs and torso, and thick black blood oozed from the fresh bullet wounds. Her facial features were sharp and exaggerated, and her hazy gray eyes were sunken far back into her skull. Her stench filled the room, and Anna recognized it from the house. It was a horrific, acrid odor. It, or she, raised up a hand with an outstretched, long and bony finger that she pointed at the family and let out a deafening shriek. Everyone covered their ears and fell to the ground, trying to shield themselves from the sound. They all frantically scrambled to the back wall of the room as far as they could from the monstrosity. They jumped up onto one of the beds and began tearing it apart, tossing shredded pillows and linens all over the room. They paused for a moment, then picked something up from the pile of destroyed bedding. It turned and looked at the family, began shrieking again, and ran out of the house. The door slammed and locked behind it as it scrambled out. They could hear it screaming all the way back into the woods and out of earshot. The family sat in silence, trying to take in what had just happened. Well, I guess Buck wasn't lying, Thomas said, finally breaking the silence. Whose bed did it tear up? Anna, that was your bed, wasn't it? Anna nodded, but didn't give any indication as to why it had singled out her bed. She knew what it was after. It had taken back the spell book, bound in human skin that she'd stolen from the house. Just as she began to feel some release, everything went black. "Anna," Thomas shouted, as Anna's eyes rolled back and she began to scream. Then Catherine did the same, similar to the day before, with her fingers fluttering, and her eyes rolled back, screaming as loud as she could. Cora started bawling and covered her ears. Thomas took turns shaking Anna and Catherine, trying to bring them back to reality. Benjamin was the first to notice the smell of smoke. It started faintly, and then the air got thick as billowing clouds filled the room. A pale glow began from the back windows, and soon they realized the house was on fire. "Benjamin, get that door open. We need to get them out of here," Thomas shouted as he began to drag Catherine and Anna by the clothing towards the door. Benjamin tried the door, but it wouldn't budge. "Pa, it's stuck," he exclaimed. "Move," Thomas shouted. He ran full speed into the door in an attempt to break it off the hinges. Thomas cried out in pain as the impact dislocated his shoulder. The door gave slightly but still didn't open. The flames were spreading rapidly towards the front of the house and up the back wall onto the ceiling. Thomas turned towards the door one more time, closed his eyes and charged the door again. The pain was unbearable, but Thomas kept his composure. Again, the door moved but remained closed. Benjamin and Cora were beginning to cough now, and Benjamin had wrapped Cora in his arms to comfort her. With all of his strength, Thomas ran at the door one more time. Then it broke in two, sending Thomas crashing out onto the porch. Benjamin and Cora followed behind. "Benjamin, your mom and sister," Thomas yelled as he got to his feet. He and Benjamin returned to the interior to retrieve the girls. With his good arm, Thomas dragged Catherine out and Benjamin grabbed Anna. Anna had been laying with her feet towards the door and her head towards where the flames were encroaching. Her hair had caught fire. Benjamin patted out the flames, but not before most of Anna's hair had burned away. Luckily, her scalp had been spared from suffering severe burns. They dragged them out to the middle of the yard away from the inferno, and as they fell to the ground to catch their breath, they turned back towards the house. The fire had engulfed the entire structure. Had Thomas not broken through the door, the Hollises surely would have perished in the fire. When they'd gotten away from the house, Catherine and Anna regained consciousness and looked around confused. Benjamin studied Anna's new look and thought back to what Buck had said about the Native Americans scalping the mysterious woman's husband and child before they killed him. Could be worse, he thought. It was a thought he'd share with Anna, and she realized her hair was missing. "What happened?" Catherine asked, in a calm voice that didn't match the urgency of the situation. "Oh, no time to explain. We need to leave," Thomas replied, and he ushered his family over to the wagon. As they loaded onto the wagon, Thomas frantically retrieved the horse the sheriff had left. "Thank God this horse survived," he thought as he attached it to the wagon. He scrambled on board and set out into the darkness. It was early morning now, and the sun would be out soon. They just needed to hold out and get away from the property as soon as they could. As they neared the property line, they heard shrieking erupt from the forest again, and Thomas hurried the horse on to pull them faster. They were relieved when they realized the sound wasn't following them. Benjamin watched as the orange glow that was devouring their home disappeared behind the trees. When they met the road, they turned to head back to Gales Ford. The horizon began to glow in a pale pink, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. They'd survived. They would likely be traumatized for the rest of their lives, and no one would believe their story. But they were alive. They returned to Gales Ford, where they remained until Thomas and Catherine passed away years later. He'd been able to secure a job with the railroad and earned enough money to stay afloat after losing his investment on the farm. In the following years, the property remained abandoned. The Hollis were the last ones to encounter whoever or whatever it was that haunted that property. The forest eventually reclaimed it, and decades later, it was cleared for farming. No permanent dwelling existed there again, so there's no telling if the witch still lurks in the forest, waiting to torment those who spend too much time there. Should another unfortunate soul decide to reside there, only time will tell if the stories are true or if it's nothing more than folklore. Story 2. I stood still for a moment, awestruck. The pictures didn't do it justice. It was a large but quaint home located on a secluded island near Cape Cod. A small piece of land void of life. Only the cottage and a lighthouse visible across the water. Verified as an Airbnb plus rental. 1 week's rent came to a little over $3,000. The price was steep, but completely worth it. This would be the best place to clear my head and finish writing my novel. I happily trotted across the stone walkway to the front door and grabbed the knob, ready to map out the rest of my book. It would be my second release. My publisher had been breathing down my neck for months, constantly asking for updates. Now, I had the perfect environment to complete it. Upon opening the door, I was caught off guard. "Hello!" I nearly jumped out of my skin. There was a man inside. Late 50s, average build, gray mustache. It took me a moment to match the face to the one on his Superhost profile. It was Garrett, the owner of the property. "Sorry, Garrett, you startled me. I didn't expect anyone to be here." He smiled. "I greet all of my guests. You people are my livelihood after all. Please, come in. We have some important matters to discuss." I joined him in the living room. We sat in armchairs on opposite sides of a long coffee table. Garrett simply continued to smile. "So, what did you want to discuss?" I asked. He pulled a folded sheet of paper out from his jacket and slid it across the coffee table. It stopped in front of me. I picked it up for a closer look. The edges were worn and it felt almost canvas-like between my fingers. I began unfolding, but Garrett stopped me. "Don't. You'll have plenty of time for that later. Just listen." I looked up at him, confused but compliant. This house has been in my family for generations. Staying here can be a rewarding experience, but it can also be a dreadful one if you're not careful. "Come on, Garrett. Don't tell me the place is haunted." I was the only one smiling now. Garrett looked at me, thoroughly unamused. My smile vanished, and I gestured for him to continue. "On that sheet of paper are some rules. You must follow every last one of them. There are no exceptions. So long as you do this, your vacation will be a pleasant one." With that, Garrett stood up from the chair and walked to the front door. He turned to me on his way out and offered a final sentiment before leaving. "Follow the rules, Jack. If you don't, you're in for a bumpy ride." When he left, I unfolded the list, expecting to see a reiteration of his stay requirements. No pets, no modifications, clean up after yourself. That sort of thing. This was not the case. On the paper was a set of rules that only served to bookend our strange encounter with further confusion. 1. No lights on past 11:25 p.m. 2. Do not answer your phone. Callers cannot be trusted. 3. Only 2 people are permitted inside. Hank Penston and Jessica Covenwood. Ask for last names. 4. Do not exit the house after midnight until sunrise. 5. If your room changes location, close the door and try again. Only leave when connection has been reestablished. 6. The voices are harmless. Do not converse with them. 7. Never lock the doors. 8. If you have any trouble, call Jessica Covenwood at this number. 371. This is the only phone call you can trust. This lifeline may only be used once during your rental period. At the bottom of the page was a final note. I will come to collect you, but only when the rental period is over. Not a moment sooner. There is no leaving until then. As I sat there mulling over the lists, it all became clear. Garrett was a lunatic. Either that, or this was a poor attempt at humor. Either way, I brushed off our meeting and the list of rules altogether. placing the paper on the coffee table, where it stayed for the rest of the night. The majority of the first night was peaceful. Of my novel's final 6 chapters that needed completing, I was able to stay up late and finish 2 of them. First drafts, at least. There was still a lot left to do. My final days on the island would have to be spent proofreading the entire manuscript and filling cracks in the narrative before sending it to my editor. Still, 2 chapters was not a bad night's work, all things considered. After patting myself on the back for a job well done, I looked at my phone. It was 12:18 a.m. My lips spread into a slight smile as I looked at the desk light, wavering in and out of life. It's past 11:25. Garrett, was this why I needed to turn off the lights? So they wouldn't flicker? I chuckled to myself as another rule came to mind. Number 4, if I remembered correctly. Do not exit the house after midnight. I continued to laugh to myself as I ventured downstairs, opened the front door, and stepped out into the night. The view was brilliant, a blanket of stars covering the cape, only broken up by the gorgeous lighthouse jutting upward, practically cutting a hole in the night sky. It was a breathtaking sight, well worth the partial advance for my book. What's the reasoning behind this rule, Garrett? You didn't want me to enjoy the view. I turned and stepped back into the house. I then locked the door. Oops, that's another rule broken. Hope the house doesn't chastise me. With that, I traveled upstairs to the bedroom and fell into a blissful sleep. The moment my body met the sheets, I awoke to a thunderous and groggy slur of motion. My legs just barely managed to pull the rest of my body out of bed. Practically sleepwalking, I eventually made my way downstairs and opened the door. Outside, there were no longer any stars. Their light was replaced with a thick fog rolling over the ocean. The water and air were still, frozen in place. There was no one there but me. I iced the door and went back to bed, certain that the sounds I heard were remnants of a dream overlapping with waking life. My body fell onto the bed, and sleep took hold once more. 4:42 a.m. I awoke again, ripped from a dream state where I was turning in my novel to the publishing house. For whatever reason, in this dream, Garrett was my boss. He held the manuscript to my face and flipped the pages, revealing a lack of ink. There's nothing here, Jack. All that time, and nothing to show for it. He continued to flip through before stopping somewhere in the middle. Unlike the other pages, this one had text. The words were familiar, but they weren't written by me. Garrett's rules painted the page, the pitch-black ink slowly dripping from the paper. His form soon followed, melting onto the floor below. You should have followed the rules, Jack. That's when I sprung to life, my heart pounding as I sat up in bed. The sound of pages turning rang in my ears, but it hadn't leaked over from my nightmare. Over on the desk was my manuscript, its paper wildly flapping about. My heart nearly sank before I noticed a chill in the room. I had left the window open. It was just the wind. Relieved, I shut the window and went back to sleep. 5:19 a.m. No sound woke me this time. Instead, it was nature calling, beckoning me to take a late-night trip to the bathroom. Unfortunately for me, this would not be an easy task. Upon opening the bedroom door, I was greeted by a deeply unsettling sight. It was a hallway, not the hall that should have been there, mind you. An entirely different hallway. Noticeably different. It was narrow, almost too thin for a person to walk through. And it was long, very long, seemingly longer than the building itself. Lining the sides was a plethora of doors, more doors than I knew the house to have. It was, by all means, unexplainable. I rubbed my eyes to test their acuity. The hallway was still there. I wondered for a moment if I was dreaming, but quickly discarded the notion, certain that I could tell the difference between what was real and what wasn't. But if not a dream, then what? With an air of hesitance about me, My feet pattered into the narrow void. I tried each door along the way, but they were all locked. Halfway in, a harrowing sound cut through the air. I turned my head to see that the bedroom door had shut itself. Running back and turning the knob was futile. It wouldn't budge. Without a whole lot of options, I continued down the hall. At the end was a final door, different than the rest. Fixed to it was a plaque with a designation, like one you might see in a hotel. According to the text, it was room 371. The knob offered no resistance as I turned it and gently pushed the door open. There was no light inside. Still, I could make out something standing in the center of the room, facing me. It was a shadowy figure, slightly darker than the blackness around it. A vague glow outlined its form. It was tall, taller than any man. I had the inclination to close the door and turn back, but fear kept me anchored in place. My breathing became erratic, and my heart rate soared to new heights as it took a step towards me. In a flash, it lunged to my position. Everything went black. My eyes opened to sunlight pouring into the room. I was back in bed. This was strange. Every bone in my body told me it wasn't a dream, but rational thinking dictated otherwise. I had no choice but to entertain the idea that I was having vivid night terrors in the face of a fast-approaching publishing deadline. The sooner I finished the book, I thought, the sooner they would vanish. Though it didn't sit well with me, it was the only explanation I had. My phone buzzed on the bedside table. I knew who it was, but with my deadline on the horizon, I couldn't afford the distraction. When the buzzing ceased, I crawled out of bed and started the day. My first few hours awake were productive. I was able to write over half of the next chapter and tweak some finer details throughout the rest of the book. My progress was, however, impeded by a knock at the front door. Unlike the night previous, there was someone out there. A man. "Can I help you?" I asked, confused. "Was hoping I could help you. Actually, the name's Hank. I'm a locksmith from the mainland. Garrett sent me to check the locks on all of the doors." I pondered for a moment and then grabbed the list of rules from the coffee table. I looked it over before meeting Hank back at the door. "Well, it looks like you're on the list." "Splendid. May I come in then?" An unnaturally wide smile danced across his cheeks. "Yeah, sure. Come in." Hank walked past the threshold and sighed. There was a long moment of silence before he spoke again. "What a lovely place. Can't wait to sink my teeth in and get to work." He then sauntered off upstairs. I sat down on the couch and continued writing, hoping my creative breakthrough hadn't subsided. An hour passed, then another. I was able to finish up some more work, but something kept scratching at the back of my mind. I knew locksmithing wasn't the loudest job out there, but I expected to hear at least some sort of tinkering coming from upstairs, the distant sound of keys scraping against the lock's inner chambers. But no, there was only silence. I then wondered why Hank was there to begin with. This was far from a typical rental experience, especially one on a secluded island. I skimmed the list again. Two things stood out. Rule #7, never lock the doors. Even if Garrett was deranged, it was clear he didn't want the doors locked. So why, then, would he send a locksmith? Who would be breaking in out here, anyway? The second thing that jumped out at me was the end of rule #3, ask for last names. Something wasn't adding up, but I intended to get to the bottom of it. "Hank!" I yelled out, hoping to get his attention. There was... "Hank, can you please come down here?" No response, only silence. This was my cue to investigate. To my dismay, the second floor was completely vacant. I scoured every room, every nook and cranny, the house had to offer, to no avail. Hank was nowhere to be found. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. How could a person just up and vanish like that? I returned to the first floor. Hank was there, sitting on the couch, looking over my manuscript. There was no way he could have snuck by me. I'd say, "This is pretty good. I wonder how it's going to play out. Help me out here, Jack. Is there a happy ending? Or does the man succumb to his own demons?" I stood frozen at the bottom of the stairs. "Hank," I asked, "what's your last name?" A grin formed beneath his nose. "Raiden." "The name's Hank Raiden." I looked down at the list in my hand. Penston. His name was supposed to be Hank Penston. No reason. Just curious. "Hey, do you mind tossing me my phone?" Hank looked down at my phone on the coffee table. A few moments passed before he grabbed it and looked over at me. He stared for a long time, almost as if calculating the distance, and then, finally, threw it over. I caught it and ran for the front door. "Thanks. I'll be right back." I sprinted to the edge of the island, unsure of who or what that was inside the house. It was becoming ever apparent that Garrett might not be so crazy after all. Something truly strange was afoot, and I wanted no part of it. At first I called the ferry station. No answer. Then Garrett. Still no answer. Before I could try another number, my ex-wife called. I had been ignoring her calls for weeks. "Charlotte, thank God. I'm at an Airbnb off the Cape. I need you to see," interjected. "Leslie's dead, Jack." My blood ran cold. It was said with the same tone and resentment as it was 2 years before. All at once, the floodgates opened, and a slew of memories poured in. Ones I had tried desperately to repress. Leslie was our daughter, before Charlotte and I divorced. She was struck by a car on her way home from school. Charlotte was at work and I was supposed to pick Leslie up. But I was too wrapped up in my first novel. I forgot all about her. My own daughter. She walked a good mile before the collision. I never forgave myself. Neither did Charlotte. "Charlotte, why are you saying this?" Tears rolled down my face. "She's dead, Jack. It's your fault. My baby is dead. All because of you." Her voice became louder and less distinct until I could barely recognize the cadence. An inhuman growl. An inhuman growl. "You're to blame, Jack. You belong where you are. I hope you rot in that house." I looked down at the list, now stained with a steady stream of droplets dripping from my cheeks. And that's when I remembered Rule #2. Do not answer your phone. Callers cannot be trusted. As much as it pained me, I hung up on her. It wasn't real, but it sure as hell felt like it was. I wiped away my tears and looked at the last rule. Braving the fierce currents of the ocean likely wouldn't end well. The shore nearly 16 miles away. So Jessica was my only hope. The only phone call you can trust, according to Garrett. I dialed the number and waited. After 2 tones, my ear was met with a female voice. "You broke a rule, didn't you?" "A few, actually." "Give or take." She let out a sigh. "Did you let anyone in?" "Yes. Hank Penston." "No. Hank Raiden." There was another disappointed sigh. "Okay, listen carefully. I want you to go to the back of the house, but act natural. No sudden moves or conspicuous behavior. Any slight change in your attitude could set him off. Walk slow, but cautious. Walk slow, be cautious, okay?" I did as instructed. On my way around the house, I looked through the window. Hank was no longer in the living room. There was a slight spike in my adrenaline, but I held my composure until turning the corner, that is. Standing at the back of the house, waiting for me, was Hank. "Hey there, Jack. What are you up to?" Jessica chimed in. "Stay calm and repeat what I say, verbatim." "Hank, I have Garrett on the phone. He wants to know if you can check the lock on the front door. He says it's been sticking lately." In the most casual voice I could muster, I repeated what Jessica said. Hank bore a stoic expression for a few moments and then spoke. "That darn thing. I'll see what I can do." He walked past me and went off to the front of the house. I was officially rattled. Jessica's voice broke the tension. "About a dozen yards from the house is an electrical box. Do you see it?" I surveyed the area and noticed the box. It was embedded in a tree stump, of all places. One that stuck out of the ground at an awkward angle. "Yes, I see it." "Good. Open the hatch. There is a lever there. I want you to pull it down, and then wait exactly 10 seconds, after which you will place it back in its original position and close the hatch." I was confused. How was this going to help? Exactly. There was a third sigh of frustration. That is the master switch. When you pull the lever, it will deactivate all energy on the island. When you reset the lever, the house will reconstitute. This will wipe the slate clean. I didn't understand how it all worked, but I had heard enough to warrant an obvious follow-up question. Couldn't I just leave it off? There was no sigh this time. Just anger. No. The island is far worse when the energies are at bay. 10 seconds is all you're allowed. At this point, I saw Hank walking alongside the house. "I fixed that lock for you, Jack." Jessica must have heard, because her voice adopted a tone of urgency. "Pull the lever, now." I did as she said and began counting. Hank continued to walk towards me, his form phasing in and out like a bad television signal. "Jack, what are you doing? Need a hand?" His pace grew faster until his walk became a run. My heart was pounding. Just as he was closing in, the 10 seconds were up, and I forced the lever back. Hank vanished completely, and the stump receded into the earth below. I fell back onto the ground in relief. "Jessica, we did it." Click. Clearly she wasn't as pleased with the victory as I was. That was fine. I was just thankful to be alive. Once inside the house, I lay down in bed and held the list to my face, scrutinizing every last detail. I was determined not to break another rule for the rest of my stay. That night was peaceful. I made sure all of the doors were unlocked, turned off the lights by 11:25, and refused to answer any calls. When I slept, there were no strange dreams. No dreams at all, in fact. It was a truly restful night. The best sleep I'd had in years. Despite my predicament, I awoke hopeful that I could weather the storm and survive the week. I was even able to write some more of my book. Not much, but enough to jumpstart my creativity. The next night didn't go nearly as well. 2:12 a.m. I had woken without cause. In an effort to fall back asleep, I shut my eyes and allowed my mind to wander. I thought of my book and the deadline. I thought of my eventual departure from the island. Before long, I thought of Charlotte and Leslie. The image of our once happy family would forever be seared into my broken heart. I felt my eyes begin to water. But something interrupted the sadness. A sound. Footsteps. My eyes opened, and I sprang to life, sitting upright in bed. The footsteps stopped just outside the room. With a great deal of apprehension, I got out of bed, took a deep breath, and tiptoed to the door. When I turned the knob and opened it, I found myself at the entrance of the house, with Rule #5 in mind. I shut the door and opened it again. I was now at the living room. Next was the bathroom. Then, the hallway. A familiar hallway. Off in the distance, I heard the click of room 371's door. The tall shadows stepped out. The hall began to shrink. The figure closed the gap between us in a matter of seconds. Luckily, my will to live outweighed the fear that held me in place. I managed to shut the door just in time to prevent my demise. When I opened it again, the room was back where it was supposed to be. 3:47 a.m., just as I was finally drifting back to sleep, the voices started. "Hey, Jack. Enjoying your stay?" Though frightened, Rule #6 came to mind, and I followed it. The voices were harmless, and I was not to converse with them. "What's wrong, Jack?" Hung up on Garrett's rules. "That's no fun." I closed my eyes as the voice grew louder and hid beneath the covers. "Don't hide, Jack. We won't hurt you. Honest." The footsteps were back, walking outside the room. They stopped at the door. "Here now, Jack. I can tell you how to make him go away, but you have to talk to me." The door creaked open, and the footsteps recommenced, walking over to the side of the bed. "Singing over you now. I can make him leave. Just say the word." "I get out of you now. I can make him leave. Just say the word." I couldn't give in to the ploy. I had to obey the rules. But then, there was a tug on the sheets. My heart nearly stopped. "Wake up, Jack." I jolted to a sitting position. The room was empty, and the door shut. It was a dream, but that didn't explain the hand-shaped impression on the edge of the bed. No matter the culprit, I would endure the torment. It was only a week. "You can get through this, Jack." Leslie's face flashed in my mind and forced an unexpected tear out. "You've been through so much worse." The next few nights came and went without issue. There were some dicey moments, but I learned to handle the odd voice here and there, and the room moving every now and again. I ignored knocks at the front door altogether, avoiding any and all potential repeats of the Hank incident. Night 6, however, was by far the worst. Some things never change. Dark clouds loomed over the ocean as waves crashed into the island, just like the night Leslie was killed. I became deeply engrossed in my writing, to the point that nothing in the world could have pulled me away. Even after everything that had happened in the house, I was somehow able to finish the book. Maybe the shock to my system inspired me. My fear had transformed into focus, granting me a greater mental clarity. When all was said and done, and the editing complete, there was a horrible revelation. According to my phone, it was 11:24 p.m. My heart sank to the depths of my soul as I raced across the house, shutting lights off, knocking over furniture and decorations in the process. When I came back to the bedroom to turn off the final light at the desk, I glanced at my phone once more. The readout is now etched into my memory. 11:26 p.m. I clicked off the light, praying that my phone's readout was somehow wrong, and that I still had time. 11:27 p.m. The bedroom door slammed itself shut behind me. I jostled the knob and pushed my weight against it, but it remained unmoved. A swirling black vortex of smoke was expelled from beneath the bed. It covered the floor in an instant and began rising to fill the rest of the room. I had no intention of waiting to see what would happen to me in the darkness, so I flung myself at the window and shattered the glass, landing on my back in a bed of shrubbery below. The impact knocked the wind out of me. Shortly thereafter, I passed out. 11:38 p.m. I dreamt. I know it was a dream and not the house doing, because it was one I'd had many times before. The setting, my daughter's school, the bell rang, and a stampede of children rushed out into the world, excited to leave for the day and see their parents. The last person out was Leslie, left alone to her own devices. "Daddy, where are you?" Her eyes darted back and forth. I tried to call out to her, but much like the day in question, I wasn't there. In the dream, I was only an observer, forced to watch as the horror unfolded before me. Leslie waited for 15 long minutes before heading off in the direction of our home. I bore witness to her trek. The poor girl alone in the cold. And then it happened. Dream tears flooded my field of view as a car swerved, and the heart-wrenching scream of that beautiful young girl rang through the winter air. 11:56 p.m. I woke up on the ground, covered in tears and broken glass. The ocean waves crashed against the walls of the house. There was no time to waste. Without my phone, I didn't know exactly what time it was, but it had to be close to midnight. Another broken rule would only make matters worse. I raced to the front door, opened it, and swiftly shut it behind me. Somewhat thankful to be back in the house, but also somewhat terrified. The coming moments would echo the latter emotion, adding to my woes. 12:05. I was able to open the bedroom door and retrieve my phone. Luckily, the smoke had vanished. Upon venturing back down to the living room, I was shattered, just like the glass on the ground outside. There, sitting on the couch where Hank sat before her, was Leslie. My Leslie. I reached the bottom step and nearly fell to my knees, almost forgetting to breathe in the process. She was the same, exactly the same, every feature identical to the day I last saw her. How was this possible? Hi, Daddy. Her voice pulled a wave of emotion out of me, stronger than anything I had ever felt before. Was it really her? Was this really my precious Leslie, brought back to life? Surely this wasn't the house's doing. Was it? Sweetheart, is that you? Is it really you? She looked over at me with innocent eyes. Yes, Daddy. It's me. I ran over to her and took her in my arms, my face now drenched in an ocean of tears. Oh, Leslie, sweetheart, I missed you so much. I pulled away to get a better look at her. That's when I saw it. For an instant, in between blinks, her eyes were solid pools of black. This was not my Leslie. I backed away at once. What's wrong, Daddy? I continued my retreat to the stairs. You're not real. This isn't real. We buried you. Her next words stopped me in my tracks. No, Daddy. You buried me. Her eyes locked with mine as I cried. You killed me. You're the reason I'm dead. I took a pained breath before responding. You were right. I was a terrible father, and I deserve every moment of torture this house puts me through. If I ever get out of here, I'm going to visit your grave for the first time and tell you how sorry I am and how much I've missed you over the years. Not a day goes by that the guilt doesn't eat me up inside. I swallowed the lump in my throat and wiped away the tears as she looked up at me, her head tilted in observation. But you're not her. I ran up those stairs as fast as I could. Leslie's piercing screams echoed through the house, followed by the sound of every window breaking in reaction to the pitch. Once in the bedroom, I closed the door behind me and slid down into a sitting position on the floor against it, utterly defeated and emotionally drained. I pulled out my phone and dialed Jessica's number. After 2 tones, she picked up. What is it this time? Don't tell me you broke another rule. I think I'm going to die tonight, Jessica. Her perturbed tone vanished, replaced with concern. Jack, what did you do? What's going on over there? I can't fight it anymore. It's too much. As much as I wanted to live, I could feel myself giving up. I don't even know why I called her. She couldn't help. The lever was gone, and it was past midnight. The storm outside was destroying the house. Soon I would be swept out to sea, never to be heard from again. Hold on, Jack. I'll be there soon. Click, she wouldn't be coming. Even if the ferries ran that late, they wouldn't dare operate in a storm that violent. The end was near, and I could feel it. 1:13 a.m. After a good long while of wallowing in self-pity, there was a knock at the front door. Jessica? No, it couldn't be. I cautiously exited the bedroom and slowly descended the staircase to the living room below. The storm raged on outside, a gust of wind howling through the house. In reaching the bottom step, I noticed that the coast was clear. Leslie's ghost was nowhere in sight. As quickly as I could, without drawing any unwanted attention to myself, I pattered over to the door and opened it. Behind it was a beautiful woman in her 30s, black hair, peach skin, and a tasteful spattering of freckles on either side of her nose. "Jessica?" I asked. "Who else would it be?" Her voice and sassy attitude answered my question in spades. I stepped aside and she barged in, clearly upset. I closed the door behind her, careful not to lock it and risk breaking another rule. I was less scared of the supernatural consequences than I was of Jessica's fury. "You really had me worried, Jack. What did you do anyway?" Before I could answer, a small figure appeared from behind the couch. It was Leslie. Jessica followed my gaze and looked across the room. "Jack." "Who's that?" "My daughter. I didn't know she was here with you." "You don't understand. My daughter has been dead for 2 years. Jessica backed up to the door where I was still standing. "Oh, I see." Just as before, Leslie let out an awful shriek that rang through the house. It was louder than before, much louder. Jessica turned to me, our hands cupping our ears. "Jack, we need to get out of here. Follow me." We raced past Leslie and up the stairs to the bedroom. "Okay, Jack, let's get going." She shut the door and opened it. She continued this routine, revealing the many rooms of the house. At one point, it opened up into the living room. Jessica quickly slammed it shut before Leslie could make her way in to get us. Finally, it opened up into the hallway. Yes, that hallway. Jessica grabbed my wrist. "Come on, let's go." I yanked my arm back in refusal. "Are you insane? I've been in there and I don't plan on going back." "Have you seen room 371? Jessica let out one of her signature sighs. "Yes, I know all about it. So long as we get to where we're going before the shadow notices, we'll be fine. Now come on. We don't have a whole lot of time here." I reluctantly respected her wishes. I wasn't keen on facing that ominous stretch of hall again, but Jessica's advice hadn't failed me yet. Besides, I was ready to die just an hour ago. Whatever fate would befall me in there couldn't be any worse than seeing my dead daughter resurrected. "Okay, Jessica, I'm ready." 1:36 a.m. Matching each other's pace, step for step, we disappeared into the dark hallway, the bedroom door closing behind us. I whispered so as not to wake the beast. "Where are we going anyway? None of the doors down here open." Without hesitation, she answered. "One does." It took a moment for it to sink in. "No. Jessica, are you serious? I can't go in that room. It lives in there." She turned to me and put her hands on either side of my face. She stared into my eyes with a look of pure kindness. I was taken aback by the unexpected intimacy. "Jack, you need to calm down. Just trust me. We're going to be fine. I promise." As far as explanations go, that was pretty vague. Still, it was reassuring. I can't explain it, but I was compelled to believe her. There was something about Jessica I really liked. The warmth that radiated around her. A contagious, soothing force. We continued down the hall, and I didn't bring up my reservations again. 1:42 a.m. we reached the door. This was it. The moment of truth. I was about to open it when Jessica pulled my hand back. "In order for this to work, you need to knock 3 times. No more and no less." I nodded in agreement. I raised my hand to the wood and knocked precisely 3 times. A deep anxiety racked my nerves as the anticipation grew. After a few moments, the door was pulled open, revealing the shadowy figure within. It stepped away and motioned for us to enter. I looked over to Jessica for approval. She nodded and followed me in. The entity softly closed the door behind us. It then walked over to where we stood and changed. A stark form turned to light, illuminating the rest of the room. It was the bedroom, only it wasn't exactly the same. Something was amiss. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It just felt different. The bright figure then shrunk down to a glowing orb and drifted away, phasing through one of the walls, leaving us by ourselves. Moonlight shone through the window. The glass wasn't broken anymore. There was no storm outside. Everything was pristine. Jessica, what just happened? This is the house, safe space. A fail-safe for when too many rules are broken. She could tell I wasn't following. It's a copy of the bedroom from just before things went south. A moment suspended in time that we can stay in for a while. At dawn, everything will revert to normal. Why didn't you tell me about it before? Honestly, it's a risky move. The shadow is a fickle being. When you enter room 371, there's only a 50% chance he'll accept your entrance. Otherwise, you're doomed. I couldn't believe it. You're telling me we could have died? You risked our lives on a 50% chance? She came over and placed her hands on my face again. Jack, we're safe. There's no need to be angry. Relax. We would have died anyway at the hands of the house. This was our only option. She was right. Honestly, I was happy she was there. Without her, I would have been a goner. 3:17 a.m. Jessica spent some time going over my manuscript. I filled in some of the blanks so she could skip the more fatty sections and finish before bed. Jack, this is beautiful. I wasn't so sure. Maybe I put too much of myself in it. Maybe the blood I poured onto the pages covered up the meaning. Who in their right mind would want to swim through my despair to reach a story even I wasn't sure I believed in? It's about you, isn't it, Jack? This is your life from the moment your daughter died to now. I felt myself unraveling. I'm tired, Jessica. I think I'm going to call it a night. I offered her a half smile, waltzed over to the bed and laid down. To my surprise, she laid down with me and placed her hand on my chest. It's okay, Jack. I've never lost a child, so I can't imagine the kind of things you're dealing with. I do know that things will never be same. That doesn't mean you have to give up. What would your daughter have wanted? There was no fighting the tears any longer. You don't understand, Jessica. I'm responsible. She was waiting for me when it happened. I was her father, and I wasn't there for her when she needed me. Jessica didn't respond. I sobbed until there was nothing left in me. When the moment passed, I asked her a question. Why do these things happen here? Honestly, I don't really know. We turned to each other. Her warmth reared its head again, inviting me to come to it. Our lips met, and with it, an intense feeling was born, like nothing I had ever felt. A somber, quiet energy filled the air and coated the room in a turn of events I will never fully fathom. Jessica and I made love. 5:32 a.m. Jessica fell asleep in my arms. I stayed awake, content for the first time in years. Then, a familiar disembodied voice burrowed into my ear and poisoned my mind. What you're feeling isn't real. By this point, I was all too familiar with the voices and their antics. I ignored its statement. She does this to every tenant. She's a seductress, I was tempted to reply, but conversing was forbidden. I couldn't afford a broken rule this close to the finish line. Only 2 people are allowed in, Jack. 2. It's a simple rule. What did that have to do with anything? What was the voice up to? Jessica was one of the 2. Despite my unrest, I continued to bite my tongue. Always ask for last names. There was a moment of pause before the realization washed over me. I gasped. A rule had indeed been broken. I jumped and backed into the corner of the room. Jessica was standing next to the bed. I hadn't even seen her get up. "Jack, are you okay?" My breathing became labored. It was hard to construct my query in a normal fashion. "Jessica, are you really you? Was this... What is your last name?" The light left her face. Her now empty eyes cut right through me. I slid to the floor. A long period of silence passed before anything changed. Before she changed, 5:51 a.m., Jessica's face widened. Her eyes became large, as if physically engorged with bloodlust. She lunged at me. I dodged the attack and hit the door hard. I reached for the knob, but it wouldn't turn. Jessica's new form spoke, a gurgling, metallic sound that ricocheted off the walls. "It looks like you're stuck with me, Jack." She lunged again. I slid under the bed to escape her reach. Her feet paced around its perimeter, a predator circling its prey. It's just a matter of time now. I closed my eyes and thought of Charlotte and Leslie playing in the snow. The last day I saw them together. This would be my final thought, as death approached. As beautiful a thought as one could have before dying. At least now, I could be with her again. A pained outcry from Jessica broke my concentration. The light in the room had changed. I rolled out from underneath the bed and saw her writhing in the corner. The sun was coming up over the horizon outside. This was my chance. I raced over to Jessica and clenched her neck. She struggled, but was too weak to break free. I forced her against the window. Her skin melted, dripping like candle wax to the floor. Her hair burned to a crisp. I looked to her eyes for even a shred of humanity. Something that might convince me to spare her for all she had meant to me. There was none, only malice. In that moment, I sincerely wished that she had been real. "Goodbye, Jessica," with as much force as I could muster. I pushed her through the window. Her form disintegrated before it could reach the ground. The wind carried her ashes away into the endless expanse of the ocean. She was no more. The house was still. Hours passed. As my rental period came to a close, I sat in the living room and reflected on the events of the week. In a weird way, I had come to terms with Leslie's death. The guilt would always be there, but I felt I could move on now, free of the restraints that once bound me. Knock, knock. I opened the door and let Garrett in. "Your ferry waits." I nodded and gathered my things. I was anxious to leave, but felt the need to ask him something first. "Garrett, what is this place?" He smirked. "Many words come to mind. Anomaly, portal, impossibility. I personally think it's a mirror, showing us ourselves in a way we never thought possible. A place where our past and present intersect. Perhaps the right word for it is closure." I smiled. "You might be on to something, Garrett." "Splendid. Does that mean you'll leave a good review?" I chuckled. "You know what, I'll do it right now." I opened the app and clicked through to the listing. A bit of information caught my eye as I scrolled. Checkout time, 12. 0 p.m. I looked up at the readout at the top of my phone's display. It turned to from 11:59 to 12 as I watched. I let someone in before time was up, meaning a rule had been broken. The note at the end of the list came to mind as the dread set in. "I will come to collect you, but only when the rental period is over. Not a moment sooner." That wasn't Garrett. I looked up to see him standing directly in front of me. "Something wrong, Jack?" I dropped my things and ran out to the dock as fast as I could. The ferry had just arrived. The real Garrett aboard, motioning for me to hurry. After boarding, I turned back and looked at the house one last time. A silhouette stood at the window, waving goodbye. Story 3. About 8 years ago, my great-grandfather, Everett, passed away. Initially, you might say, that doesn't seem like something worth writing down. But you see, he was 126 years old. Guinness World Records had published him for the last 9 years as the oldest living man on the planet. That could prove it. To me, however, what made his passing unique was that I had only just met him on the day he died. My father had stopped speaking to him some 40 years ago, and I had never been allowed to meet him. I knew almost nothing about him, except that there had been a falling out, and Dad wouldn't talk much about it. Hence, I was taken aback when Everett shared the story with me from his hospice bed. The drive to St. Luke's Medical was a solemn one. Dad drove silently, white-knuckling the steering wheel, obviously fixated somewhere else. Mom sat in the passenger seat, occasionally reaching over to touch Dad on the shoulder, trying to comfort him but simultaneously knowing that she couldn't. I sat in the back with my headphones in, the typical teenager, wondering why it was so imperative we go see a dying man that no one in the family seemed to care about. After all, I had better things to be doing. We parked in a parking garage at about 3 o'clock that afternoon, and we made our way through the anthill of bland hallways to the palliative care unit. The nurse at the front desk gently whisked us to the door labeled Abernathy, Everett, and offered to escort us in. But Dad asked for a moment before we entered. The nurse obliged, and we just stood there in the hallway, the 3 of us, looking to Dad for the signal that it was okay to open the door. Mom and I could both tell he was struggling with something that hadn't obviously bothered him for years, until he'd gotten the news that Everett was near the end. I thought for a moment that he was preparing to tell us, trying somehow to find the words. But ultimately, he only had one thing to say before he opened the door. Whatever he may tell you both, keep in mind that you don't know him like I do. He's dying. He'll probably feel desperate to have someone believe him. Don't let him manipulate you. Mom and I simply nodded as Dad looked us both in the eye, a hand on each of our shoulders, a look of resolve on his face. The door creaked open, and in we went. The room was sparsely decorated with a couple of Van Gogh reprints. There was a small television on the wall, but it was turned off. The window blinds were open, and in the bed lay a small, withered-looking man with no hair gazing out at the distant skyline of Minneapolis. As we entered, he turned his head to greet us. He said nothing at first, but his lip trembled, and a single tear rolled down his cheek and onto his pillow. Finally he spoke. "You did not have to come, Jack, but I'm so glad you are all here. Thank you. No one deserves to die alone." My father uttered with great restraint. "Perhaps not," replied my great-grandfather. "But I am glad you came, nonetheless." Dad just nodded and tried a weak smile that wouldn't have fooled a 4-year-old. From there, it was simple introductions. Dad introduced us, and Everett asked simple questions about school, hobbies, and interests. It appeared as though the visit would be token, and that we would soon be on our way. At the end of the last bit of quiet, my dad finally spoke. "Is anyone else hungry?" "I think it's about dinner time," he asked. "Starving," Mom said. I just nodded in affirmation. Dad stood to go find the cafeteria, and Mom with him. I thought that I should go with them, but something in my gut, intuition maybe, told me that I should stay. At the door, my dad turned back when he realized I wasn't coming. "Come on, Amber," he said. I got up and went out into the hallway with my parents, but stood firm. Dad started in on how he didn't trust him alone with me. I stopped him short. "He's 126, Dad," I said. "He can't possibly hurt me, and you've warned me to take everything with a grain of salt. I just don't want us to come back from eating and he'd be dead, and then we came all the way out here for nothing. Let me stay. Just bring me a burrito or something." Dad looked at me for a moment, again wrestling with something, and then he looked at Mom. Mom just nodded. Okay, he said, but if he says anything weird, just remember what I said. I'm trusting you here. I'm trusting you here, but not him. I hugged him, and they walked away. I rolled my eyes as I re-entered. What could Everett possibly say? Back inside the room, I sat in what felt like a staring contest with Everett for a few minutes. I felt like he was looking through me, doing the best he could to see the wall behind me, but failing to do anything except unnerve me. As it turned out, he was organizing his thoughts. I want to tell you a story, Amber, he stated. And before you stop me, I know that Jack would have warned you about me. He's always tried to be a good person, so he let you stay. But he has thought the worst of me since 1976. So if nothing else, just consider your ear my last request. And if you must, my story a tale of fiction that should be in a children's book somewhere. He stopped and just kept looking at me, waiting for me to respond. At first, I juggled my options. I could go and maybe feel bad for breaking a dying man's heart. Or I could listen and at worst have an interesting story. Admittedly, my curiosity was piqued. What could have been so bad about this guy? That my dad, who treated everyone he ever met with respect, would simply cut him out of his life. I decided that if Everett's story would shed light on the topic, it was worth hearing. I missed the irony of him asking for an ear with a Van Gogh on the wall behind me. Go ahead, I said. In 1903, I was considered a young man at 16. I was born and raised in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, in a town named Leeds Point. Now, it's just a wide spot in the road. But back in 1903, I experienced something there that I haven't spoken of to date, except to my son, Oliver, who died in 1984. And Jack, I am breaking my silence now, because a debt I owe is finally due. In the summer of 1903, I was 16 years old, with only the cares of a girl down the street, and where my next nickel was coming from. In my spare time, I could be found wandering out in the pine thickets, hunting the squirrels and fishing in the several brooks that ran through my father's 59 acres. Sometimes Abigail and I would go together, and we'd sit in the tops of the trees and ride out the occasional afternoon thunderstorm. Once in a while, I would dare to steal a kiss, and Abigail would giggle. These days, it's considered unwise for a couple so young to get married. But back then, tons of folks got married when they hit 18, and we were happy knowing that we could. But on July 3rd of that idiot of a summer, I lost her, and I prayed to a God that I no longer believe in for a chance to get her back. July 2nd started just like any other day. I woke up before sunrise with Dad, helped him feed the few cows we had, and rode my horse, Zip, down to the drugstore for a newspaper. The only important thing I remember reading in it was that Ed Delahanty had died, an old baseball player that not many even recollect. We also had a town picnic planned every July 4th, and the back page had a bit about that. Anyhow, I was jabbering with a man on the corner outside the general store when Zip started acting skittish. I got him settled down just in time to see the shadow pass below me. At first, I thought it was just an old sand crane, flying lower than usual, but I looked up and saw something a good bit bigger. It was right in the sun, so I couldn't see much more than a silhouette, but it looked like one of those horses with wings, like in mythology. A Pegasus, I think. I know that sounds childish, but that's what I saw. The man I'd been conversing with saw it too. We just looked back at each other with a "What the blazes was that?" look on our faces, and then back up at the sky. It was gone. We searched the horizon with our hands over our brows, but didn't see anything. I don't remember exactly what the man said to me after that, but it was something about needing to get home. I galloped Zip home, careful not to exert him too much because it was particularly hot that year. I stopped by Abigail's to see if she'd seen it too, but after offering me some pie, her mother said she had gone out picking blackberries for the town picnic. I told her how obliged I was for the pie and went on home. At home, I told Dad what I had seen, and he laughed that low, sort of sad-like laugh that said I was just a youngster that had spent too much time in the sun. I went to sleep that night feeling a little uneasy. It wasn't very often in the summer But I didn't see Abigail for a whole day. And on top of that, I saw something. I kept telling myself that Dad was right, that I had been too long in the sun, and looking right into it had caused me to see things that weren't there. But you have to understand, dibbuks, devils, and the like weren't considered impossibility back then. Science and medicine hadn't come so far, and people still thought that a ghost was something as simple as a cold spot in the road. Not to mention, I was a naturally curious boy. I wanted to know what I saw. It seemed like I'd only been asleep for a couple minutes when Dad was waking me up with a candle in his hand. I got the feeling pretty quickly that something wasn't quite right. I heard voices in the kitchen. Dad had a face on that said not to ask questions. I got up, pulled on my overalls and boots, and went through the swinging door into the next room. Abigail's mother was sitting in our old rocking chair, crying. A few of the other men from town were out on the front porch, talking in almost whispers. I could see one had an old Remington side by side through the front window. Abigail didn't come home tonight, my father whispered as I walked out on the porch. My heart almost bounded out of my chest as I ran through a whole list of places she could be, but according to the clock in the living room, it was almost 2 in the morning. Abigail wasn't one to disobey her mother. Her father, God rest him, had raised her right, and when he died working on the railroad, it tore her up. She followed his rules almost as a memorial, and her mother almost never had to discipline her. It was unheard of to be out past nightfall, unless she was with me or Dad. I told the men that the only place she might be was the old blackberry bushes out by Briar Creek, where we would fish sometimes, with nothing else to start with. All the men mounted their horses. No one told me to stay behind. I think they knew it would have been useless. We rode in silence, except for the clopping of our horses' hooves. Much later, I found myself wandering deeper into the woods, having separated from the group hours before. I had left Zip to wander back home at the edge of the forest, because the trees were going to be too thick for him to be any use. I was backing farther than I'd ever been. Our back 20 acres had ended a couple hours before when I went under a barbed wire fence. The pine trees grew steadily bigger around, and the briar patches cut my arms as they became almost impossible to avoid. The wind-up pocket watch my grandfather had left me told me it was almost 7 in the morning, but the thick trees made it seem much earlier, allowing only a few rays of sunshine to reach the pine needle carpet below. Eventually, the needles got so thick that nothing grew through them, and I remember thinking how relieved I was to be free of all the sticker bushes when I saw the damnedest thing. The trees thinned to form a small meadow full of dead grass, and in the middle stood a tree, the likes of which I'd never seen, and never have again. It seemed like an oak tree, but it wasn't at the right height for its girth. 5 men couldn't have reached around it if they'd been holding hands, but the leafless branches were coming off low enough for me to reach up and grab them. The tree's crown spread out so far that it put the most of the meadow under its shadow, and that meadow was almost the size of a baseball diamond's infield. But despite all that, it wasn't what had my undivided attention. No, what caught my eye was the big hollow at the bottom, betwixt 2 of its massive roots. Abigail had given me the story of Alice and the rabbit hole. This one was definitely big enough for Alice, maybe even a horse, but I definitely didn't want to find out where it led to. As I got closer, I could hear a low buzzing, like a beehive or a bunch of flies on a carcass. I got close enough to see down the hole, but got no closer. The bug sound was definitely coming from down there. I stared down only for another moment before it suddenly stopped, and I heard the dead grass breaking behind me. I saw it clearly for the first time. A horse with wings, just like I thought I'd seen the day before, stood not 20 feet from me, stomping the earth with its nailed hooves. I followed its legs up, seeing its fur, the color of blood when it's been out in the air too long. Its wings were leathery and veined, like a bat's, and as they folded down, they revealed the creature's rider, a pale man, the whiteness of his skin outdone only by his clothing. He had bright blonde hair and dark eyes, and his gaze made the hair on my arms stand up. I took a few steps back, tripping over a tree root and falling flat on my back. I heard the man come off his horse as I got back to my feet. "Hello there," he said, in a voice as sharp as a razor, but smoother than the leather you'd sharpen it on. "I suppose you must be Mr. Abernathy. I thought you might find your way here. Strong-spirited as you are." I stood there, still afraid to say much of value. The fact that he knew my name, although we'd never met, hadn't occurred to me. I opened my mouth to say something. Anything. But all I could do was look from that ruined stallion back to its jockey in disbelief. "Oh, speechless I see," he continued. "Well, I have that effect on most of the people I encounter. Something about my pallor, I suppose." With that, he walked to his monstrosity's front end and patted him on the snout just before feeding him something that looked like an oversized chicken liver. He patted it again and kept on. "Still looking for your friend, I presume?" "How silly of me. Of course you are. Well, I'm pleased to inform you that she is perfectly safe for the moment." "Oh, come now. Let's do away with that oafish jaw flapping. You'll swallow a fly." Something about his taunting gave me the swift kick in the ass I needed to speak up. "Yeah, I'm looking for her. I reckon you know where she is by what you just said. I'd like her back if you feel so obliged." I stammered. "Well, of course, I expected as much. And you have manners. What a surprise. Humans seem to lose their etiquette decades ago, but you, sir, are an exception. Americans especially. They are so unrefined. But I digress. I will return her to you in due time. But of course that is contingent on your submission." The man spoke with the giddiness of a small child, excited about a new toy to play with. But I swear up and down that he had plenty more smarts than he let on. He was trying to play opossum with me. He already knew I would have done anything for Abigail. He'd caught me at a time when hormones were doing most of my thinking, and he would have bet the farm on it. "I'm not leaving here without her. What do you want?" I choked out. Now, don't lose your cool, Mr. Abernathy, or the outcome of your predicament will not be in your favor. So, back to business. I only asked for what I would call projection. Most people here call it a soul." "Oh, I see the alarm on your face. But not to worry. It's quite a painless process, I assure you. And you don't lose your soul presently. In actuality, you would merely be providing me with a voucher, implying rights to it when you expire." He cackled with amusement after he finished up, and my mind had been running faster than a greyhound for a rabbit since it started. How on earth did this man plan on taking my eternal soul? Could he actually do it? At first, I doubted it. But then I looked back at his pet. Something like that I had only read about in some Greek storybook. And someone just fooling around wouldn't just happen to have what the world didn't even believe to exist. I thought hard about my next words. "So, you'd like my soul?" I asked. And he simply nodded in agreement, a flat look on his face. "So, pretty much, it just belongs to you when I die?" "That is correct, my young friend," he replied. "All you have to do is consume one of those delectable fungi over there." He pointed to a small patch of dark brown toadstools growing near the base of the big oak. They were small, but there were a lot. I didn't like the idea of eating a mushroom I'd never laid eyes on before. "How do I know it won't just kill me and let you ride off into the sunset?" I asked. "Ah, a clever one you are. Quite simply, my boy, you don't. All I can do is promise you that after you eat it, you will lose consciousness, and when you awaken, you will find yourself at home in your bed, and Abigail will be safe and sound back with her mother. With no memory of her little ordeal, you will both be happy together. But if I may be so bold, does it really even matter if I can promise you anything? Would life be worth living to you without her?" He had me. Placating or not, he had me. I suppose not, I spat. Stupendous. Now I can comfort you further by saying that I desire your soul more than anybody's at this very moment. Not many of your variety present themselves. I suppose that's irrelevant when you have infinity to search. But nevertheless, I must obtain it for my collection. If you die here, who knows where your spirit will go? I need control before it is released. So if you please, he pointed me to his mushrooms, and I went to them, wondering what I had gotten myself into. It seemed pretty simple. Eat a mushroom, get Abigail back. So what if I gave up my soul? It was worth it to save my girl. I reached down and tried to find the smallest one I could. I picked one, and after a minute, I finally worked up the nerve to put it in my mouth. It felt slimy and unnaturally cold for the summer heat. I looked at the man, fully immersed in the grooming of his animal, and continued chewing, swallowing the bits as quickly as I could to get rid of the taste. It was awful. Worse than the toad I lived as a youngster, playing like one of those folks from the old Grimm's book. The last thing I remember before the lights went out was the pale man, looking at me like a lion at a lamb chop, a triumphant smile on his face. I woke up the next morning, in my own bed, as promised. I shut up and looked around the room, wondering how I'd gotten there. Then I remembered the man and his steed. It had to have been a dream, I thought to myself. But I still had the taste of that mushroom in the back of my throat. I put on my shirt and overalls, trying to get my head around what had happened. I finally got my boots on and rushed through the house looking for Dad. He wasn't around, so I went out the front door, headed for Abigail's. She was on her front porch swing, humming and reading a hymnal. My heart leaped at the sight of her. I never asked her about what happened or what she remembered. She just told me she'd fallen asleep in a tree with her book and hadn't woken up till the next day. She walked home and was surprised at all the fuss that had been made. But her mother had been so relieved to have her back that she didn't so much as tongue lash her. As for me, Dad said that the search was called off when she finally turned up, and I'd returned a couple hours later and gone to bed without a word. He'd given me my space because he figured I was beat. Abigail and I got hitched 2 years later, and eventually I rarely thought about that day out in the Pine Barrens. Immediately afterwards, lots of people were talking about what they'd seen flying through the sky that day. People all over New Jersey, in fact. But I kept my mouth shut, afraid to speak of any of it. We had 7 wonderful children, 3 boys and 4 girls. I got pretty good at breeding horses and made a fair amount at it. We were happy for almost 15 years. Until one day the county sheriff came to my door carrying my oldest son's hat. He'd been out making his rounds selling the paper and dropped some of them. They went blowing across the place, and he ran after them, not watching where he was going. He had run up on the town's old dry well and gone right over the side, his hat coming off as he did. His neck had broken when he hit the bottom. A freak accident, they'd told me. My wife and I took it hard. It took us almost 2 years to get back to normal. And just when things started seeming okay, our next oldest died. In a way I prefer not to recollect. I'm going to make the rest quick. The rest of Abigail and my children died one by one, except for your grandfather. Each death as violent as the next. Over the next 3 years, we endured what no parents should, having to bury our own children. I'd begun suspecting that I had been overcharged back on that day in the woods when our second child died. By the time our 6th one was gone, I had decided that I would jump off the dam downriver. I got as far as the road across it, but then I couldn't do it to Abigail. She had been through just as much, and she was being so strong. It wasn't fair for me to be a coward, while she sat at home, barely holding herself together, naive to the deal I had made to save her. Then, on my 45th birthday, Abigail went to the doctor because she just couldn't find any energy. All the doctors in New Jersey knew it was a blood problem, but they couldn't figure out exactly what. Everything they tried seemed to work for a while, and then became completely useless. She struggled through it for 11 years. Some days, Abigail would be almost normal, but on others, she would cry out from bed to our dead children. It chilled me to the bone. and I couldn't stand to watch her waste away, knowing that every minute of it was my doing. She suffered until she was 54 years old, and finally, gracefully, she passed. So here I am, 126 years old. I watched all but one of my children die horribly, and watched my only love struggle against the dark for a decade. I've seen things no father or husband should, and something has kept me here to keep reliving it every night. I just need someone to know that on that day, so many years ago, I looked down that hollow and unknowingly witnessed the depths of hell. I turned around and struck an accord with its keeper. I sort of stared blinkingly at Everett for a few seconds before I said anything. What the hell kind of story was that? Did he really expect me to buy this? Was he delirious because of his illness? Was it all metaphor? Either way, eventually I pushed those questions aside and asked what I thought was a more pertinent one. So what does this have to do with my dad? Sure, everyone but you and Grandpa died, but that doesn't explain why your grandson hates you so much. Well, he paused. When all I had left was your grandfather, Oliver, I became overwhelmingly paranoid about preserving him and trying to keep him from what I was convinced was some sort of curse. In 1964, your father was born. He may not want you to know this, but he had a twin, David. David lived for 2 years and then was diagnosed with an all-too-familiar blood disorder. He was dead by his 3rd birthday. Oliver had gotten started a little late with a family because, frankly, of my meddling and trying to keep him from falling in love, lest he have to share my fate somehow. Of course, with the death of David, my fears were realized. After all, I clearly had signed off on something I didn't comprehend, and I didn't know if I could pass it on, or if I died, if it would be passed on until the debt was paid. I began to see my agreement for what it really was. My soul was on loan to me until I died, with the souls of my children as interest. The only remaining child would be left to allow more interest to be paid by their offspring, and so forth. I was overbearing with Oliver for a time, yes, but with the right intentions. Our relationship was strained, to say the least, but I kept things to myself for a little over a decade, starting in 1965 for the sake of his happiness. Of course, I kept a watchful eye from a bit of distance as the fear slowly eroded me. It did, however, please me that Oliver had developed a healthy concern for what I had told him as he shared my story with his wife. Your grandmother, Denise, was of course skeptical of the whole thing, and at first dismissed it as one of those stories that get passed down through a family, getting more grotesque as the years pass to facilitate entertainment, avoid redundancy, and instill identity. But the more she thought about it, the more she wondered. And eventually she started doing research of her own. Over time, she gathered quite a bit of information about all of my children. Death certificates, newspaper articles, and the like. Of course, she began to suspect that, rather than some supernatural happening, I had simply been murdering my children somehow, not to mention Abigail. She kept this to herself to avoid upsetting Oliver, but it took its toll. Their relationship was at times adverse, Denise dwelling on what she thought she knew, and Oliver doing his best to pretend it was all a fable. When your father turned 12, I decided that I couldn't keep things to myself anymore, and I had to keep trying. Yet, your grandfather would hear none of it. I knew how Denise felt, so I skipped her and resigned to telling my remaining grandson everything instead. He was 12, after all, easily impressionable, and perhaps still capable of believing such a tale. As such, I thought he would come to understand. The entire plan blew up in my face. Besides the deal I made in 1903, it has been my single greatest regret to assume that I could simply manipulate what family I had left. A few days after I told Jack, his adolescent lack of discretion got the best of him, and he brought up my story at the dinner table. I immediately received a visit from Oliver, chastising me for telling such things to a 12-year-old. He not so politely told me to stay it out of his life. So I did. In time, The strain on Denise became too much for her to bear, as Oliver would not acknowledge that I could be a serial killer, and she would not consider the possibility that I was telling the truth. She was utterly convinced that Abigail had simply fallen asleep in that tree, and I had created the entire story as a delusion of grandeur, as I slipped further into insanity. She left Oliver with your father in 1977. Your dad grew up and came to blame me for splitting up his parents and possibly poisoning his brother. That is why he despises me, why I could not attend Oliver's funeral in 1984, and why he hasn't spoken to me since I told him all this in 1976. But I believe that I have been kept alive for so long because the devil realized that he could collect more souls as part of the contract as long as I kept my own. It is my hope that when I die, the contract will expire with me. At that point, I was convinced that Everett at least believed the story he was pandering. Whether or not I thought it was true was a totally different story. All I could hear was Dad warning me about the manipulation. I sat, staring at the floor, while Everett presumably stared at me, awaiting a reaction. Mercifully, I heard my parents talking in the hall, and I stood up to go let them in. "Why are you so pale?" Mom asked.
Dad.
My blood sugar is probably a little low, I replied. I glanced back at Everett, and he gave me a nod of gratitude. This was his little secret with me, the last secret he would share with anyone. It was up to me what I did with it. As we ate, I became less enthralled with Everett's story, and my parents commented on my color coming back to my face. Dad occasionally glanced at Everett, who slept, and then returned to the casual dinner conversation. Finally, when the last bit of sun disappeared behind the Minneapolis skyline, my dad announced it was time for us to head back home. We turned to say our goodbyes, and as my dad found the courage to put a hand on Everett's shoulder, I noticed that he didn't seem to be breathing. He did not stir when my father touched him. "Dad," I said. He looked at me, tears in his eyes, and nodded. We turned to leave, as I began to dismiss the story he had told as the delusional final visions of a dying man. I turned back to look at Everett one last time. A single fly crawled from out of his slightly open mouth, over his upper lip, and into his nostril. My blood ran cold with relief. I told my parents everything Everett had said, and although my father was initially upset with how I'd learned of David, we moved past it. However, I omitted the part about believing him. I didn't want them burdened with that, and I didn't want to sound like a simpleton. I just told them that I thought it was Everett's way of making sense of his mistakes, and we've never spoken of it again, to this day. As I mentioned, it's 8 years later now, and I'm about to have twins myself. I guess it runs in the family. I've never mentioned any of this to my husband, Michael, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't concerned about having more than one baby. If this is a curse, did it die with Everett? Or am I stuck with it now? Obviously, my great-grandfather didn't understand everything about what he'd done. Whatever or whoever he met out in those woods, only time will tell. Story 4. I sat on a bench under an autumn-dried tree, where I usually spent my time after school. The cemetery was empty. No surprise, an occasional mourner dropped flowers. Always some old person coming in to see a lost loved one, or a jogger taking a new route for change. Nobody goes to a cemetery because they want to. At least, nobody but me. It's not like a daughter or son would stop by to see a parent who's passed away. It's those little things you notice after a while. Who cares and how they show it? I was reading a book to set the mood. Poe's ever atmospheric, the pit and the pendulum, to be specific. It always made sunny days turn to cold nights with the aid of my parasol to cast a much-needed shadow over me. Oh, the last thing I needed was a tan. The gray clouds too few in numbers to fend off the sun above. At least it was quiet. No noise from any cars, since the only thing nearby was a small neighborhood straight out of Leave It to Beaver. Even though the cemetery was out of the way from my house, I'd rather be around a bunch of dead dudes than be bored to death in my room. There's nobody to relate to in this backwater town, especially for a girl that wears all black and would prefer a flannel skirt with chains over tight jeggings. I always look at the other girls at school and knew for a fact that I didn't want to be like them. Loud, flirty, giggling at every little thing, trying to get a guy's attention. It's just not for me, but what are friends for anyway? All they do is tell you what to do, what to wear, how to do your hair, talk behind your back, take up your time, and make you miserable. Who needs them? I was starting to sink into the story when someone walked by, the scuffling of their shoes on the cement path making me look up. It was a boy, cute as can be. I remembered seeing him at school before, maybe an 11th grader at the most. Probably a track guy with the strong legs and slim size he had. He was looking at me right when my eyes got up to his and I tensed up, unwantedly, pretending like I was still reading. When the feeling of someone coming too close popped my bubble, I looked up again slowly, as if I didn't know who was there. Haven't seen you somewhere before? He asked. I tried to find my place while talking. I don't know. I haven't seen you here before. He pointed at the nearby gates at the end of the path, where the timeless suburb was. I live right there, super close by. I never really cut through here since cemeteries give me the creeps. There was a short pause, but he didn't leave. What are you doing here? Just reading. I'm trying. For what? School. Nope. School? Nope. For fun. Cross-legged. I wiggled my foot, like when a cat wags their tail angrily. Do you mind? I kind of go to a place with no people for a reason. He held his hands up defensively, a thumb hanging onto the strap of his backpack. Sorry, I was just being friendly. You like stories? I got a story for you. It's about this cemetery. You'll love it. I gave in, flooded by his pestering. He was lucky he was cute, or else I would have ignored him in the first place. I didn't realize that was why I let him talk. Not until later. I felt shallow, but it's not really anything new. I wasn't alone in that way of thinking. I'm sure any human being would rather sit down with someone they wanted to kiss than sit down with someone they wanted to kill. He seemed pretty human to me. I slammed the book shut, frowning at him, hoping it would intimidate him. Go ahead, impress me. He sat next to me without an invitation, chuckling as if he was impressed by his own story before he even told it. It's an old legend that my dad told me. After we moved here a few years back, he told me to be careful when you put your hand on a grave, because if you do, it will stir up the soul of the person buried there. I yawned, patting my black lips with a gloved hand. That's baby stuff. Let me guess. Then the soul haunts you forever. He seemed to enjoy it when I overdramatically gnarled my hands at him, and my crappy attempt at a Romanian accent put a smile on his face. Close. But let me finish. He insisted. I'm not done yet, you little know-it-all. I squished my face at him, perhaps a bit too flirty now that I look back. It was one of those habits I didn't even know I had. You see, the legend has it where you put your hand on a gravestone. Then you say the words, from me to you. If you do that, the soul enters your body, and the spirit will come to you to ask for something. If you do what it asks you to, you get a reward, like something you really want. But if you don't, then the spirit takes over your body, and your soul gets lost forever. I snorted, laughing under my hand. There was no way to look cute doing that, but that didn't stop me from trying to be dainty about it. So, how long does it take for the spooky spirit to steal your soul? Let me guess, 13 days? 800 hours? Something cheesy like that? Not even. It's different from person to person, like an addiction. Some can fight it, Others can. It's all a matter of will. I mean, I've never done it before. In fact, I don't believe in it really. It was just some stupid story my dad would always say to scare me. I guess he just didn't want me to get lost in here by accident or something. Sounds like he cares a lot. I'd never be able to know the feeling. He didn't catch it. Either that or he didn't have the time to bother with my daddy issues. Instead, all he did was awkwardly give me a wave and slap the side of his jeans. Well, I'm Gerard. It's been nice talking to you, but I've got to run. It's been nice talking to you, but I've got to run. Right when he turned his back to me, I replied, I'm Helena. He turned around, surprised that I even bothered to tell him my name. Maybe the eyeliner made him think my stare was cold when it was really warmer than wanted. But that was me trying to get in his head. What he did do was give a grin, like someone handed him a gift. Helena. Cool. It fits, a unique name for a unique girl. I actually smiled at the remark. It wasn't every day someone called me unique in a nice way. It's not like anything was needed to be said. He waved goodbye and left the gates. I watched him walk all the way across the cemetery before I even remembered I had a book on my lap. I tried getting back into the story. But the stupid story he told me took up my brain like a damn study session. I couldn't focus on the written words in the pages. Once the book's spell was broken, it's like fixing a broken mirror. More trouble than it's worth. I decided to head on home, taking the opposite gate that Gerard took. Picking up my parasol, I nearly skipped my way out of there. There was joy in my step I wasn't used to. The joy I never really felt before. Passing a line of graves, my eye caught a name that got my attention. The gravestone of Lenore Wu, 1987. 2012. Died at the age of 25. Barely 10 years older than me. If only it said what she died of. But that would be asking too much to put on someone's gravestone for all to see. I quickly assumed in my head that it was the usual drunk driver victim they have every month, even in such a small town like mine. But that name, Lenore, I couldn't pass it up. What would taking a second to prove the story wrong do? I mean, a small part of me thought the story could be possible. That part of the body that says ghosts are real and aliens exist, while the other 99% of me told my feet to keep walking, almost throwing myself against the porous slab of granite. I put a hand in the stone, right over her name. It was a lot colder than expected, especially for something that's been out in the sun all day. Despite going to the cemetery for so long and so many times, it was the first time I've ever laid hands on one. Closing my eyes, I whispered under my breath, "From me to you." For a second, I waited, expecting hands to come out of the ground and drag me under, or for some kind of ghostly cloud to seep into my mouth. But, no, nothing happened. The wind kicked up a bit, blowing some dead leaves over my fishnet stockings. That was it. Slipping my hand down into the grass, I pouted mentally. Knew it. It's just a stupid bedtime story. Getting up, I huffed loudly, brushing the bits of crumpled leaves off my knees. Oh well, now I know. I walked home right after that, disappointed the whole way and thinking about Gerard. I don't know why. It's not like he's Tom Hardy with a sawed-off shotgun and a chained-on mask. He just seemed so real, nothing fake. Not trying to impress people around him, not trying to get me to go out with him, and not trying to get me to like him. It was a natural friendliness I wasn't used to, abrupt as it was. He could probably smell the loneliness radiating off of me from a mile away, like a bloodhound searching for an escaped convict in the woods. Usually, I try to send people off as fast as they start talking. But with him, I didn't mind. I kind of liked his voice and the lips he used to talk with. The conflicting feelings circled around in my head the entire way home. I even started thinking about keeping an eye out for him at school tomorrow. The house was empty. Mom at work, so nobody to bother saying hello to. The time I got out of school was the time she left, only actually getting to see her once or twice. Before I started spending time at the cemetery, it seemed like the pictures of us scattered around the walls was the only reason I remembered how she looked. I've always hated the pictures she had of me when I was younger, all smiling and stuff. It looked disgusting, but they made Mom happy, so it was bearable. That didn't mean I never tried to throw them away before. And boy, did I learn the punch my mom was packing on that day. There was no reason for me to go into the kitchen. The leftovers in the fridge were going to be untouched once again. Even though I looked like Jack Skellington with spiky black hair and snake bites, I didn't have much of an appetite. I think I was too skinny. But I always got compliments about it. Not even a million. "You look good" would make me feel better about the way I looked. I tried to avoid the mirror built into the closet in my room at all cost. The more I looked, the more I felt that I shouldn't be who I was. Night arrived faster than I could even realize. The dark curtains I covered my window with, concealing the outside world. One by one, I blew out the black candles that I had lighting the room and keeping it warm, with only one left burning on my nightstand. I lay in bed and stared at the heavily shadowed In This Moment and Nightwish posters I had scattered along my walls. I felt tired, and I had nearly passed out during class earlier. But I couldn't get relaxed. No matter how much I tossed and turned, I couldn't get any sleep. The candles flame wisped like coiled snake ready to strike. A distortion in the air. I noticed a slow increase of pressure in the air, half hidden by the stuffiness and scent of the dead candles. I buried my head into the pillow, hoping that putting my hands into the cool underside would get me relaxed enough to doze off. It didn't work. My eyes as wide open as ever. With my nose pressed deep into my pillowcase, my heart started pounding when the slightest amount of weight fell at my feet. I froze, pretending that I was asleep, that I was part of the bed itself and my body was just a folding in the thick sheets. Someone was on the bed with me, and there was nobody else that was supposed to be home. I hadn't had a cat since I was 10, and whoever was here with me had the chilling presence of a winter's draft. The bed creaked softly, my visitor leaning forward. The sound of a girl crying softly was amplified in the quiet of my enclosed room, the sound coming from the end of the bed. I couldn't do it. She sounded distant for being so close, like she was speaking from behind the walls. Couldn't go on. I didn't know why my brain presumed the most unlikely solution to what was happening. But then again, maybe having someone suddenly appear out of thin air fueled the idea that what I did in the cemetery had actually worked. "Lenore Wu, is that you?" She didn't answer, too occupied with crying her eyes out. Sitting up, I could see the back of her head, long black hair draped over her shoulder. The white nightgown she wore glowed in the dim light. Her skin hinted with a lifeless blue. Empathy tugged at my heart. I've been at that point where crying was the last resort, the last thing your body would allow. No matter how much I tried to stay calm, I was shaking like crazy, frightened of what was on the other side of that flowing curtain of hair. I cleared my throat, talking to her like she was a helpless child. "What is it? Why are you crying? Why are you crying? What could I do to help?" Bring her back to life like we're in some crappy teen movie about Greek demigods. She came back, and she came back through me. I had no idea what she had in store for me, but even before she opened her mouth, I was willing to do anything. Mostly to get her the hell away from me, and also kind of because I wanted to prove to myself that I could do something good for once. But still, I wasn't willing to run away from such a thing. "I couldn't do it," she said in the tiniest voice, as if she was on the other side of a wall instead of a few inches away. I couldn't go on with it. I thought about putting a hand on her shoulder, but I didn't dare to touch her. I had no idea what she was planning. If she was going to attack me, or turn around and show me some kind of gaping hole for a face. My mind was almost more focused on the things she could do to me than what she was actually doing. Sitting there like a girl who was dumped on prom night, I held my knees in, hugging myself to get a grip on the current matter. If I wasn't so tired and used to the idea of talking to people who weren't there, I probably would have waited until morning to go to the nearest nut house. Go on with what? I asked, resting my cheek on my knee. My body was to the point of being unresponsive, but I myself was wide awake and at full attention. Nobody wants to listen to me, she said pitifully. Nobody cared. I care. No, you don't. Try me. She started to turn around, making me flinch back from the thoughts in my head running wild. And when I saw her face, I was relieved to see the face of a pretty Asian girl. Her hair covering one eye, her lips were dark blue, and her eye was pure red. But strangely, I wasn't afraid anymore. Crawling over to sit beside her at the foot of the bed, I slowly tried to touch her bare shoulder. It was a block of ice, but I kept my hand on her skin, having it warm up with my body heat. She seemed to steady her breathing when I got closer, finally able to talk normal. You really want to listen to me? Of course. I'm sure there's a lot to say about how you know. Lenore looked down at her hands and guided them up to her eyes, holding them shut. My parents wanted me to be something. To be someone. They came from China, thinking it would be better here. Right after high school, they wanted me to go to college. I need money to go to college, so I had to get a job. I was in a good college. I had the job. Everything seemed so good. Sounds good? I agreed. So what happened then? I had to pay for my tuition, even after the financial aid. Working and studying in classes. I barely had any time to sleep. Sometimes I would lie in bed and keep myself awake because I was afraid that I was going to miss class. Halfway through, I lost my job. Then I started failing classes. All I had in my mind was the debt I had, the credit cards I had to use and couldn't pay. I had to leave college with less than what I started with. That sounds awful, I said after a few seconds of staring at my dresser. It was all I could think of saying, for as little as it mattered. I knew exactly where the story was going from there, but I allowed her to continue. She raised her head up, shaking again. Her hair slowly started getting wet, and her skin started to dampen, nearly having my hand slip right off. I held her closer, not caring about getting my clothes wet from the water gradually pouring out of her like she was melting. I knew the setup. I knew the state of mind it puts a girl in, and I knew all she wanted was a hug at the least. With a quivering hand, she grabbed my arm, trying her best to hug back. I borrowed money from a friend. She continued hesitantly. I told her I would pay her back when I could. I bought a bottle of sleeping pills and walked all the way to the beach outside of town. One by one, I sat there at the pier, swallowing one pill after another, thinking of all the things I wasn't going to be able to do. The last thing I remember was falling headfirst into the water and falling asleep at the same time. And I never woke up after. I held her by the shoulders, looking her in the eye. Lenore, you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to go all the way like that. Why didn't you just tell that friend you borrowed money from? She was a friend of yours. She would have listened to you. She would have gotten help. How could she? I had nothing. I had less than nothing. I wasted entire years for nothing. I had more debt than I could ever pay back. I don't even know if I could have called anyone a friend. I barely talked to anyone. I never sat down and talked to anyone about anything. Just study, work, study, work, study, work. I just want someone to say I wasn't a total failure. I just want someone to say it wasn't all for nothing. Lenore, you're not a failure. I may be, but you are not. You got to go to a good college. You even got a job. Half of the world couldn't say the same. The only thing you did wrong was give up. But nobody could ever say you didn't succeed. You almost had what you wanted. You almost made your parents proud, but you blew it, not by failing the classes, but by ending your life the way you did. If you had a second chance, I'm pretty sure you would have just gone back home and tried to give it another go. The face you made was like she had inherited a fortune, a face so grateful, it nearly glowed in heavenly light. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you so much. Now I can go on, knowing that there was a chance that I didn't take. This whole time, I thought there was no other way. Now, I can rest in peace, thanks to you. No problem, I said, a bit too casual thinking back to it. Anytime. I'm sure this is the last time I'll see you. I kind of wish we were friends in real life. I'm pretty sure we could have gotten along. She smiled, looking more like an adorable child than a 20-year-old specter. Me too. Although you kind of seem like a weirdo. I hacked out a laugh. Don't push it. I shall reward you for your sympathy and kindness. A gift from me to you. I was shocked. Everything was exactly how Gerard said it would be. My body flashed with an electric jolt of joy. I would have jumped and squealed if my legs weren't like two wet noodles. Thank you. I don't really know what I want, though. Nothing I would want to waste a gift like this on, at least. She pulled me down and tucked me under the covers, keeping her contagious smile. You know what you want, and you'll get it. Goodbye, Helena. See you on the other side. Lenore walked out of the room and closed the door behind her. Instantly, I woke up, not even remembering when I had fallen asleep. My room was covered in the gentle glow of the morning sun. It was earlier than when I usually woke up. Most of the time I would look at my alarm clock and jump out of bed for being late. This time, I saw I still had plenty of time to get ready and actually get a chance to eat breakfast. Something I usually had to skip. There was an unusual peacefulness in the air, like every worry in the world was erased from existence. But school would fix that. High school had the supernatural ability to ruin anything good. I couldn't understand what had happened, and all of my class time was used up by endless wonder about the previous night. Did it actually happen? Did I really talk to a dead girl, even laugh with her? Why the hell did she tuck me in bed? That was freaking weird. Lunchtime came in and I still hadn't done anything in class. That would have alarmed me if I actually did classwork before. What had me worrying was that there were two things that could have happened. Gerard's urban legend was true, and I talked to a girl who had committed suicide, or I had one of the strangest dreams and needed to cut down on the spicy food. Either way, no matter what I determined, the scene kept playing back in my head over and over again. Through the hallway, I wasn't paying attention to anything in front of me. Just walking mindlessly like a zombie. Just walking mindlessly like a zombie. Gerard passed right by me and I didn't notice until he called out to me. Hey, Helena. You in a hurry somewhere? His voice snapped me awake from whatever trance I was in. The last thing I had in my head was Lenore saying, "You'll get it." I shook my head, seeing him walking up to me. I tried to act natural, but failed when my voice cracked right away. Oh no. I'm not going anywhere in particular. Just heading nowhere fast, you know. I pointed at the guitar in his hand, trying to hide the smile coming from the thought that he played and played well. I didn't know you played guitar. Are you any good? He looked away, a little embarrassed. I try. I'm still learning, but I can put a song together. Just nothing that I want to. All of the music I listen to has some of the craziest instruments going on. Especially prog metal. Dude, that stuff is intense. I turned my face at him. Did you just call me dude? His eyes bugged out. No, I didn't mean that. I laughed at his reaction. I'm just messing with you. But that look on your face sure was priceless. He looked at his watch. seeing it was still early in lunch. I'm not holding you up, am I? You don't have anybody waiting for you, do you? Is that why you were in a hurry? Oh, no. Nobody's waiting for me. I mean, I didn't plan to eat lunch with anyone today. In particular, I coughed uncomfortably. Well, you can sit with me if you want. All of my friends decided to play hooky today. I guess. Just nowhere too far. I don't want to run up the stairs on my way to fifth period. Walking beside him, we went to a place to sit down at. So what? They didn't tell you they were going to ditch? Or are you too much of a goody two-shoes to skip school? Well, if you ask me, it didn't matter much. I didn't know what he meant by that on that day. He saw I wasn't eating and tried to share his lunch with me. No matter how many times I said I wasn't hungry. After that, I started bringing my own lunch, waking up early enough to make one on my own. My mom snoring away in the other room in the morning. It wouldn't be so bad if my black lipstick didn't smear onto my sandwich bread. But when I applied more lipstick after eating, I would catch Guitar Boy staring at me, and I liked it. It was good to have someone look at me in a good light for once, not because they thought I was a freak. He told me he liked my piercings and he liked the way I dressed. I bet he would have said more if he wasn't so shy about things. But I liked that about him. He didn't try to butter me up or raise my self-esteem because he thought it was low like how most girls were. He treated me nice because he wanted to. I know I sound like a know-it-all a lot of the time, saying how I knew what he was thinking. That's how it goes when you observe rather than act. When you see how other people talk and react from afar. I spent a lot of time watching other people live and talk, having nothing to act upon. Until I met Gerard. That's when things changed. He hung out with me every lunch for a week. And that's when I easily assumed his friends didn't really play hokey. He asked me out that Friday. It was cute. He was all nervous and trying to make it sound like it was not a date, but dinner and a movie. That's date. It was my first. I never had anyone ask me out before, at least. I never had anyone talk to me long enough to have it as a yes or no. Anything before was just from a guy who was either desperate as hell, or thought I was, having it be the first thing they say to me, as well as the last. Gerard played some music for me at the cemetery, taking me there after the movie. Night sky, soft acoustic guitar, gravestones, the crickets chirping like they were on fire. It was a perfect end to a perfect date, made even more perfect when he kissed me by the iron gates. I never thought my heart could race so fast in such a short amount of time. When he was leaning towards me, I had to hold my breath to stop myself from freaking out. Time froze. It was just me and him in the world, in the cemetery, under a dead tree. He held me close and I held him back. I didn't think it could get any better, and I wanted to stay there holding him until the sun came up. When he said goodbye and heading off to his 1950s suburb, I fought the urge to call out to him and chase him home. I didn't want him to leave me. I knew he wasn't that kind of person. I knew he liked me a lot, but I didn't want the chance of him leaving me. I was pretty sure this was Lenora's gift to me. I mean, what else could have caused a guy like him to fall for a girl like me? So if they had the power to make him like me, I was sure the spirits right under my feet had the power to make him stay, to eliminate any doubt in my mind. On my way to the other side of the place, I strolled by a line of graves, opposite to the side I went by last time. In the moonlight, a gravestone caught my eye again, a name underlined by one of the bare branches of a tree. Roderick Usher, 1784, 1833. I didn't even know the town was old enough to have someone from the 1800s in it. But I guess even the smallest towns had to start some time. Like clockwork, I got down to the grave, put a hand on it, and said, "From me to you, I didn't know what I did differently. or if it was just my imagination anticipating what was bound to happen. But a cold pulse of something went through my arm. Right away, I felt like sweating, like a fever was swelling up. I figured I had dropped to my knees too fast, or I was unconsciously excited about the next ghost I was going to talk to. Maybe, the older the soul, the harder they hit, or something like that. After getting up and having the soothing wind relax me a bit, I headed on home, right on arrival to my ever-empty house. I nearly flopped over the welcome mat in exhaustion. The movie drained me. The kiss made my brain kick into overdrive, and the gravestone made me ready to call it a night. Getting out of my corset and into my typical skull-covered pajamas, I slipped right into bed, not even bothering to turn on any lights while getting undressed. Of course, having my head on the pillow made me wide awake. Drowsiness was avoiding me like the plague, but thankfully I had a full moon to look at, lighting up the room through the slits of the blinds. It got me thinking. I started to worry if Gerard was going to stay. I knew he liked me, but to know me, to know how I was, that was what I worried about. The thin, self-inflicted slits on my exposed arm were shadowed in the moonlight, almost amplified. I needed him to stay. I needed another from me to you, to make sure he was not going to dump me like some trash in the gutter. I've never been dumped before, but it must be awful if the sheer thought of it has the power to make me want to fall to the ground and never get back up. It was the thought of, if not him, then who? And knowing there was nobody else, the pain from pondering stabbed at my insides, making me feel tired again. I would have probably passed out right then and there, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that someone was watching me. Rolling over, I gasped at the sight of a man sitting at my desk, facing away from me. His entire body was covered in an old hooded cloak, burns and holes covering the back of it. Nothing visible under the openings. It was common for coachmen to wear that kind of thing. I figured he was riding a stagecoach for someone when a bandit came in and slit his throat. Something of that nature. That was my first impression, and it was far from the truth. He didn't turn around or move in the slightest. In a gentle and almost comforting voice, he said 2 words. "Kill yourself." I froze, holding my breath like I was trying to hide from him. He already knew where I was, and even with him facing the other way, there was no way I could escape his sight. Sitting up and leaning forward, I carefully moved as if I was nose to nose with a cobra. Not daring to blink, I kept my eyes on that faint shadow in the corner of the room as best as I could, ready for it to fly at me. I'm sure a ghost could do whatever they wanted, not chained down by a physical mass anymore. I had no idea what I was dealing with, and regret was already coursing with my blood. "Excuse me? What did you say? What did you say?" Turning his head to the side, he spoke more firm, yet still calm enough to make it sound like he was asking if I wanted more tea. "You heard me. Kill yourself." Breathing harder than ever, I could see my breath clouding in front of my mouth, the air growing colder. I tried to keep myself under control, but the best I could do was prevent tears of fear from coming out, and my shivering from being too noticeable. I'm assuming that your request?" "Yes, it is. And I believe it is the only one worth requesting. Don't you agree?" I shook my head, resisting the urge to open my big mouth and possibly anger him. I knew for a fact that the last thing I needed was for him to be angry. No, not really. I don't like that request one bit. Is there anything else I can do for you, perhaps? I only have one request in mind, and that is for you to kill yourself. You may choose the way you die, but it must be by your own hand. But why? Why do you want me to do something like that?" He stood up, I flinched back, almost falling out of the bed. "You have my request," he said, absent of emotion. "I suggest you fulfill it, or suffer the consequences." He suddenly blended with the darkness around him, disappearing before my eyes. The air grew warmer, returning the sense of life inside the room. As for the feeling of being watched, that lingered as I lay awake for the rest of the night. It was one of the longest nights of my life, looking at the ceiling and hoping it wasn't going to be my last sight of Earth. Thinking back to what had happened to Lenore and how she willingly did what I was now being requested to do. Right after, Gerard came to mind, and that was when I knew I couldn't do it, no matter what. I've already gone through the low point of puberty, and I already had the scars reminding me of how foolish I was. Never again would I give in to the temptation of an easy ending. To quote the Raven, "Nevermore, nevermore shall I succumb to the false joy I had presumed to await me on the other side." Seeing the spirits showed me that there was not much to do after death. Despite 2 life-changing visits, I still wasn't sure if the spirits were even real. Could it have simply been me going crazy? I will admit, I am not a very stable person. And when I was younger, I used to have imaginary friends. Not many, but I still had them. But everyone had imaginary friends. I'm sure I was not the only one. Could it be the loneliness getting to me, making me crack? Anyone would have had some effect after being absent of human interaction for so long, no matter how much they preferred to be by themselves. I had no clue. All I knew for sure was that I did not want to see that thing again. The coachman and his revolting request. Just thinking about him froze my skin and made my stomach feel like I was trying to digest a ball of heroin needles. I tried my best to focus on something better as I lay there stiff and deprived of drowsiness. Last time I felt like hopping out of bed and saying hello to the world. This time, I wanted to tell the world to shove it and shove it deep. I could have skipped school and just stayed in bed all day. I've done that a few times before. But I knew seeing Gerard would rid me of my stupid worries. 4 hours of pointless class time was well worth the hello kiss and the half-hour lunch we had together. It was a lot better than being in my room and waiting for the coachman to reappear, that's for sure. He could tell I was mentally preoccupied. I wasn't very good at hiding it. I silently sat there against the wall beside him, staring at my knee-high boots and fiddling with my iron cross necklace. He acted like nothing was wrong, but he most likely lost his own appetite for my draining presence. I didn't hear him touch his food in the slightest. Putting a hand over my shoulder, his warmth seemed to snap me out of the trance I was in. I tried to give him an assuring smile, mustering the weakest one in existence. "Everything okay?" he asked, trying to not sound too serious. "You've been awful quiet, and that means something with you being you." I nodded, patting his arm pleasantly. "Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Just haven't been sleeping well is all." "Up all night doing homework?" I widened my eyes. "Oh yeah, a lot of homework. Gallons and gallons of homework." "I get ya. I don't like doing homework either, but my dad monitors me like a watchdog. If he doesn't see me doing it, he takes away my friend privileges. That means no mall with bros and no movies with you. Can't have that happen, can we? No way, no way. Movies with you is what makes the week worth it." I could swear I was blushing since I felt a warmth on my face for the first time all day. Pressing my lips together, I tried to not say something stupid. Sadly, I didn't try hard enough. I really don't want to sound nosy, but I just noticed you never mention your mother. You never mention your father, he replied, more timid than aggressive. Looking down at my boots, I tried my best to keep my mind on the mud stains and think of the past. Still, it was right there, ready to take the reins of my brain and ride it to nowhere. I assume we don't mention them for the same reason. Yeah, well, not same reason, but same result. Gone. He looked down at the floor between his legs, too. It's not easy. I'm still trying to get used to my dad's lineup of girlfriends. He scratched his cheek, changing the focus over to me. So it's just you and your mom? Yep. No brothers, no sisters. No mom either, really. She always working and I only get to see her on weekends. And when I see her, I only see her getting ready to go off to the clubs or bar or whatever. We don't really bond much. Not like her and the girls. She's 35 and still acts like a teenager on her first chance to go drinking. It's like she's trying to ignore the mistake she made when she had me. Must get lonely in the house. You have no idea. If you want, I can come over sometime. I mean, so you got someone to make some noise and keep you company. I chuckled at how excitedly he said it, like a kid buying candy. Yeah, actually, yeah, I'd like that. It would be a good way for us to be alone. Well, oh, really? I mean, good. That's really good. I lightly patted his knee with the back of my hand. Down, boy. I'm inviting you to my house, not a trip to Paris. The bell rang, making lunch end in us to get up with empty stomachs and fluttering hearts. Gerard hoisted me onto my feet, holding both hands like we were about to spin around in joy. We would, but I was barely able to stand up, let alone do anything enduring. Instead, we hugged, his grip almost tightened more than the corset I was wearing. Don't say you're a mistake. You're not a mistake. Not at all. I looked up at him, my voice caught in the back of my throat. I had no idea what to say. All I could do was make sure I didn't make a fool of myself by starting to tear up or something stupid like that. Time for torture, he said, kissing me before he went off to class with a wave goodbye. I nearly forgot to head to my own class. Too busy watching him fade off into the crowd. Luckily, once my teacher started lecturing about pointless gobbledygook, I got a text from him. How about I come over tonight? That desperate, huh? I texted back. No, bored. I got nothing planned. A second text came right after. Or do you have plans? I didn't want to sound like I was ready for action so soon. I just needed someone there to keep my mind away from that damn request, and keeping my fingers crossed. Maybe the coachman would stay at bay while another person was in the room. To prevent Gerard from getting the wrong idea, I decided to reply near the end of class, keeping him waiting with the patience of a whistling tea kettle. Now I do. Today we head in my direction. His response right after was, "Can't wait." Class seemed to take forever now that I had something to look up to. But at the same time, this was the first time I dreaded the thought of nighttime. The entire day, the coachman never appeared once, and yet I could never shake off the feeling of being watched. It was like eyes were upon me from all directions, from every angle. I pretended to be asleep for the rest of the class, while I was really just hiding my face in my arms and letting the tears come out casually. I didn't know why I was crying. The tears just came out on their own, soaking into my sleeves. I was lucky I didn't cheap out on eyeliner and have it all running when I had to go meet up with Gerard. Still, I checked myself in the restroom. Just in case, wiping off the little bit that got smeared on the sides, I got out as quickly as I could, getting the usual stares and facial expressions from the people not used to seeing me. Even the hipster girls smoking pot in the spot near the stalls were giving me the look. Years of practice allowed me to shrug off the stares without scoffing anymore, something that started numerous fights before. Who knew potheads were so punchy? Sometimes I wonder if Gerard would prefer for me to be like them, like someone more acceptable. Then I realize, who the hell wants to be like them? Gerard waited for me by the school gates, like always. Seeing his face glow as I approached was a million times better than the ugly faces I got in the restroom. Once we kissed hello again, everything about school was left at the gates. just the way it should be. Walking home was different, since it was the first time in years I had gone straight home from school. It was actually the first time I didn't go near the cemetery in years. This day was the day everything seemed to change completely. It was good to have a change. Really good. The entire time we walked and talked, my mind was mostly running through what we would do in my place. Being alone in the house is the perfect time to get really close. But I was afraid to. Hell, I couldn't even kiss him without my skin feeling like it was on fire. How could I go all the way without turning into a pathetic puddle? It wasn't the actual act. It was the binds it came with that really made me nervous. I knew it was going to be worth it for me, but I also knew I couldn't make it worth it for him. The poor sap. Why does he even like me? Walking up the dirty steps to the chipped-up front door, I unlocked it and showed him in. Well, this is it. Pretty crappy, huh? As I closed the door to relock it, he looked around with an enjoyed look on his face. I actually kind of like it. It's like a haunted house, you know. He smacked the top of the couch nearby to lean on it, causing a cloud of dust to shoot up into his face. I pulled him away from the living room and into the hall, Jared's coughing subsiding quickly. Man, this place is awesome. I rolled my eyes at his obvious lie. Okay, Pinocchio. We stopped in my room, having just barely enough light coming through the blinds for me to find my lighter. I bet you can eat in your room and everything. My dad would never let me have that kind of luxury. Yeah, I guess. My mom rarely cleans, and I only clean the stuff I use. He saw me lighting up the black candles, playfully sounding smug about it. Candles, huh? Classy. No bottle of wine? I scoffed at his silly remark. Shut up, guitar boy. I'll let you handle the cheesy stuff. I just like candles more than turning on the lights. I glanced over at him, trying to stare him down in my flirty way. You got a problem with them? He sat down on my bed, hold his hands up. Not at all. The room was quiet for a while until he spoke again. You know, I can't tell if candlelight is better than moonlight. Would you be mad if I said you look beautiful in both? Lighting the last candle right when you said that. I nearly dropped the lighter and burned the entire house down. Closing it with a nervous hand, I sat down beside him, pulling my lips in, staring into his deep and tender eyes. I felt like I was going to melt as if my skin was snow. No, I won't be mad. This time, I kissed him for once. He put his arm around me. The two of us sitting there and staring at the flickering flames. I couldn't resist holding him closer and putting my head against his chest. His heart pounded like crazy, but somehow it relaxed me. It let me know that he was just as nervous as I was. Helena, he whispered, I want to make this night special. My eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. With a jolt, I nearly jumped out of the bed from what he said. Again, he did it. He put me in a spot where I had no idea what to say. I didn't want to say yes, like it was what I wanted ever since I met him. But I didn't want to say no, because it was what I wanted ever since I met him. If not tonight, then it would be never. If he didn't stay, I would have to deal with the coachman again. My mom could barely see her way to the room with all the booze she fills herself with. She wouldn't even notice if we slept in the freaking hallway. I wasn't ready at all for what we wanted to do. But I knew in my heart that this was the only way to make sure he would stay. With the second attempt at a from me to you, a major failure. I had to do things on my own. Slowly, my eyes returned to normal, making him relax again. I do too. Hesitantly, he grabbed my shoulders to kiss me hard, like he was trying to shove his lips through me. I pushed back, doing the very same to the point where it almost hurt. Behind me, his fingers tugged the lace holding up my corset, the knot coming undone. Without thinking, I held the front of it against my chest, my back completely bare. All I had going through my head was how he would see nothing but skin and bone. He held his hands up like he just stabbed me by accident. What's the matter? Is something wrong? I don't think you want to see more of me. There's nothing there to see. Holding my face with his hands, he looked deep into my eyes. He looked deep into my eyes. Helena, I'm with you for a reason. You're the only girl I wanted to see. Gently lowering my arms down, he made my corset fall down to the floor. Instead, he put a hand on my left rib, moving his way up, having his fingers bump along the protruding bones. It tickled, and then it tingled. It was an entirely new thing when another's hand felt you, the eyes still closed and my mouth in a silly grin. He set me back against the pillow, planning a kiss that didn't want to let go. There, with him surrounding me, becoming all I knew around me, I was able to feel happy. He only stopped to take off his shirt. Opening my eyes, I wasn't afraid anymore. I beckoned him to come back to me with awaiting arms. His face passed by the shadow of the curtains as he leaned back forward. That was when my heart nearly jumped out of my throat. The coachman was on top of me, taking Gerard's place, his pure white mouth sticking out of the shadow of his coat's high collar. I tried to push him away, but he pinned my arms down to the mattress. All I could do was struggle to the point where my arms felt like they were going to snap out of place. You're mine now? I saw his mouth stretch open past his neck, and I screamed as if my end was near. Regurgitating loudly, the coachman's mouth poured a shower of maggots into mine. I'd feel the little things wiggling and being squished by my lips as I tried to spit them out, feeling like I was going to choke to death on them, as well as my own vomit from the taste. I coughed and sputtered frantically. Flying off the bed, I held onto the windowsill, gasping for whatever air I could. Gerard patted my back. Whoa, what happened? Did some saliva go down the wrong pipe? Finally able to breathe normally, I checked my mouth with my fingers. The maggots were gone. Nothing but loose strands of hair clinging to the sides of my lips. With a quick sigh, I instantly felt my face get red in anger and embarrassment. Right away, I covered my eyes and tried to hide my tears. My sniffling let Gerard knew anyway, and it just made me cry more. Helena, what's the matter? I tried to stop the tears from coming, but it was already too late. I don't know. Are you having, girl stuff? Because it's cool if you are. I got the waterworks to stand by since he wasn't mad at me like I feared. He even made a better excuse than what I could have at the moment. I took it as a lucky break and rolled with it. Yeah, it's just that time of the month. It completely slipped my mind. Say no more. He grabbed his shirt and put it back on, something I mentally frowned at for happening. We can resume this thing another time when your emotions settle down. I grabbed the t-shirt I slept in that morning, taking it from the floor where I usually left it, putting it on to cover myself up. I held myself up on the bed, looking down shamefully. I'm sorry. He held me by the shoulder right away, too afraid of my supposed emotions going haywire to give me a full hug. Don't sweat it. But man, you made me think I was killing you right there. I think I was more afraid than you. I tried to keep my stomach from turning at the thought of having the cold touch of the coachman on top of me. I hope not. You don't have to walk me home, he said reassuringly. Just staying with me until I reached the door would be more than enough. I cleared my throat, my head still as unclear as a foggy blizzard. Yeah, sure. I would really want to go all the way, but yeah. We held hands all the way to the front door, even while he was putting back on his shoes. I didn't want to let go, but he couldn't stay the night, not with the freak show I just performed. I was surprised he didn't just run out and never look back with the way I just stopped the one thing we were waiting for all night. I figured guys don't care much as long as it's eventually. Or maybe he just cared enough to stay with me, while any other guy would do the exact opposite. Even though my mind was a mess and my insides felt like they were put through a grinder, I still managed to smile with him before getting the last kiss for the night. After he left, returning to my room was like walking up to an electric chair. I expected the coachman to be waiting right there for me, sitting at the foot of the bed, staring at me under the shadow of his hood. Thankfully, all I got was a messy bed and a lone candle waiting to be snuffed out. With a weak huff, I turned off the last light and crawled into bed, forced to imagine what I would have done with Gerard instead of Lavitt. I could still feel his warmth pressed against me, his fingers grabbing at my skin and his lips on top of mine. And I could still taste the sour flavor of the maggots every time I gulped. The sun came before sleep ever could, another day waiting for a dream that would never occur. It was as if days have stopped changing, and it was just a long wait until the next part of the same one. My eyes were tired despite having them closed all night. I didn't dare to open them in case the coachman was right there. I even lay on my side so he couldn't pin me down as easily, just in case. Once the sun rose, a voice did as well from the dark corner of the room. I'm waiting. Shooting my eyes open, I scanned around, seeing nobody around, not even the outline of a cloak, trying to calm my heavy and weary breathing. I went to the bathroom to try and get the drowsiness out with some cold water, splashing my face with a few handfuls. I turned off the faucet and hung onto the sink's rim, barely able to stand on my own. Looking up at the mirror, I saw my eyes still dark, like they were covered in more eyeliner than usual. Rubbing some water on them until their skin was getting sore, I realized that the uncomforting blackness was my actual skin. The rest of my face wasn't any better. Bluish veins pulsed around under my almost ghostly skin, like I was wearing a realistic sugar skull mask. The only makeup I put on was to hide the disgusting veins all over my face, and even down my neck. The last thing I need is for Gerard to be even more disgusted in me. I figured it was just from not sleeping, but somehow I wasn't even tired in a mental sense, only physically. When I was done in the bathroom, I checked my phone and remembered it was Saturday. No school, no problem, but no Gerard. That could be quite the biggie. How could I tell him I couldn't do anything after how I acted last night? How could he still like me after that amount of rejection in a row? It was still early, and I had plenty of time to at least rest up and eat before he could wake up. I wasn't hungry at all, but I figured some food could boost my energy to a point where I could walk around without passing out. Pouring myself a bowl of cereal, I added some milk and ate next to the fridge, the table too crammed with random junk to sit comfortably. The first spoonful felt like I'd bite into a chunk of burnt toast, and the second one was even worse. Spitting it up in the sink, I checked the expiration date on the box. It was nearly a year away from going bad. There was nothing wrong with it, but that didn't stop me from throwing what I had left in the bowl away into the trash. Making my way back to bed, I crawled under the covers and tried to sleep the rest of the morning away, feeling like my skin was turning to sand the entire time, as if my body was on the top half of an hourglass and dwindling away with every second. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get myself to sleep, and I couldn't get the coachman out of my head. I knew he was watching me as I struggled to sleep the entire night and past sunrise. But I stopped worrying. Not worrying is what scared me. Accepting that he was going to be there, watching and enticing me to commit to his request. Having him in my mind was no different than having him scream in my ear of what he wanted out of me. Having the idea constantly come up only made it stay in my head longer and longer. Having it stay in my head made it seem like the only way. The vibration of a text from Gerard snapped me out of my crazy train of thought. He wanted to meet up later while I wanted to just lay down and never get up. I had to do it. I had to get up and go out if I expected him to stay with me. Fighting to keep my fingers moving, I texted back, "See you soon." If I didn't get out of bed, it would surely become my unintentional coffin. Getting dressed was harder than ever, my legs buckling under the slightest shift in weight. I could barely get my boots on without having to stop and take a break, my arms collapsing by my sides like they were broken branches. Once I got walking and headed out the door, things didn't seem as hard. My shoulder brushing the wall a few times as I stumbled out of the house. Outside seemed no better than how it was inside. The gray sky was nearly black with how dull and dark everything looked. It didn't look like rain, but nothing looked colorful in the slightest. The way to Gerard's area was like walking along a blank canvas. Nothing to see but an empty and useless slate. Not even the cemetery brought me any joy. A place I once felt almost ecstatic to be with him. Gerard waited for me there, sitting on the bench where we first met. No matter how drained I was, I still mustered a smile, as faint as it was. Hey! Hey! He patted the empty half to get me to sit there. I couldn't even smell him anymore. The crisp aroma he always had that made my heart flutter when it filled my lungs. Kissing him took effort that was well worth it, and he enjoyed me resting against him. He didn't say a thing, most likely knowing that there wasn't much to say. He couldn't compliment me on how I looked unless he compared me to a ghoul. I wanted to tell him what was going on with me, but I knew for a fact he wouldn't believe me. Telling would only make things worse. So I kept my mouth shut like it was sewn shut. His phone rang, so he lifted me off for a bit so he could see who it was. Hello? Sure, what is it? Oh, come on, Dad. I got plans. Yes, I am right here in the cemetery. But, really? He huffed, turning away from me so I couldn't see his displeased face. Yeah, okay. I'm coming. All right. Okay. Bye. Trouble in the Brady Bunch household? I asked softly. He held his forehead. My dad needs me to handle some stuff in the house. It shouldn't take long. Is that fine with you? I'm sure you don't mind staying here a bit until I get back, right? I mean, you did every day before today. He chuckled while I tried and failed. I'll be right back. Just text me if I take too long. I waved weakly as he made his way back home. Take your time. There's no rush. Once he passed the gates, I felt like I was going to pass out. Holding myself up on the metal armrest of the bench, I glanced around to find my only chance of getting better. The grave of the coachman. It was the only answer that could get me back to normal. I couldn't go on like this. Maybe another day, but not an entire lifetime. Retracing my steps from last time, I walked up to the gravestone of Roderick Usher and regretted every step I made previously. He wasn't a person, he was a monster. One that was rightfully buried underground for good until I came along like an idiot. The short walk was too much for me to make without stumbling and falling into the grass. I crawled towards the grave with only one idea in mind. There was a small chance it could work, and it didn't hurt to try. Smacking my hand against the gravestone, I took in a deep breath. From me to you, nothing happened. Return. Nothing. Go back to hell from whence you came. It didn't make me feel any better. All it did was make me more angry. Get away from me. Get out of my life. Making a fist. I pounded it against the stone. All of the frustration and hatred inside of me. For him and for myself. Coming out with one punch after another. It hurt. But I didn't care. Blood streaking across the face of the hard stone. I had to stop, my knuckles bleeding and my hand shaking uncontrollably. From above, a shadow loomed over me, watching over me as always. There's nothing you can do to get rid of me, the coachman said in his sickeningly calm voice. All you can do is fulfill the request. Sitting upon his own gravestone, he leaned down to have his head right above my own. You belong to me now. You do as I tell you. You are mine. Your soul is not yours to own anymore. You idiot. I lunged upwards to take a swing at him, but he disappeared before I could even get my hand balled up. I want my life back. Now. A dark cloud gathered from the direction of the gates. and within came the coachman. "You already gave up your life once you came to me for a request, one that you so stubbornly continue to delay. You can barely stand, and yet you still want to keep going. Either give up now or continue to suffer. That is all life will offer, suffering and waiting for more suffering. That is all, and that is all it'll ever be. I won't do your stupid request. I won't do your stupid request. I won't do it." The coachman was quiet for a second, his hood tilted up slightly. "Or shall I include Gerard to get you to give in?" My body could barely move, but I still ran at him at full speed. Grabbing onto him, I punched and scratched with all I had. He grabbed my arms, but I struggled out of his grip and continued my endless fit of rage. Somehow, he got a hold on my wrist that kept quickly knocking me over to the nearby tree. Struggling to break free, I screamed and grunted like a wild animal, and when I opened my eyes, I felt like falling to the floor. Gerard was holding my arms down, his face covered in scuffs and scratches, one next to his lips bleeding badly. He looked more afraid than I was, his own eyes on the brink of tears. I couldn't speak. My mouth hung open and no words dared to come out. What could I ever say after I just attacked the only person I loved? How could I expect him to stay with me after what I've just done? "Elena, what is going on with you?" His question was more worried than angry, but anger was still there. What the hell just happened? I shoved myself out of his reach and ran. He called out to me in the distance, but I continued to run and not look back. The tears dropped far behind me and kept doing so until I was about to faint. He could have chased me down with ease, but he didn't. He didn't even try to run after me. I knew for a fact that we were done for. The town grew darker the further I walked, heading to who knows where. I didn't care anymore. I just kept going where my feet took me. My head hung lower than ever. People, cars, buildings, nothing mattered around me. All that mattered now was finding a way out. Eventually, I started walking near the water's edge, the street overlooking the river from high above. The street took me to the one bridge out of town, with me being the only one on it. Walking right to the center of the bridge, I stood at the ledge, only one step away from falling right into the dark depths below. There was nothing left for me anymore. With Gerard gone, there was nothing left. The roar of the water was calling me. Finally giving in, and without any second thoughts, I took my last step and my last breath. The fall happened faster than I imagined. No time to even realize I left the bridge up above, underwater. I thought about the mother that never cared, the father that was never there, the friends I never had, the life I never liked, and the love I would never feel again. Sinking down to the dark bottom of the river, I opened my eyes. I just stayed there. No pain and no turmoil. The only thought in my head was, I'm finally free. Free from the pain. Free from worry. Free from the shackles of life. I didn't feel like I was drowning. Not anymore. Touching down to the rocky dirt floor, someone was waiting for me patiently. Someone I was no longer angry at. The coachman sat at the front of a horse-drawn carriage, the horse's flesh remaining in little dangling strips that clung to the bone. Their eyes glowed brightly, leading the way through the darkness as if they were the last remaining lights in the world. He extended a skinny white hand, guiding me to the carriage door. I'm waiting, stepping inside. I left the world I once knew, and all the trouble it offered. Down into the depths we went, far into my watery grave. Everything I did and everything I knew was gone from my heart for good. But one thing stayed with me, Gerard. If I couldn't be with him, at least I had the memories. and for those I would die for all over again. It's been a month. It's been the hardest month I've ever had to deal with. I was half glad there wasn't a funeral. I knew I wouldn't be able to contain the tears if there was one. At least she's closer, and at least now she's in her favorite place. I know that's not much to look in the positive light, but that's all I have. What else can I say? I'm glad the last thing she did before she jumped was nearly claw my face off. She probably thought I was going to leave her. It would take more than one incident for me to even think of leaving. I should have told her. If only I told her I was going to stay. Sometimes I stayed up at night thinking if I did, maybe she'd still be alive. I feel like it was me who pushed her off the bridge. And no matter how many times I try to think rationally, the guilt is always there. Today, I felt the most guilty passing the cemetery bench. The place wasn't the same without seeing her sitting there, reading her book like she always did. I saw her there so many times before I gathered up the courage to talk to her. Were those few days of happiness really worth her early end? No matter how many hours I pondered, I could never understand why she did it. On the way to her grave, all I could think about was that very night it happened, and how I was in the same place it happened in. Even though the snow layered over her spot was freezing cold, I kneeled down. For some weird reason, I imagined being down to her gravestone was the closest thing I could get to being face to face. Seeing Helena's name etched permanently on that stone, it made it hard to contain myself. I miss you, I said aloud, as if she could hear me through the coffin, dirt, and snow. It's hard being without you. Clearing my throat, I set the flowers in my hand down to lean against the base of the gravestone. Snow overhead falling to gently bury them. I've never bothered to visit a grave until now. It wasn't until now that I had a good reason to. They're black roses, I told her, pretending she was right in front of me, wishing was more like it. I remembered they were your favorite. It's the least I could do. Consider it a late gift. I set my hand on the cold face of the gravestone, feeling it heat up from my touch. From me to you. Story 5. Mr. Leaves was here. Those were the first words out of my daughter's mouth that morning. I dismissed the chatter as normal for a 7-year-old girl. It didn't seem strange to me that she would develop a new imaginary friend, especially under the circumstances. Change can do that to a kid, forcing them to create something to hold on to, making the world seem more secure. We had decided to move away from the city, to find somewhere a little less hectic, somewhere we could call home. As a doctor, I had to wait until an opportunity arose, and was delighted when an opening appeared in the sleepy town of Windar. It was a quiet place filled with pristine cottages, sun-baked streets, and lush hedgerows. Not too big, not too small, perfect for the three of us. My wife, Erin, and I had named our daughter Karen, after an aunt, but we always called her Kip instead. It was an old English word my grandfather used when he was going to sleep. Karen loved to sleep more than most, and so Kip seemed to suit her just fine. Our new home on the outskirts of Windarm town was older than we were used to. A converted farmhouse dating back 150 years or so, with a little bit of land thrown into the deal for good measure. We fell in love with the place immediately. When we first pulled up outside, Kip rushed up the rickety white stairs, through the wide double doors, and disappeared into the embrace of her new home. She was ecstatic, roaming around the confines of the spaces inside. It was an adventure for her. Even at such a fragile age, she understood the importance of the stories old places could tell. She didn't mind the dust, the shaky banisters, or the creaking floorboards. Within 10 minutes, each of the 3 floors had been explored by her little 7-year-old feet. Of course, there were sure to be nooks and crannies not yet seen in the attic and cellar, but Kip was not interested in those places for now. She was only interested in where she could sleep and play. I had naively told her she could choose any of the bedrooms as her own, and of course she did. The best one in the house. Erin and I smiled at each other. watching happily as Kip darted around her new room excitedly. She loved the high ceiling, because it felt grand and imposing, like being princess in a castle. She found the groans and squeaks that the floorboards made under her feet hilarious, pressing up and down on the loudest ones while giggling. Most of all, she loved the window. It was wide and sprawling, looking out to the farmland which bobbed and weaved over flats and small hills below. An old oak tree towered alongside a vacant barn nearby, and the summer sky bleached the world in blues, whites, and yellows. And yet, there was something much closer which fascinated my daughter. A thick web of ivy roots had thrust out of the soil decades earlier, climbing a carefully constructed wooden frame attached to the house, which rose as high as the roof. The ivy had clawed and fingered its way across the wooden slats of the farmhouse, almost entirely covering that side of the building. The surrounding land was in full bloom, everything vibrant and green. The fields were swathed in tall crops, which poked out of the soil like a million city dwellers standing still in the sun. Everything was alive and vivid, that was, except for the climbing ivy. Its vines were spindly, yet clung to the wooden frame of the house with deceptive strength. A vast sea of leaves, brown and withered, reached up across the wooden wall, encircling Kip's window. There was something troubling about those vines, clashing against, almost strangling the possibilities of summer. Kip didn't mind. In fact, she was enamored by them, having me open the window so she could caress the golden leaves which touched the sill. The first night in the house was like any spent in a new place. Unfamiliar creaks and sounds echoing out through the darkness. I am often a deep sleeper, but the uncertainty of the old building left me checking every bump and movement I heard throughout the night. I switched the lights on, checked the doors, and then looked in on Kip. She slept soundly, but I noticed that the window was still open, letting in the night's cool breeze. I tried to shut it, but it felt jammed or stuck, the old flaking paint and grime freezing it into position. After years of little use, I told myself I'd fix it in the morning. After all, Kip was 2 floors up, and we were a quarter of an hour by car from any other house. I felt she'd be quite safe with the window open. Kip loved to lie in, and as it was Saturday, and our first full day at our new home, I let her sleep until 10 in the morning. When I entered her room with a bowl of cereal and a glass of orange juice, I noticed how cold that big old room could get, even in the summer. She lay on her bed still asleep. I gently woke her, and it was then that she spoke those bewildering words. Mr. Leaves was here. I found the phrase amusing at first, but she seemed frightened, so we talked about it. He scares me, Daddy, she offered, but didn't want to say any more. I comforted her, saying that it was probably just a bad dream, and that moving to a new place could be pretty scary by itself. But she still seemed uneasy. It was obvious to me that she was speaking about an imaginary friend, but the conversation disturbed me enough that I talked it over with my wife, worried that our daughter might not be adjusting well to the move. It's hard to leave your friends and school behind. That day, more of our things from the old home arrived. Slowly, the house began to feel like ours, and I enjoyed wandering around it, taking in the glorious view of the crops fields. In the late afternoon, I went up to Kip's room with my toolbox, determined to close the window to stop her from catching a summer cold. As I chipped away at the dirt and flaked paint which had jammed the window open, I looked down and could see that Kip was playing away from the house, sitting on an old rope swing which hung from the oak tree by the barn. She looked happy. Finally, the window budged, and I was able to close it. On the second night, I didn't sleep well at all, and by the morning, I felt shattered. Something had changed to me. The house didn't feel as comfortable as it did when we first arrived. The air had become closer and stifled. Again, I let Kip sleep in for a while before bringing her breakfast. She was already awake when I entered, and when I asked her how she had slept, she replied, "Not good, Daddy." When I inquired why, she whispered, and Mr. Leaves was watching me from outside. I looked over at the window for a moment, a chill running up my back. "Can you tell him to go away?" Kip asked. Again, I reassured her and gave her a big hug. Soon, she was playing on the swing again by the barn. For most of that day, I tried to put my files in order. I wasn't due at the doctor's office in town for another 2 weeks, but I wanted to be as prepared as possible. Erin took care of some business at the bank, while Kip continued to smile and giggle as she always did, running around the house playing games. Most kids get bored during the summer holidays, but she always had a way of engaging with the world, which meant she never had a dull moment. I remember it being just after 2 in the morning. It's dark, but something had pulled me from a heavy sleep. Uncertain at first as I opened my eyes to the darkness, I finally realized what it was. Kip was talking. I didn't want to disturb Erin, and I knew it was probably just my daughter talking in her sleep as she had done in the past. But as I walked barefoot across the creaking floor towards her room, I kept thinking about those words. Mr. Leaves was was, liars, watching me. As quietly as possible, I reached the door and could still hear her talking loudly, her words muffled slightly. I knocked and entered. The window was once again open, and Kip was leaning out of it, chatting away. On asking her what she was doing, she turned slowly towards me and said, "I'm talking to Mr. Leaves." I rushed over to the window and saw nothing but the cool summer night, and the climbing ivy fluttering slightly at the presence of a sudden breeze. "He keeps looking at me, Daddy," said Kip, as I put her back into bed. I closed the window and slept in an armchair next to her until morning. The following day, the sun absolutely split the sky. It was perfect weather, and I decided that it would be good to get Kip to help me with some chores, hoping that keeping her active would help her sleep more soundly at night. In the morning, we cut and raked the front and back lawns. We then dug out some weeds around the flower bed. Kip and Erin found it hysterical when they soaked me with a hose while watering the plants. Finally, I decided that Kip and I should take a look at the old barn. It had been included in the sale of the house, but hadn't been used for years. I had only been in it once, when viewing the property months previous, and that was just a quick peek without going inside. It was the house I was really interested in. Kip had been helping her mom wash the car when I took her hand and said, "Fair maiden, are you ready for an adventure?" "Yes," she replied with delight. Erin smiled approvingly. There be dragons nearby, and only the sword skills of the legendary Lady Kip can defeat them. "Okay, let's go," I yelled. I grabbed her hand and led her round to the side of the house where her window looked out, high above. Picking her up and putting her on my shoulders, she laughed loudly. "Go, Daddy, go!" I ran forwards towards the old barn, but as we passed the oak tree on the way, she suddenly stopped laughing. At first she asked quietly, "Where are we going?" Another few footsteps, and it wasn't long before she burst into tears, shouting and pleading for us to go back to the house. I stopped immediately, shocked by her response, and gave her a big hug as my wife came running. "What's wrong, honey?" asked Erin. Through tears and a shaking voice, Kip replied, "Daddy was taking me to the barn." "And why did that upset you?" "Mr. Leaves. Mr. Leaves." At that, she continued to sob and cry. Erin comforted her as I marched inside. I was going to put a stop to this nonsense. Grabbing my toolbox, I ran up the stairs and into Kip's room. In a few minutes, the job was done, and the window had been nailed shut. There'd be no more talking to Mr. Leaves, or making Kip her favorite supper, and letting her stay up a little later than usual to watch a film with us. We both tucked her into her bed back upstairs. She didn't seem upset, and when we brought up the idea of her moving rooms, she swore to us that everything was fine. She really did love that room. Erin read her a story. We kissed her goodnight, and then we went to bed. I woke to the sound of screaming. No one can underestimate the power of a child's cry for help on a parent. I leapt out of bed and tore across the hallway in the dark, bursting into Kip's room. She lay in the middle of the floor, sobbing in fear. My eyes had yet to adapt to the darkness, but as I instinctively stepped forward to pick my daughter up from the ground, I knew that I was not alone. A sharp pain seared across the back of my head as I fell to the floor, dazed. "Daddy. Guy." Kip screamed as she clutched onto me for dear life. The sound of feet came once more, and as I rolled over, I saw my wife, Erin, running through the doorway. I tried to warn her, but the strike to the back of my head had left me both bloody and sluggish. As any loving mother would, Erin ran to her family's aid. A tall, darkened figure then reached out from behind the door, grabbing my wife's throat with grizzled, dirt-ridden hands and smashing her head straight into a wall. Her body crumpled to the ground. I staggered to my feet and began swinging my arms as hard as I could at the beast. But in such a daze, the warm trickle of blood running down the back of my neck. It was easy to be outfought. I tried my best, damn it. I tried. Something smashed against my jaw, then my nose, crushing it into my face. I gasped and fell to the ground. Kip held on to me once more, screaming, crying. Her world undone. There was no comfort I could give, no offer of protection. The blood from my shattered nose filled up my mouth as I lay on my back. I tried to rise once more, only to be battered again by an unseen force. Kip sobbed, and in that moment, I knew. I had failed her. The tall figure stooped in the darkness, grabbing Kip by her long locks of beautiful brown hair and yanking her head backwards. She would not let go of me. Again, the figure pulled sharply, this time wrenching my daughter straight out of my arms and lifting her up by her hair. Kip screamed in agony. Suddenly, the room was bathed in a shower of shattered glass. I looked up and saw the beast which had my daughter by the hair, the creature which had set out to destroy my family. It was man. Just a man. But the thing which had burst through the window was anything but human. In the darkness, I saw them struggle. The man was powerful, no doubt, but his opponent was big and quick. It was the shape of a person, but as it moved, I could hear the loud rustling of its construction. The man let out a cry, a pitiful begging sound, pleading for mercy. He dropped Kip to the ground. Silence. Nothing but the rustling of leaves in the night. One last gasp was heard as our attacker was dragged through the open window to his death. I don't know how long I passed out for, but it was Erin who woke me. The attack had left her unconscious for a time, but she was okay, helped to my feet. We both staggered over to where Kip was standing. She was leaning out of the window, crying. They weren't tears of fear or physical pain. I knew that sound well. It was the cry of grief and loss. Looking down below, the still dead corpse of our attacker lay on the ground, covered by a blanket of leaves which slowly blew away into the distance. We hugged each other and consoled Kip as she stared out into the night. "Mr. Leaves," she whispered. "Mr. Leaves." When the police arrived, they quickly identified the intruder as James Greck, a man who was wanted for questioning in connection to a series of child rape accusations. He had been hiding in the old barn for a while, most probably because the house had been empty for a number of years. When he saw that a family had moved in with a young daughter, he couldn't resist the opportunity. We quickly moved from the old farmhouse to a new place across town. But even then, we didn't last long. The memory of that night, being so close to where it all took place, was too much for Erin and me. But most of all, we wanted to protect our daughter. Within 6 months, we had left the town of Windarm for good. Kip is now 10 years old. She's happy and continues to surprise us day by day. She says she wants to be an explorer. There's all sorts of stuff out there waiting to be found, she says. After that night, I tend to agree with her. I often think about what happened and what it was that we saw, what saved us. The only hint of an explanation was given to me a month before we left Windarm. I was drinking in a local bar and started chatting to an off-duty police officer who had attended the scene the night we were attacked. "It's a shame you left the old farm. That place deserves a nice family," he said, downing his sixth beer. Downing his sixth beer. "How can a place deserve anything?" I asked. "I suppose it's silly. I knew the previous owners. Mr. and Mrs. Dimitra, nice folks, lived there for years, cared for the place. And what does that have to do with the family living there? Well, they loved kids, but never had any of their own. Dunno why. I don't think they could. What I do know is that everyone around here loved both of them. They always did nice things for the kids, helping out and such. I still don't understand. I pressed. They were always doing stuff for the kids in the town. Halloween, Christmas, whenever. And I just think it would have been nice if their old farmhouse went to a family with kids. That's all. They'd have liked that. It was then that I plucked up the courage, whether it was the alcohol or the timing, I don't know, to ask the question I needed answered most. The question I hadn't dared ask anyone for fear of ridicule. But by then I was leaving. So it didn't matter if people thought me mad. I just had to know. Have you ever heard of Mr. Leaves? I asked nervously. The man laughed. Of course I have. I was shocked. Someone knew about that thing, he continued. When Mrs. Dimitra passed away, the old man was heartbroken about losing his wife. He threw himself into volunteering around the town. You know the Windarm Park in the middle of town? I nodded. That was Mr. Dimitra that did that. It used to be all overgrown and barren, but he got the community interested in chipping in. So, we all sorted it out together. The old man could move mountains. Anyway, he just worked away fixing the park and planting trees, as well as keeping his own garden going, before he passed away a few years ago. What does this have to... I said before being interrupted. Really loved his gardening, did Mr. Dimitra, or as the kids called him, Old Mr. Leaves. Story 6. Grandpa Cobalt hated letting things go. Whether it was the wobbly chair he kept in his study, or his favorite warped record he fed to the gramophone, looping the same groove over and over. He was a tall man with a frosty, thin hairline and a nose capable of the most powerful of snorers. Due to the amblyopia, his right eye was the good one, while his left always drifted a few degrees off, coasting its own orbit. He called it his fish eye. My grandma, on the other hand, was a short, petite woman who had a voice that never spiked or got frazzled, even if you were on the thinnest of ice. She sang hymns while she cooked, and she had loved to chase me around the room so she could peck my cheeks with kisses. I always called her Gram. Creative, I know. The two of them preferred the country lifestyle, occupying some patch of land amidst the back roads of Ashe County, far away from buzzing suburbs, but just close enough to the nearest grocer. I remember being 8 and thinking their house looked just like a Christmas card in the snow. An all-American salt box with dark wooden siding, a steeply pitched roof, and an old red pickup that seldom left the lot. In the years after the last holiday trip, our interactions had been limited only to brief phone conversations and the periodic seasonal wishes. My grandparents did not come to visit, and neither did we. I sometimes felt sad how close my friends seemed to be with their relatives, and, frankly, I blamed it all on the living distance between us. But the reality was, we were an estranged family, and rocky relations with my father had left a seismic gap between both parties. I never did learn all those lurid details, but I know it involved a lot of money. I was going through a rough patch in my sophomore year, from dealing with an asshole ex taking all my friends to getting into a fight with one of the worst girls in school. She had tormented me through the entire 10th grade year, and after complaining and having nothing done about it, I dealt with her myself. In 4th period chemistry, she and her snickering vultures always sat right behind me. This particular time, one of their murmurs reached me. You really think she does? I turned and looked at her, dead in the eye. Does what? Her lips curled into a spiteful smile. Stuff your bra. You do. Don't you? Nice and loud, for the whole class to hear. Next thing I knew, I had grabbed her by the hair, knocked her backwards from the desk, and jumped on her. 10-day suspension. But it felt really nice shutting her up. Worried for my mental health, my mother opted for me to stay with my grandparents for a week. Since her and Dad's divorce, she'd been working hard to rekindle the ties with her parents, and probably saw this as a way to bring some normalcy back to our family. Happy as I was to see my old folks again, it was hard not to feel just a little used. The drive from Charlotte to West Jefferson was a 2-hour stretch. 1.5 if I'd gotten to drive. I like road trips though. They are always a good excuse to bust out the moleskin notebook and start sketching the scenery. Drawing was always my diversion to things. As the road eventually gave way to gravel, we reached the Saltbox house all by its lonesome, save for the old barn which occupied the same grounds. And the red pickup, of course. Gram was the first to greet us at the door, her small, delicate eyes widening behind her spectacles. She was wearing a cornflower blue turtleneck. "Oh my," she gasped, gently cupping my shoulders with her thin hands. "You can't be my Emily." "You're too tall. You got me." "I'm an imposter," I laughed, as we both pulled each other in a hug. Her hair smelled like coconut oil. She led us through the foyer and into the immediate living room that spanned the width of the house. It oriented around a fireplace, which funneled up to a large central chimney. The interior still held its log cabin charm, from the hickory floorboards to the exposed hardwood beams of the ceiling. In the corner of the living room, sunlight glinted off the old mahogany armchair by the window. We headed into the small kitchen. Its soapstone sink and aged finish cabinets still looked the same, but seemed lower down than my childhood memory recalled them. The wall still bore the sign that read, "No home is complete without the pitter-patter of rabbit's feet," complete with a rabbit's foot keychain dangling at its corner. It was an eerie feeling being back after 8 years, and finding that really nothing had changed. The house was a hidey hole, untouched by time. I walked through the side door and up the L-shaped staircase to the upper floor. Above them, the long hand-carved faces of the bearded men once again stared down at me, their wooden teeth grinning and their eyes wide with fake life. While the adults chatted downstairs, I unpacked in the guest room. The closet smelled of mothballs, which left a lasting, in the nostrils effect everywhere else in the room. With my clothes stashed, I walked the hallway and stopped at the closed door of Grandpa's study. Muffled rustling sounded from inside. I knocked lightly against the door. That roused a busy voice from the other side. "One sec. Oh no, just come in." "Oh, just come in." I peeked briefly inside, and then let myself in. The blinds were closed, and the dark space was lit only by a desk lamp. Beneath it, Grandpa Cobalt's head was bent forward toward his desk, the pocket knife in his hand slicing carefully at a piece of wood. Chips and fuzzy shavings perforated the workspace as he whittled more of its shape down to a fishy outline. "You can grab the light," he said, clearing his throat as his good eye left the project. Although his voice was a cheerful one, his lips remained curled in a permanent, dignified expression. I flicked the switch, lighting the rest of his office up. It was exactly how you'd picture a fisherman's office to be. An old big-mouth Billy Bass mounted on the wall, bayou-themed knickknacks lining the shelves, and pinned just above the old gramophone. A wide hanger of fishing lures, all carved in dolls, painted by Grandpa himself. His surroundings hadn't changed since I'd seen him last. The chair lightly teetered as he left it, and clapped a firm arm around me. "Been too long, pal. Barb's been cooking up something special for you guys." I smiled and returned the embrace. My mother ended up staying for dinner before the drive home, giving us all a chance to catch up on things and to clear the air. Per se, I knew that was a big reason why she stayed, but I also knew she would never pass up a chance to sample Graham's cooking again, while Grandpa Cobalt reveled in his fishing prowess. My grandmother prided herself in one of the oldest southern staples, comfort food. Sugar-glazed ham, sweet potato biscuits, butter cake rolls. She had certainly prepped for our visit that evening. With full stomachs, I hugged my mom goodbye and waved her off as the car rolled off the driveway and down the gritty road. As I tried to sleep that night, I could hear every so often the shy whisper of wind that sighed out of their fireplace. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast from Grandma, I decided to walk the grounds again, taking it all in a near decade later. The tire swing in their backyard still hung from the old maple tree, its insides pooled with trapped, smelly water. From there, a path of stone steps led to the garden, still sprawling with life after all these years. Straight away, I ended up at the barn. Little had changed about it, save for the evident sag in its roof from the rotting timbers. The once bright paint was now lifting and curling away from its red, weathered body. Several of the boards were peppered with holes from woodpeckers trying to get at the insects hiding in their cavities. I used to follow Grandpa around the stables as he fed the chickens and milked the cows in his crab-caked overalls. But those days were long gone now, and the barn was far past its cultivating years. I walked up to the large doors, only to find them chained shut with a padlock. "Not safe in there." Grandpa Cobalt's voice came out of nowhere. I jumped, not even realizing he was behind me. The old girl still has strong bones to her, but they aren't getting any sturdier. Best steer clear. "Why do you keep it around then?" I asked, which only made him smirk and look away. The rest of the day played out smoothly, with me exploring a few trails near the house and then helping chop and stack firewood. I was lousy at it, and by the third axe drop, I asked if we were done yet. That gave Grandpa a good whistly laugh. "If you want us to freeze to death," he cackled. The day after that, I drew a sketch of the barn in my notebook, watched some old movies, and helped Gram do some weeding in her garden. Sure, it was nice being helpful for my grandparents, but honestly speaking, I was mostly trying to keep myself busy so my brain wouldn't shrivel from boredom. The spotty area had fizzled my cell phone service to nothing, and the only books I'd thought to bring were ones I'd read countless times before. Every so often, when I was walking the hall, I'd catch a whiff of something floating around the house. Something other than the mothball scent in the closets and on the furniture. Something that smelled of earth, almost like dirt. But before I could start to trace it, the scent had already evaporated. On the third day that I was there, Grandpa showed me his favorite fishing spot. The stream that flowed under a short wooden bridge. The two of us sat off the bank with the folding chairs we'd brought. As he cast out a line, I focused on drawing the circling dragonflies and the skating skitterbugs. At roughly 2 a.m. that night, I awoke to the awful feeling of sweat. The room was hot, and the cottony dryness in my mouth had made it hard to even swallow. I rolled out of bed and lightly made my way down the stairs for a glass of water. A light glowed from one of the table lamps in the living room. Seated wistfully in the armchair next to it was Gram. She was in her nightgown, and my first thought was that she must have fallen asleep there. But no, she was awake. "Hello, dear. Can't sleep?" she smiled, hunching slightly forward at my presence. Clasped between her hands was a jug, filled to the brim with water. "No," I said dryly, clearing my throat in the process. "Would you like some?" She leaned forward to offer me the jug, fingers quivering around the glass. Her expression was dull and somewhat disoriented. She was not wearing the turtleneck, and I noticed a scar at the base of her neck, circling around it like a grisly necklace. I smiled, turning down her offer. "No, that's okay." She flinched her bony shoulders. "More for me, then," and tipped a spout of the jug up to her mouth. The guttural glug sound escaped as she leaned her head back and forced more of it down. I watched, more stunned than anything, as her throat rippled and the neck scars flexed and relaxed, one mighty gulp after another. Globs of water rolled over her chin and spotted her gown. When she finally finished, she rested the empty jug on the table and breathed. Taking a moment to wipe her wet lips. Sorry about that, dear. I get pretty dried out at night, too. The dull expression returned. Do you want to see? She asked, her voice dripping. Before I could answer, or even properly soak up the question, she gripped the ring finger of her left hand and bent it backwards. A muffled pop sounded under the skin as the finger snapped back and touched the top of her wrist. Grandma, I shouted, as my insides all clenched at once. She did it again, this time pulling her index back like a railway lever, crunching with bone instead of rust. Despite my horrified reaction, she still stared dimly at me with hollow eyes, torquing 2 more fingers out of place, snapping them like dry stems. Grandma, stop. Please stop it, I pleaded. Footfalls sounded down the stairs. Grandpa Cobalt rushed in, barefoot in his plaid pajamas. He pulled Gram's hands apart and looked back at me pleadingly. I could see he wanted me out of the room before she could do more to herself. I went back upstairs. It was all I could think to do. A minute or 2 later, I opened the door and peeked into the hallway. Grandpa had brought her up to his study. I could hear drawers being rustled open and closed. Every so often, from the glow beneath the door, a crease of shadow would roll by. Neither of them was speaking on the other side. I lay in bed for some time, instead of the dryness in my throat keeping me awake. It was now the nauseating sound of fingers being bent and broken. I made my way downstairs. Gram was once again in her turtleneck and humming another hymn in the kitchen. A choir of eggs harmonized in the frying pan. Good morning, hon. She smiled briefly, but then turned away uncomfortably. She looked to be in a struggle, cooking with her right hand, the dominant one now immobilized in a splint. Grandpa says that I scared you last night. I'm so sorry. I should have told you about my sleeping condition. If only you didn't have to witness it. I moved to help her. No. It's okay, really. I just hope that you're all right. Oh, yes. She laughed, flaunting her brace. It's nothing I'm not already used to. Even though it gave me some answer for what happened, it still didn't quite add up in my mind. She'd acknowledged me when I came downstairs, spoke to me even, despite her clearly not acting like herself. Was it really possible to be so dead asleep you couldn't feel your joints snapping apart? As you were the one doing it? I wanted to believe her. I really did. But it was a hard pill to swallow, even with all that water. Most of the time, the best place to find her was in the living room, where she typically resigned herself to the armchair by the window. That had always been her favorite spot. I remember being little and sitting on her lap as we watched a storm outside, warm coffee in her hand, hot cocoa in mine. Now though, when she did leave the chair, it was only to put something on in the kitchen, or refill the glass she always kept close by. But for how much she enjoyed cooking, I don't think I ever saw her actually eat anything the whole time I was there. She just preferred to sit, taking in nothing but water and window sunlight. As I finished a sketch of her from the couch, I soon realized that I'd never seen her blink while she sat there. Not even once. For dinner that evening, I stuck around to help her in the kitchen. I figured she could use the extra hands. I was dressing the potato salad when a sudden crash sounded behind me. A plate had slipped out of her grasp and lay shattered on the floor. She didn't gasp or sigh about it. She just stood there with her head tilted toward the sharp bits of ceramic. Then, in the same instant, she crunched over them, grabbed another plate, and continued with her task, not acknowledging what had happened whatsoever. When the meal prep was finished, and after the broken plate was scooped up, we set the dinner table. Roast chicken, peas, mashed potatoes. I was starving. The back door opened and closed. Grandpa Cobalt shuffled his way in and claimed a spot at the table. Looks good, Barb, he smiled, his good eye focused on the plate and the other admiring the wall. During dinner, I noticed Gram barely touched her plate, giving only a few courtesy prods to the mashed potatoes. I stood up to take my plate back to the kitchen. She looked up in surprise. "Where are you going?" "I'm finished. Getting pretty full here." Her brow darkened and her eyes marked me dully behind the spectacles. "Kids who do not clean their plate do not get to play. Please sit." A few measly flecks of chicken were left for me to finish. "I'm good, thanks." I laughed a bit, taking it as a joke. Her face first went slack, and then all at once clenched into a crinkled mask of anger. "Clean your plate." "Barb," Grandpa spoke up, still chewing some food. "Leave her be. She's finished. Leave it be." "It is a waste," she said fiercely, arms shaking. "A waste of good food." "Finish your own plate then." I almost shouted back, but instead continued toward the kitchen. Dishes jittered. A heavy thud resounded across the table. I turned. Gram was standing up now, lips taut with anger. Her whole appearance looked different. My sweet, gentle grandma had wavered into something else. Something hag-like. I said, "Eat," she screamed. "Eat, eat, eat. Eat." Each word was spat and fueled by another pound of the table. Her glasses dropped into the potato salad. Grandpa Cobalt left his chair and moved to calm her down. I was much more angry and afraid at her outburst. I opened my mouth to tell her off, but then I saw it. The black substance running down her face. It oozed from her left ear, dripping densely down her cheek and over the curve of her chin. I thought it was blood at first, but no, it was too sticky, too thick. Grandpa seemed to take notice as well, as he grabbed a napkin to wipe her face. I left through the kitchen and then out the back door to get away from the shouting. It was all too much to handle. I found an outdoor bench in their garden and sat on top of it for a while. Grandpa came out and joined me, his face florid with exhaust. "Hey," he said quietly, "I'm sorry about all of this, Emily. Your grandmother is going through things, difficult things that impair her mentality. She doesn't mean it. And believe me, she's trying her best. She'll be back to her old self soon. Just give it some time. I promise." He wrapped his arms around me in a firm hug and then headed back inside, leaving me to my thoughts. I tried my best to calm down, but all I could think about was Gram and the black sap rolling out of her ear. After the incident at dinner, she did not leave her bedroom. Sometimes I'd hear the whiffled groan of a floorboard, or the wet sniffle of breath coming from the other side. "Is Gram okay?" I asked Grandpa in his study. "She's all right," he answered idly, his good eye trained on the newly carved fishing lure in front of him as he attached a treble hook to its rear. "Just need some rest. Should we take her to the hospital? Just to be safe?" "No," he said vehemently, veering his attention back to me. "I already told you. She is fine, all right." It wasn't like I had any say in the matter, so I left it alone. But I couldn't help but feel guilty about how things were going. It was like I'd become a nuisance instead of a guest. That night, a loud thump roused me awake. I heard movement down the hall, and judging by the mutters and mannish grunts, I guessed it could only be my grandfather. He grumbled inside as he made his way slowly down the stairs, like he was lugging something down them. The back door opened and closed. I glanced out the window and spied his hazy outline pass through the darkness and cut across the grounds. He approached the dark silhouette of the barn, fiddled with the lock at the door, and vanished inside. It was one thing to be awake at this hour, but an entirely different thing to be entering a place he deemed too dangerous to set foot in. I settled back into bed, the curiosity keeping me awake even longer. That morning, I wanted to try and do something nice for Gram while I was still there. Eggs, some toast, and bacon, ever so slightly burnt. Although I was far from the sort of cook she was, I figured breakfast in bed would count enough. Plate in hand, I knocked on her door. Gram. I made you some breakfast. You hungry? No answer. I knocked slightly harder, which pushed it a smidge open. Then, impulsively, nudged it the rest of the way. The first thing to hit me was the smell. The same earthy one I'd been catching in periodic wafts in the house, but now sharper and thicker than ever. Pungent, damp, bitter, like moldy vegetables. The second thing, which came immediately after, was that Gram was nowhere. Her bed was empty, and from the looks of it, only one side of the sheets was being used. Even the bathroom was empty. Top her dresser. A miniature cat doll stared at me, its gray face stitched to a frown, and a plastic tear drooping out of its eye. It was just me, in a room which stank of rotting soil. Something crunched under my shoe. A clumpy, sticky substance stuck to the floor. Blotches of it had dried into black gummy droplets that started at the door and stained all the way up to the bed. Or maybe it was the other way around. I checked all around the house, the backyard, the garden, and even found myself double-checking the armchair in the living room, like she'd somehow just materialized there by the window. But she was nowhere. Grandpa came back to the house and walked up the stairs. I managed to catch him on his way out of the bedroom. "Do you know where Grandma is?" I asked. Deep furrows marked the corners of his mouth. With one hand still wrapped around the doorknob, he closed the door brusquely behind him. "In bed. She needs to rest." He disappeared into his study, leaving me standing there, trying to digest the lie I was just fed. That night, I heard him stir once again to the lower floor, scuttling down each step on quiet feet. From the window, I watched as he looked around, unchained the barn door, and slipped inside. But why? What was he hiding? The questions rolled around like rocks in my stomach and made me feel queasy. Grandma was missing, and Grandpa was acting strange. Even as I had attempted to prod him for information earlier that day, he only seemed to divert from it. Eye contact was never his strong suit, given the fisheye, but I could tell something was off from his body language. It was like he was trying to squirrel away from the subject entirely. It made me feel nervous, like I was suddenly talking to someone else, a stranger. "Check the barn," my gut proposed. "Wait until he comes back and then sneak out yourself." I thought about that small hole my younger self had discovered on the side of the barn. I wondered if Grandpa ever did manage to patch it up. It had been the easiest way to sneak inside and pet the cows. No doubt it would be a tight fit, but it could be possible. That would at least get me beyond the padlock. Then I could be in and out quickly. The thought was provoking, but also curbed by the possibility of what I might find inside there. Whatever secret thing he'd been doing. Not only that, if it really was nothing, and I was discovered, it would no doubt hurt Grandpa for suspecting him of something so vile. But the trust was gone now. Gram was gone. I waited by the window for some time, not daring to leave the house until I knew he was back indoors. As every minute passed, so did a rising flux of worry. At last, the barn doors slid open, and out he came, returning to the house with an exhausted gait. I listened intently for his shuffling down the hall, and then the groan of hinges from the bedroom door. When enough silence passed, I cautiously moved down the stairs and out the back door, thankfully without any noise. The air outside woke me and brought back the reality of what I was preparing to do. Fear and uncertainty compressed my legs, demanding that I stop, that I really think about this. But I was done second-guessing myself. I pushed on. Insects chirped their reedy songs from the brushwood. I circled around the barn's haggard body and, sure enough, found a small hole in its side. Considering that I'd been barely small enough to squeeze through as a kid, there was no chance I'd fit now. I gripped one of the weaker planks near it and gave a hard tug. The wood groaned from my effort but held firm. I sat on the ground, planting both my shoes against the timber, and yanked again, the nail holding it ripped out like a tooth, as the plank gave with a loud snap. I took a few breaths, nerved myself up, and crawled through the widened passage. The air inside was heavy with the smell of old, dusty wood, and further thickened with something sharp and familiar. The same odor that lingered in the halls of the house. Only the smell was 1,000 times stronger here. I flicked on my cell phone's flashlight. Cobwebs hung like streamers from the ceiling. The animal pens sat empty of anything but silage, and still stunk somewhat of their dung. From one of them, the teeth of an old pitchfork poked dangerously out of the brush. I walked deeper inside, bypassing a tractor beneath a grime-laden tarp, long past its golden years, beyond the stables and the far darkened rear of the interior. My light caught the silhouette of something tall and arboreal. A tree, growing right in the haunches of the old barn. From its splayed branches, I could make out the dark, grubby shapes of fruit hanging from them. I approached it, more curious than anything about why it was here and why Grandpa wouldn't have just turned it to firewood by now. A bad feeling slithered down my neck. A very bad feeling. Then, as enough dusty light pushed back the darkness, I saw it. All of it. Not a tree. The voice in my head squeaked with knife-edged terror. The trunk, if you would call it that, was not made of bark, but of a stretched, leathery skin. It buckled and folded around the main body, forming the same rows and ridges as a fingertip. From atop its crown, thin skeletal branches, which began as stems, grew and evolved into veiny arms. Human arms. Their splintery fingers gripped in silent torment, vague shapes dangling from them that I thought were fruit weren't fruit at all, but rows of wrinkled heads. Some had wisps of white hair, some had more developed features than others, and somewhere in the dim compartment of my mind, I realized something else. They all looked like Graham. The tree's long, gnarled shape reached halfway to the ceiling from the evil earth that birthed it. In its center, a distinct crater was left, as if something large had recently been carved out. Something like a torso. From the patch of soil in front, someone had been hard at work digging up and exposing the roots. Boneless, atrophied legs with nubs on the way of becoming toes. A pair of them appeared to have already been cut and removed off the main stem. I was now breathing hard, practically panting, trying to find some way to process the gaunt, twisted thing before me. Then, without thinking, I snapped a photo. That was when I heard it. The sound of a chain being fiddled with. I turned on my heel, clambering around a bit before picking one of the stacks of old hay and hiding behind it. The barn doors slid open just as I remembered to turn the flashlight off. Overhead lights flickered on and glazed the inner space with a soft yellow glow. Boots made their way inside, thumping over the matted hay. I leaned closer into my hiding spot, straggly bits of straw poking into my cheek. Grandpa Cobalt came into view, approaching the nightmarish thing with a slow, burned-out pace and a few exhaled murmurs. The large empty sack was strung over his shoulder. Taking no notice of me, he maneuvered around to a small workshop in the corner, where a rack of brooms, a shovel, a manure fork, and a stained pruning saw hung in wait. Bypassing those, he first gripped a wooden ladder, situated it at the front of the tree thing, and returned for the handsaw. I couldn't look away from him, and the thick air I'd been breathing had started to make me feel lightheaded, like this all truly were just a bad dream. Stepping on a few of the rungs, Grandpa surveyed the hanging heads, cupping each one by their cheek with his gloved hands. He opened their mouths, checking the teeth. Finally settling on one, he gave a little twist and plucked it like a fat, ripe apple. The selected head went into the bag. He repeated the process for the tangle of arms, looking each of them over. Upon choosing the best two, he brought the saw up to where their collars met with the rest of the trunk and started cutting. The silver fangs chewed through them, producing a wet, grinding sound with each stroke. I pinned my hands over my ears, trying to keep out the noise of moist, ripping fibers. The arms drooped and dangled from their stems, and after the split, were quickly fed to the bag. Black sap drained from their stumps. With his bag full of the chosen parts, Grandpa Cobalt slung it over his shoulder and brought it to a door on the side of the room. It opened to a short, small space where a light hung above a table. A white sheet was draped over it, a vague silhouetted shape beneath it. He closed the door shut behind him. Can't stay here. My thoughts sloshed and finally churned out. Have to go. Have to get out. I cautiously moved toward the way I had come in, planning to cut through the empty pens in order to not be seen. But instead of my foot finding soft earth in my next step, I felt something hard and wooden. A trapdoor. Its frame was as dilapidated as the walls around me, and I'm almost certain it would have given beneath my weight had I continued. I tried to peer through a gap between its boards, but it was too dark, even with the overhead ruddy lighting. Checking back once more behind me, I faced my phone between the boards and flicked the flashlight on. The cavern below lit up, and had I not clamped a hand over my mouth, I would have finally let a scream slip out. A body? No, several bodies were down there, stacked nakedly over each other in the pit, as though dropped one at a time. Their skin was flaking like old paper. Their eyes were dried in their sockets, their dry lips curled in mummified sneers and grimaces. But the worst of all was the one at the top of the pile. Its white hair spilled behind it, and a splint still fitted around its bony wrist. The time between squeezing back through the hole in the wall and running back to my room felt stitched together. Split maybe between 2 or 3 blinks, I fell against the guest room door, closing it, and sank to the floor, hyperventilating in short, quick gasps. My heart flip-flopped in my chest. My mind was trying its solemn best to keep it together. I dialed my mother's cell. Pointless. The signal could not reach the towers beyond the mountains. All I could do was wait for her to come and pick me up tomorrow. Then I'd tell her everything. I'd tell everyone everything. The downstairs door pulled open, and the drumming of shoes drew closer. There was no lock on my door, so I made a cautious, but quick crawl toward the bed and rolled the bed sheets over me. Boot heels thumped up the stairs, traveled down the hall, and stopped at my door. I held back the air in my throat and rested a hand over my thrumming chest. The doorknob jostled softly, then twisted, as the door inched open with a horrible, terrible groan. Only partially opening, I lay still, hoping he'd see that I was asleep and move on. Then, in a voice so unfamiliar I could hardly understand it, he spoke through the crack. Delete the photos. Sharp, frigid terror shot through me and jostled my insides. I didn't move, trying to hold onto the facade that I wasn't awake, but the door didn't move, remaining open to the slit of hallway. Did he really see me in there? Or did the intel come from something else? I hovered my finger over the phone and erased the first photo, hoping to at least hold out with the second I took. One of the bodies in the shaft. Both of them, he grunted. As I deleted the final bit of data, the door began to close, stopped, and pushed open once more. I love Barb. I hope you know that. I didn't answer. The door then clicked shut and the boots returned to the downstairs. He must have had more work to do. I looked emptily toward the window. The sun was on the rise, slowly shifting the night into a newborn dawn. I did not leave the room, even as the disk of sun finally peeped over the hills, even as the smell of delicious food wafted through the vents, even as the sound of footsteps came to and fro from the hall. Then I heard it, the sound of wheels crunching gravel outside. My mom was finally here. I rushed downstairs, planning to meet her before she even touched the doorbell. But as I reached the living room, my legs deadlocked, the familiar cold air of shock washing over me again. Well, look who decided to join us. Gram trilled from the armchair. She was in her turtleneck, and the splint rested securely over her mending fingers. But it wasn't her. It was a collection of parts, of pieces from the tree thing, all strung together beneath that sweater. Behind the collar over her neck, I pictured a fresh ring of scars, maybe even stitches. hiding under the fabric. Were there still guts and organs within them, or just more heaps of black sap? I knew this wasn't Gram, just like I knew it wasn't the same Gram I'd spent these days gardening and cooking with. It was a different one. A new one, freshly picked and pulled together. Was my real grandmother dead? Was this some deal Grandpa Cobalt made to never lose her? A deal with the devil? Did he just wait for one to shrivel up before carving out a new one? Are you all right, dear? It inquired. You're all right, dear? It inquired. You're so pale. Are you hungry? Do you need some water, maybe? I never knew what it truly meant to see the light leave someone's eyes. But behind those spectacles, the eyes were dead and dull. Why, with fake light? A knock came at the door, prompting the thing with Gram's face to sit up. That must be your mother, finally come to rescue you from us. It laughed, and as she pulled open the door to let my mother in, all I could do was stand there. That isn't Gram. It's something else, I tried to say, but the words died on my tongue. A tight queasiness bubbled up my throat and made the room spin. I just wanted to leave. I just wanted to go home. Grandpa Cobalt didn't leave his study to say goodbye to us, and frankly, I wanted nothing more. From upstairs, we could hear his gramophone beginning to play. So, how was it? Mother asked on the drive back. I tried again to tell her, to spill everything I'd witnessed, but the same wooziness returned and closed my throat. Needle-sharp pain filled my ears and only grew worse as I tried to push the words out. Hey, are you okay? My mother asked, seeing how much I was struggling, but I couldn't blurt it out. The awful, horrible images swelling in my brain. Even as I tried to write them down, the seasickness feeling intensified until I couldn't even see straight. Maybe it was something in the food, or maybe I breathed in too much of the thick, moldy air inside of that place. But one thing was certain. They had no intention of letting me reveal what I saw. Not in my whole life. Not even on my deathbed. Even as I tried later to recover the photos from the barn, the files were too corrupted to fix. Lost forever. But there was something I did manage to get out on that car ride. Something that only ended up confusing my mother even more. Her splint was on the wrong hand, I said. Despite all Mom's efforts to revive our family ties, things ended up falling silent after that. No more annual check-ins or seasonal greetings from my grandparents. Time did not dull the memory of what I'd seen in the barn. And, truthfully, I do not think it ever will. Visceral horror can't be erased. It can only be negotiated with. I filled up artbooks with it, sketching page after page of withered corpses and dark hedges made of body parts, eagerly awaiting harvest. What had started as a hobby of mine soon became an act of weak, pitiful defiance, a way to get the secrets trapped inside of me out. Stacks of them filled up my room. Teachers were getting frustrated. Mom started to worry. I didn't care. I only wanted to draw. I now have a therapist, and Dr. Abigail meets with me once a week for our 45-minute sessions. Even though she doesn't show it, I'm sure she gets bothered by how little I talk in them, because I'm too busy drawing. Too busy finishing the piece I'm working on. Emily, she says from her chair, one leg folded over the other. Can you tell me about that picture you're making? I don't answer. How about a name for it? I stop and look up at her. Imposter. Story 7. Usually, I start these stories off with some kind of message about police work. But today, all I have for you is this. Life is a box of chocolates. It was a rainy October evening, and I had recently moved into my department's homicide division after a long hiatus. It was a department I was familiar with and initially loved being a part of. However, in light of certain events, I felt that I needed to leave for the sake of my own mental health. That being said, after a few years of investigating some of the most disturbing cases known to man, oddly, murder became somewhat benign. But more than that, I know it would provide a distraction. Personally, I was far past the point where I'd rather have my thoughts consumed by how to catch a killer than the growing number of monsters that seemed to pop up out of nowhere. As I pulled up to the apartment complex, I remember thinking to myself how odd it was that a place teeming with life could be so focused on death. The way people moved in and around the scene was like an ant colony, each individual doing their job independently of others. Yet the collective end goal remained the same: find out exactly what happened and who done it. I had hoped that being as late as it was, we'd have fewer prying eyes. But as I looked around, I found the presence of the morbidly curious tenants was apparent. It was understandable. People don't see murder every day. They're scared, curious, and fascinated all at the same time. It's an event so divergent from most people's normal that it's difficult not to look. But still, part of me wishes they'd stay inside and save themselves from the trauma that will undoubtedly rise up later. Seeing a dead body is something that never goes away. I scanned the crowd of police and forensics people, looking for a familiar face. Luckily, it only took a moment for me to find it, and he smiled and waved as I approached. Officer Ryan stood among a couple of other patrol officers wearing his trademark smile. Few scars remained from his encounter with the hermit, and his once crooked nose had been repaired to look brand new. "Detective Smith, what's up, man?" he asked as I approached. "Nothing much, I suppose," I replied with a yawn. "Mostly just tired since, apparently, people can't kill during regular working hours." The officer next to Ryan looked at me for a moment, puzzled, before blurting out, "Smith, you're back in homicide?" "I thought you were done with it after what happened?" I responded with a nervous laugh. "Just a little break, Officer Bailey. I was always coming back." I looked past him for a moment to take a look at the body. "What do we have on the Vic?" Officer Ryan sighed, shook his head, motioning for me to follow him. We made the short walk over to the body. Calling it a bloody mess would have been an understatement. The man's entire face and chest were caved in. Large pieces of flesh had been torn out from his neck, and it appeared as though his right arm had been smashed on the pavement. The way the body had been mutilated disturbed me to my core, and it was hard not to gag at the sight of the man. "So," Officer Ryan began, "as you can tell, we've got severe blunt force trauma. Cuts and bruises consistent with a fight. So far, no one we've spoken to has seen anything. We have the 911 caller waiting to talk to you, though." After getting the rundown, I went to inspect the body more closely. As previously mentioned, we were looking at an inordinately brutal attack. Thinking aloud, there seemed to only be one logical conclusion. This has to be personal. No way anyone desecrates a body like this if he was killed by a stranger, unless they didn't want him to be identified. But even then, it's excessive. Maybe he had something of value, Officer Ryan added. He gets into an argument with someone trying to take his stuff, and they do this to throw us off. I wasn't convinced. As I went to check his pants pockets, my suspicions were seemingly confirmed. I don't think so. His wallet and keys are still here, so it likely rules out a robbery. Opening his wallet, an ID belonged to that of a Mr. Ernie Garrison, 58 years old. We'd still need someone to positively identify the body, but we could now very likely give a face to the guy. I called for an evidence collector to come over and take the items away, while I continued to search the body. When I went to look at his neck and trapezius, my eyes grew wide, and I immediately yelled for the crime scene photographer to come and take a look. Embedded into the man's flesh were 3 yellow teeth. The man I had presumed to be Mr. Bennett was only dead for an hour, at most. Yet the skin and muscle around the teeth were already rotting away. The look on his face mirrored mine, pure disgust mixed with confusion. Though neither of us had a deep understanding of biology or the human body, we understood enough to know that it doesn't rot that quickly, nor should it only rot in one place while the rest of it remained pristine. Already, I was getting the vibe of something deeply wrong. Preliminary thoughts were coming together in my mind that I wanted no parts of. Ideas of just what the hell could have done. This froze me for a second. Could the tall woman have brutalized this person, or something else? Once I regained my composure, I simply noted to my team that we needed those teeth removed and checked with forensics to see if they matched any DNA we had on file. Just as I'm about done with the body, I hear a faint buzz. I instinctively go to check my phone, but realize it's not me. It takes a second to locate where the sound came from, but I eventually spotted a soft blue light emanating from near a trash bin. Walking over, I discover a phone. Immediately, I notice flecks of blood on the case. Pressing the home button takes me to a background image of a man who strongly resembled the slightly younger Roger Garrison, and a dog. One missed call headlined the notification bar. A quick swipe not only shows me that Mr. Garrison doesn't keep a passcode, but that he also has a text message from someone saved as idiot. I said to myself, what are the odds that it's a mere coincidence he's in contact with someone he obviously has a problem with at the same time he gets killed? I walked the phone over to another evidence collector and told her to keep it safe and sound for me back at the station. After making the rounds and talking to the other detectives about what I had found, it was time to speak with the 911 caller, Miss Eva Bronstein. I found her waiting outside her apartment door. I introduced myself and started off by asking her what the original 911 call was about. The tremble in her voice indicated she was still trying to deal with the stress. I was watching TV when I heard a loud noise outside. I think it was banging. I guess I assumed that one of the downstairs neighbors was doing some work or something. I know it's late, and it seemed odd, but I wanted to mind my own business. The banging went on for a bit, and I'm sure Ernie had gotten sick of it. Poor man. She shook her head. I hear him yelling that he was going to kick someone's, you know what, and slam his door. The next thing I know, it sounds like there's a struggle outside. He's screaming cuss words at the top of his lungs and telling someone to get off of him. That's when I called the police. But after I got off the phone, it was just silence. Did you happen to poke your head out and see anything? I asked. She nodded. When things got quiet, I peeked out my window and saw Ernie's body lying there with blood all over it. No one around him. And you didn't go out to check if he was still alive. Son, I'm 74 years old and grew up in Brooklyn. If there's a dead body outside, the last thing you do is go hang around it. Couldn't argue there. Did you happen to know who you went to confront at least? And do you happen to know of anyone who'd do this to Ernie? She thought for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. No, I'm not sure who Ernie was going to see. I know he had a problem with one of the neighbors, but he never told me who they were. As for who would do this, no one that I can think of. Ernie had a bit of a temper on him, sure. But overall, he's a good guy. Outside of that one neighbor, he's never mentioned having any real problems with anyone. No kids, wife, or siblings. And his parents died years ago. I'm one of the few people he talks to if there's even anyone else. Not that I wanted to call her a liar, but it was difficult to believe that a man who seemingly has no ties was brutally killed in that fashion. But between the phone, teeth, and lead on the neighbor, I felt we actually had a pretty solid base to investigate. As I wrapped up the interview, she made one final off comment. I know Ernie was a fighter. He always used to carry a golden pocket knife with his initials inscribed on it. When you find who did this, I swear to God they'll have scars from that. When I finally got back to the station, The first thing I wanted to see was that phone. I nearly flew to evidence to retrieve the device, and I was as giddy as a kid on Christmas morning when I got the chance to see its contents. A couple of the other detectives and Officer Ryan crowded around my desk as I read what appeared to be a heated argument between him and his neighbor, Alan Wong. In short, they seemed to be arguing about the loud banging. Mr. Wong seemed to claim that he wasn't making the noise, and urged Mr. Garrison not to investigate. The two had a continual back and forth, which eventually led to Mr. Garrison going out to confront whoever was outside, which led us here. This was critical. The lab wouldn't have DNA results back to us for a while, but we likely had a direct witness to whoever killed Mr. Garrison. If we could pinpoint who was outside at the time, then the DNA would just be icing on the cake. Either way, this all hinged on the testimony of Alan Wong. Finding his apartment once we had the name wasn't hard. Neither was getting him to agree to talk after politely informing him that if he was withholding information pertaining to an active murder case, he'd be in deep trouble. Took a short ride downtown for me to begin sizing him up in the interrogation room. There were no cuts or bruises on his body. No flecks of blood either. For a murder that brutal, you'd absolutely expect there to be signs. But one thing was apparent. Mr. Wong was nervous. Even if he wasn't the perpetrator, he knew something. Beads of sweat were forming on his brow, and his eyes seemed bugged out, darting back and forth as if he was looking for something. "How are you doing today, Mr. Wong?" I asked, attempting to break the tension. He gave a nervous laugh. Wild question to ask considering the circumstances. Can we just get to it? Fair enough. I suppose the first thing I'd like to know is, how do you know Ernie Garrison? I fix things. And one day, he asked for me to help fix up his car because he thought I'd be cheaper than a regular handyman. Okay, yeah. Everything was cool between you two? Did you ever speak again after that? Or... He shrugged. I mean, there was a little dispute, I guess you could say. Nothing major, though. A man ends up dead after a dispute with a neighbor. An unfortunate yet classic storyline. The pieces were starting to add up in my head. And what was this dispute over? Payment for my services. I'm a fair guy, but he was lowballing me on price. I tried to give him something below what he'd pay elsewhere, but that wasn't good enough. Just because the guy's my neighbor, it doesn't mean I'm gonna do work for free, you know? After threatening to take him to court, he pays up, but he starts complaining about everything. Noise, my dog. He'd say he thought he smelled drugs from my apartment. Just a lot of bad things. The guy was trying hard to get me kicked out. Sounds rough. You must have hated the guy. Hate is a strong word. We weren't friends, but I'd never wish anything bad on him. It was just stupid. Hey man, I get it. That's fair. Up dead. So what I want you to do is tell me in your words what you think happened. The shift in demeanor was quick. I could hear his foot tapping rapidly now, and he choked up a bit when he spoke. I have no idea. I just know the dude got killed. It's sad as hell, but I don't have much to add. Nonsense. That's odd, Mr. Wong, because we know that you were the last person to communicate with Mr. Garrison, and that he went to your place to speak with you. Add the fact that you two had clear problems, and surely this points to more than a coincidence, even though he shook his head. I could tell from the look on his face that he wanted to say something more. Look, Alan, I'm going to be frank with you. I already told you that if you're holding back information, you need to talk to us. Right now, you could be facing murder charges if this comes back to you. And you could either have me tell the prosecutor that you were honest or that you tried to hide stuff the entire way. What's it gonna be? He scoffed and slammed his hand on the table before pointing a finger towards me. Don't do that! I didn't have anything to do with his death. You don't think I know how serious this is? He let out a loud groan and put his hands to his head as tears started to form in his eyes. This is so stupid. If I'm being looked at as a murder suspect, the last thing I want to do is tell the truth and look ridiculous. He was starting to panic. I took it as my cue to stand up and let him have some time to think. As I walked out the door, I turned around and let him know to just give me his truth. However ridiculous it sounded, after 20 minutes by himself, he was ready to talk. I had hoped for a confession. Hopefully, some story about how anger led him and an accomplice to murder. Horrible but easy. Open and shut. What I got, however, was so much more disturbing. Mr. Wong went on to spin a story about how he was out late at night, throwing his trash away, when he spotted something he'd only referred to as abomination across the street. Apparently, as soon as they made eye contact, this abomination came for him, and his only option was to run inside and hide. He could hear the bang, bang, as this thing tried to break away at the door. Mr. Garrison has apparently heard the noise and thought it was Mr. Wong. Mr. Wong attempted to convince him to stay inside and stay away. Still, Mr. Garrison wasn't having it, and subsequently ends up dead. When asked why Mr. Wong simply didn't tell Mr. Garrison about the creature, he merely laughed and said, "You think he would have believed that? I wouldn't expect the person that trusted me most in the world to believe it, let alone someone who obviously hates me. He would have come down regardless." It indeed was a ridiculous story, one that I'm sure damn near everyone outside watching the interview was laughing at. An abomination coming from the darkness attacked him. Yeah, right. Except, yeah, right. The way he spoke about what he saw and the genuine fear in his eyes as he flashed back to the memories was familiar. I was familiar with that demeanor because I had experienced that exact thing personally. Our conversation continued for a while after that, and I ended up letting him go. I informed him that I'd stay in touch, but deep down, I knew I'd never see him again because he simply wasn't our guy. I don't know if it was for my own mental well-being or respect for due process, but I needed to hold on to the idea that this wasn't another hellspawn that came to wreak havoc on society. I needed to see this through and make sure I wasn't dealing with the standard type of darkness we see from human beings. For all intents and purposes, Mr. Wong didn't know what he saw, and this could easily be the work of some local maniac. It took some weeks, but when the DNA profiling came back on the teeth and other pieces of evidence we collected, things started to look bleak. Not a single match. Simultaneously, as we did further research into Mr. Wong, we found no traces of his DNA at the scene. Nor did we find any evidence that he had been communicating with a third party to set up some kind of hitman job. Furthermore, searches from his home computer at the time of the 911 call indicate he was inside, using his desktop around the time of the murder. Even potential security camera footage from the area turned up nothing. If Mr. Wong was involved, there wasn't any hard evidence to show it. Our two best leads were drying up, and over time Mr. Garrison's case went the way of many murders before it. Cold. The days went by, and with no new leads, we had to try something new. I convinced the chief to hold a press conference and ask the public for any info. The hope was that if someone recognized the types of injury or Ernie Garrison himself, perhaps they could plug some holes we had been missing. The tips that came in at first were of little to no help. They were primarily people suggesting completely random names. Maybe a creepy uncle or ex-boyfriend. Hell, we even got a few suggestions that a bizarre set of stairs off in the woods where skinwalkers were to blame. Honestly, I don't know what to make of either of those. I've heard stories of both, and to put it simply, no. I'm staying far away from both of those things. The point being, we weren't getting anywhere new, just wasting time chasing dead ends. At least, until I heard a familiar voice on the phone one late office night. She sounded nervous about speaking at first. "Hello, is this Detective Smith?" "Yes, speaking." "And who is this? I never gave you a name when we spoke last." but this is Maria Alvarez, nurse at the old hospital. We talked in the parking lot after what happened. The words, old hospital, brought back a flood of memories that made me shudder. The face of the hermit flashed in my mind, and I reflectively turned towards an air vent above me, just to make sure nothing was hiding inside it. Yeah, I remember you, of course. How are you, Ms. Alvarez? She let out a sigh. I'm managing what you said to me back then. It's been on my mind a lot lately, and it's given me a different perspective. I don't know. I just feel like the world has become a much scarier place, almost overnight. Yeah? I'm sorry to hear that. Truly, it's okay. Or at least tolerable. I saw your press conference, by the way, and it just brought up some thoughts, you know. A lot of thinking about what could have happened to that poor man, and yet, the more I thought, the more I realized I may have an idea. An idea of... She went silent for a moment, but I could hear movement on the other end. Then a hushed whisper came through. Technically, I'm not supposed to be sharing this with anyone because of patient confidentiality. A while back, someone came in with similar injuries at night, bite marks with rotted skin around the injury site, and severe head and chest trauma. We tried to ask him what happened, but all he would say is that some animal jumped him in the woods. I remember us all thinking how weird it was, considering the bite marks looked human. And well, after our conversation about how real monsters exist, I started to connect some dots. Maybe he was attacked by something similar, and he didn't feel comfortable speaking on it. A potential pattern was forming, and my mind was eager to put the pieces together. And is alive? What's his name? And where could I find him? Yeah, his name is Leonard Houston. I can send you some of his details, and maybe he'll be willing to shed some light on what happened. Bingo. We finally had a solid direction. I was eager to go and meet Mr. Houston to break this thing wide open. I'd very much appreciate this, Ms. Alvarez. But before I go, can I just ask, why take this risk? Why not just leave it alone? I don't know. I guess because you shared the truth with me, and I felt like I owed some truth back to you. That was good enough for me. I finished the conversation by letting her know that if she needed anything, even just someone to talk to when the dark thoughts creep in, I'd be right here for her, always. The next move was to bring someone along to meet this guy. I would have had another detective accompany me under normal circumstances, but this was far from normal. Of all the people I trusted to help me deal with the abnormal, one name was at the top of my list. Officer Ryan was ecstatic to get the call. Once we had our info on the guy, we immediately set out to find him. The mood on the way over was jovial. Here we were investigating a murder, a ruthless one at that, and the two of us couldn't stop laughing. As I've mentioned before, Ryan had that impact on everyone he came into contact with. I was certainly feeling the stress of finding the person or thing responsible for Ernie Garrison's death. Yet, all I wanted to talk to him about on the way over was what anime he was watching, and whether or not aliens had visited Earth. Over the years, I've come to attribute many great things to Ryan, but the one thing that sticks out is the centering effect he had on me. Hell on all people. Without him, there's no doubt I would have gone insane by now. I found myself uncharacteristically calm when we pulled up to the rundown apartment. Despite the apparent sound of television inside, we had to knock a few times before we heard any movement. Eventually, we decided to say, screw it, and yell, police, to really get his attention. The pale, skinny man that opened the door was quite obviously not thrilled to see us. He smelled of cigarettes, and beer cans littered his couch. Whatever y'all are saying I did, I ain't do it because I was busy that night, he said, throwing his hands up. Boom. I cleared my throat. Is Leonard Houston home? He's speaking. I took a quick peek behind him and saw he was alone. Right, well, good. Mr. Houston, you're not in any trouble. I'm Detective Smith, and this is my partner, Officer Ryan. We're looking into something, and we thought you might be of some assistance. He scoffed. Boy, do I look like a snitch to you? You, not a snitch, Officer Ryan interjected. If anything, you'd be a hero. Something awful happened, and we figured you could help us right or wrong. Mr. Houston thought for a moment before inviting us in. He offered us a place to sit on the couch, but between beer cans and potential mold spots, we both opted to stand. So I began. I heard from a reliable source that you were in the hospital a while back with some pretty gnarly injuries. What was all that about? Who told you all that? I mean, yeah, I got hurt pretty bad while going on a night hike. Some animal or something, probably a coyote with mange. A coyote with mange that had human-shaped teeth and rotted the skin where it bit you. He shrugged and lit up a cigarette. Guess so. A lot of weird stuff out there in them woods. I turned towards Officer Ryan and saw him reflecting my unamused look. Turning back to Leonard Houston, my tone turned a bit more serious. If you saw something that could help us figure out who or what did it, then I need you to be more honest than saying it was a coyote with mange. His demeanor shifted quickly. An underlying stress snapped to the surface. You were in my house. If I said ain't seen nothing but a coyote, then I ain't seen nothing, coyote. But that's not the truth. I fired back. You know it's not. Trust me, I understand what you saw was probably strange. But we really need your help on this. Well, maybe the truth ain't for telling. I'ma be honest with you, sir. I've seen bad in my life. But that day I realized there are some things better left good and forgotten. No sense in trying to convince anyone that it wasn't nothing but a mangy coyote. So that's what it was. I'm sorry I couldn't help y'all, but it's all I got. I gave Officer Ryan another look. This time, he knew it meant I was imploring him to do his thing. On cue, he walked over and put a hand on Mr. Eustace's shoulder, pointed to a picture on the wall, and asked, "That your daughter, man?" He nodded in response. "Yup. That's my baby. Turned 6 this month. She's adorable. Always wanted one of my own. Why isn't she here?" Mr. Houston gave a non-direct answer about troubles with the mom. But Officer Ryan knew it was more than that. Forget the badge for a second. This is just a job, man, Officer Ryan said, pointing out his uniform. I'm asking you as a human. I know you don't know me, but it's still just me. Just two dudes just talking. No judgment. Tell me about what's going on. Like clockwork. The Barry Ryan effect happened, and Mr. Houston opened up. I listened in silence as the two discussed how Mr. Houston was well aware of his less-than-ideal situation, and how he ended up there after his initial encounter in the forest. The stress became unbearable. He couldn't work, he began drinking heavily, and as a result, his marriage fell to shambles. His decision to hide the truth was born out of fear of ridicule. Even if he was to be believed, he was terrified to introduce anyone to the nightmare world he so desperately wanted to leave. This combination of unfortunate events landed him where he was now, a place unfit to see his child even in a limited capacity. And maybe he preferred it that way. Perhaps he wanted to be isolated in his own growing darkness. I couldn't help but feel profoundly sorry for him. And to this day, I hope he found peace. This was the type of world the chief envisioned when he implored me to keep things secret. A world of fear. From the contemporary evidence, he was absolutely right. Eventually, the conversation returned to Mr. Houston's daughter. Officer Ryan had asked a question that really seemed to strike a chord with him. The both of us are here saying we believe you and we're willing to do something. Then as a father, would you want to help us make the world a safer place for your daughter? There was a long silence as he tried to get his thoughts together. He lit another cigarette and nodded. For the next half hour, he went into horrifying detail. While walking through the woods at night, he heard a banging noise like someone taking a sledgehammer to a tree. He thought about locating the sound's source, but as the sound grew louder and more aggressive, paranoia set in, and he decided to try it and leave. He set out in the opposite direction, but didn't get very far before what he said felt like a battering ram knocked him off his feet. In the dark, he couldn't quite see what was standing over him, but he could make out the outline of a lumpy humanoid with a tall head. He didn't get much time to consider just what the hell he was dealing with because, in an instant, it started biting at his flesh and smashing his face in. His only means of survival was to pull out his pistol and fire off a shot into its torso. He heard a loud groan of pain as it staggered backward. He knew that was his chance and took off into the night. Someone eventually managed to find him on the road, but he passed out on the way to the hospital. When he was fully conscious, he recalled a nurse at his bedside asking what happened. He contemplated telling her the truth, but ultimately decided against it. From that moment forward, all he'd ever tell anyone was that he simply got attacked by a coyote. Both Officer Ryan and I listened intently as he poured out his trauma. At the end of the conversation, he gave us the location of the forest he was hiking through and the specific trail he took. Lo and behold, it was only a few miles from where Ernie Garrison had been murdered. By the end of the conversation, he was crying and repeating the words, "Never go back. Stay away." Honestly, I wasn't quite sure if it was a message to himself or to us. We stayed with him until he calmed down, doing our best to reassure him that everything would be okay. Eventually, he evened out emotionally enough for us to thank him for his cooperation. As we walked out the door, we assured him that we'd do our best to use this information to make the world a safer place for his daughter. Still, he made it a point to stop us at the door and give us some parting words. "I don't know what you boys plan to do, but if you go looking for a nightmare, you're gonna sure as hell find one. Stay safe out there." We nodded in approval and continued on. As we walked to the car, the road to solving this case had become clear. The biggest question that remained was whether we were dealing with a human or something else entirely. But one thing was for sure, we needed to examine those woods. But no sooner had we sat in my car to discuss our next move did a call come through on the radio. Another murder had taken place, this one on the edge of the city line. When the details of the crime and the victims came through on the radio, my heart sunk and my mind began to falter. A mother and her child were dead, killed as brutally as Mr. Garrison. A deep rage and sadness filled my entire being, and I could just barely find the words to respond, opting for a simple, "On it," over the radio. Without another word, I sped off into the night towards our new destination. When we arrived on the scene of the murder, there was a cavalcade of cops crawling about. Due to the crime taking place at the edge of jurisdictional lines, police from our neighboring city had shown up as well. They were proceeding with their own investigation while everyone attempted to determine which city the murder belonged to. Looking through the sea of faces, one, in particular, stuck out to me. In nearly any other case, I would have walked up to him with a smile or made a joke to break the tension of the heavy atmosphere. But when standing face to face with the man, all I could ask in a stern tone of voice was, "What the hell happened?" Detective Michael Christian looked at me and simply said, "Ah, Smith, this one is awful." Almost like the devil himself was at work. He asked Officer Ryan and me to accompany him into the house to inspect the bodies. The scene was gruesome. The first thing of note was that the woman's door had been broken down. It looked like someone had used a massive bat to splinter the wood and create a hole just big enough for a person to crawl through. We had to be careful not to step on the miscellaneous items strewn about as we made our way further through the house. Detective Christian threw out theories about how this looked like a robbery gone wrong, but he wasn't so sure. When we reached the upstairs bedroom and were faced with a mother and her child's mutilated bodies, it became evident that this was something much more profound. I'll spare you the details of what it looked like, but comparisons to Ernie Garrison were apropos. I think Detective Christian was beginning to talk out an idea about how it was likely some personal vendetta that someone tried to hide as a random robbery and murder. But I honestly began to tune him out after the first sentence. I could feel myself getting lost in thought. It seemed as though the rest of the world was fading into nothing, and the only other things that existed outside of myself were the two bodies staring back, asking, why? Why couldn't I solve this case sooner? Why did they have to be the victims of my incompetence? Why wasn't I good enough to make a difference for once in my life and ensure that the world was actually safer for them? Sweat was forming on my brow, and it felt like all the air was slowly being sucked out of the room. Why? 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 I was drowning in a sea of questions with no ability to find my way back up. And then a new voice broke through. I felt a hand on my shoulder, helping my back up to the surface. And slowly, I began to swim out of my own darkness. You okay, buddy? A calming voice said. I spun around and saw Officer Ryan with a deep look of concern on his face. Detective Christian stood by him, but all that he showed was a look of confusion. Yeah, I replied. Just need some air. Carefully, I made my way out of the house with Officer Ryan following close behind. I made it a point to find a spot away from the madness of the murder scene. It was a struggle to pull myself together, and Officer Ryan could clearly read that from my body language. What's going on, man? You didn't freak like that at the other scene, he asked. I don't know. Maybe the stress of everything just caught up with me for a moment. It just felt like everything was hitting me at once, I said. He wasn't buying it. Smith, is there something you're not telling me? I looked at him briefly, but remained silent. He sighed. I really don't know what it is, but this whole situation has felt different. You know, weirder than the other cases we've worked together. You know? He leaned against a nearby tree and turned his attention to the woods facing us. Did you know my wife's pregnant? What? No, I had no idea. That's awesome, man. Congrats. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked about it. I've always wanted to be a dad, but it's got me thinking a lot. That's natural, isn't it? I asked. Trust me, every dad-to-be gets to thinking, especially when you're in our profession. But that's that thing, man. After encountering the hermit and our other adventures together, I suppose I've just been considering my own safety. Being a cop is enough, but there's a real question to be asked about how far we should be willing to go. I raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? He shrugged. I mean, I want to be there for my kids' first steps. I want to be there when they say their first word, graduate, get married, etc. And you know what? I want you to be there too. I want to see our kids laugh and play together. I want yours to come to me for advice and vice versa. Man, I saw how hard you worked to make sure that Luca's kid was safe. You've got fatherly instinct coming out the wazoo, and I'd love to see that in a real setting. But how likely is it to work out that way when we're chasing demons all the damn time? He made a solid point. I didn't have a good answer outside of, not likely, I suppose. Yeah, you only get to walk away from those situations so many times, he said. Whoever this case goes to is going to do their investigation and probably do a damn good job of finding the facts. But we know where this is trending. Smith, over this time you've become someone I consider to be my best friend, outside of my wife, of course. I love that woman. Obviously, whatever you're dealing with personally is rough, and I won't push you on it. But please, as your friend, I'm asking you to consider how far you really want to go with this. Really think about where your limits are. He was right. Officer Ryan's words would profoundly affect me in the future. But still, at that moment, I knew I needed to solve this case. Weirdly, that became easier once Detective Christian came over to deliver the news. Well, look like you fellas came out here for nothing, he said. Looks like this one is in our jurisdictions, so we'll be taking the lead here. I nodded and informed him of the similar murder that we had just weeks prior. I told him that we'd offer all the information we had and be of assistance in any way possible. He nodded and said he appreciated the help. After he walked away, I offered to take Officer Ryan home. On the way back, I told him how much I appreciated him, and that his words weren't lost on me. But also, that I still needed to figure this out, as there were dimensions to it that meant a lot to me. He said he understood and simply warned me to be careful, and that he expected me to come back from this relatively unharmed, because, in his words, my future kids need their uncle. I couldn't help but smile and make a promise that I would come back. The next day after work, I returned to the scene of the crime. I spent hours talking to everyone I could about what they saw the previous night, hoping that someone could lead me in the right direction. At the end of my rope with no new information, I decided to double back and recheck the neighbors of the family that had been killed. Turned out, I'd missed a house. The elderly woman inside introduced herself as Ms. Watson. When I introduced myself as a detective, she seemed confused. Oh, I thought I already talked to the police. They didn't seem too interested in what I had to say. There's been some new developments in the case, ma'am. I lied. Could you repeat to me what you told us yesterday? What did you see? She thought for a moment before pointing out towards the woods. It's not so much what I saw. It's what I know. I'm pretty sure what happened is a result of that. Why do you say that? Well, my grandnephew Boris. He told me that he shot something in the leg a few weeks ago that tried to attack him. He didn't know what it was, just that it looked awful strange. So I'm like, right, something comes hobbling out the woods, and the police aren't interested in knowing more? There should be people patrolling this area every night. It seemed weird. Had he seen this thing before? Any chance he knows where they come from, specifically? She shook her head. Nope. I'd heard stories of odd things coming from there, but he told me he really had no idea what it was, just that it had this awful groan that he said almost sounded human. I can't be sure, but I swear I heard a rather strange, human-like groan last night around the time that lady was killed. Tragic, really. Yeah, it really is. Well, thank you for your help, Miss Watson. If anything new pops, we'll keep you in mind. With that, I went to get back into my car. The puzzle pieces now laid before me. What did I have? What were the facts? 4 attacks, 3 dead, 1 severely injured, 1 scared whatever it was off. In both cases with survivors, it seemed that the common link was that those things reacted to being shot. I looked over at my pistol and knew I had a means of self-defense. Another connection was that all these cases seemed to happen either next to or a few miles from the woods. Pretty coincidental common denominator. From talking to Leonard Houston, I know precisely which trail to be on the lookout for. Still, there's a possibility them crossing paths on that trail was merely coincidental. Looking at a map on my phone revealed that the trailhead was directly north of where Ernie Garrison was murdered. Hypothetically, if you walked a straight line, you'd reach the area of the apartment. Head south, and you do the same with the mother and her child, meaning that even if the trailhead wasn't precisely where these things originated, it was probably damn close. Finally, I had some direction. I contemplated asking Officer Ryan or Detective Joss to accompany me on my foray into the wilderness, or I could feign a tip on our killer hiding out in the woods to get some backup. We could all go in there and set the forest ablaze with a hailstorm of bullets. If you want to call me crazy or irresponsible for my next set of actions, I absolutely respect it. But I decided I couldn't do it. I damn sure wasn't about to put Officer Ryan or Joss in danger of being ambushed in the dark by who knows what. And if I called for backup, I would have had to consider how many officers would undoubtedly know the truth. Not only would the chief not be too pleased, but what Leonard Houston and Maria Alvarez both opined stuck with me. They survived their encounters. Sure, one with no injuries, but the mental scars of knowing what's out there. Being aware that you live in a nightmare world, where if one monster doesn't take you away, another one, that messes up a person. In Mr. Houston's case, it quite literally ruined his life. How could I willfully do that to other people? It just didn't seem right. I get it if you disagree with my reasons, but it's how I felt. It's how I still feel. In my mind, I was doing the right thing. Over the next month, I spent every day after work driving around the perimeter of those woods and walking the trail Mr. Houston had taken when he was attacked. Everything else in my life became secondary, and I was committed to doing it until the problem was taken care of. One wet and muddy night, I took a moment to stop and rest on the trail. The physical toll of my routine was catching up to me. For a moment, I heard what I thought was a mix between a groan and a whine, and I caught just enough of it to know it was somewhere in front of me. I grabbed my flashlight and shinned the light forward, but I couldn't see very far through the trees. Quickly, the sound shifted to my left. This time, a very clear rustling accompanied it. Cursing to myself, I pulled my pistol with my free hand and aimed directly towards the left. I waited in silence, hoping that whatever it was would come out and face me. And yet, nothing. I waited. Seconds turned into minutes, and there was still nothing. I could feel my heart beating out of my chest. I sat back down and attempted to control my breathing, chalking the incident to normal forest sounds. Likely a tiny critter that was just making its way through. But just as I got comfortable, another deep human-like groan emerged, booming towards me from my left. This time, rapid footsteps in my direction followed. I sprung forward, hoping it wouldn't notice my change of direction. I scurried to my feet and sprinted behind what looked like the vague outline of a pair of trees. I could hear the thing stomping around, trying to search for me. It let out another disgusting groan before stopping in one spot and going silent again. Fear started to overtake my body. I could feel myself getting the urge to run the hell out of there and never look back at whatever was out there ever again. It took everything inside me to fight that primal instinct. I couldn't be sure, but I think it was waiting for me to move again. If this thing operated at night, it likely had an excellent sense of hearing. I knew that if I was to make a move, it had to be quick and decisive, but at the same time, it was pitch black outside. Plus, if I was going to act, I'd need to shine my flashlight on it to know where to aim, which could also give away my position, meaning the shots I took would have to be absolutely perfect, or else it'd reach me, and, well, game over, turning off the safety and cocking my gun. I took a deep breath and counted under my breath. 1, 2, 3. I swung the flashlight towards where I thought I heard it last and illuminated the ugly creature. I couldn't tell if it was human or something in between. It had a crooked humanoid body that was missing both of its arms. Yet it sported two hairy hand-like appendages where its feet would have been. Looking back up, I saw it had one saggy breast while the other side of its chest appeared to be flatter with its rib cage showing through its pale skin. But the worst feature was that head. The head alone was maybe 2 feet tall and incredibly lumpy with tufts of hair on each side. Its mouth hung open with puffy gums and a row of yellow teeth. As far as I could tell, the thing was also utterly blind as it had no noticeable eyes. But still, that didn't stop it from shambling towards me while letting out yet another groan. I didn't even let it get close. As soon as it started coming towards me, I unloaded my pistol into the thing. One shot to the head seemed to stun it. 2, and it began to falter, wobbling on its already weak legs. From there, I kept going again, and again, and again, until it was on the ground and unmoving. Silence followed. I let out a giant sigh of relief. Had I done it, I thought to myself. But something about this seemed off. I walked over to the carcass and shined my flashlight over both legs. No gunshot wounds or signs of healing. Curious, I flipped its body over and examined the torso, and found scar tissue from what looked like a gunshot in its gut. This had to be what Leonard Houston had come across, not the one that Boris had shot, which meant that there was at least one still out there. But how the hell was I going to find it? I shined my flashlight back towards where it had initially come from. Walking towards the area, I saw a little man, or I suppose a creature-made path through the brush. Its large hand-like feet making noticeable imprints on the muddy ground, so I decided to follow it. Eventually, the path came to a storm drain big enough to walk through that was partially flooded. I'm not a believer in life after death, but as I stood at the entrance, it almost felt like a tunnel to hell. Every fiber of my being told me to turn around and never come back, but deep in my gut, I knew it was exactly where I needed to be. Before making the journey inside, I searched the area for the thickest stick I could find, and held it as a makeshift bludgeoning weapon. Coming back to the entrance, I took a moment to steel my nerves, reloaded my gun, put the flashlight in front of me, and walked forward into the tunnel. As I descended deeper, my anxiety grew. Every little sound spiked my heart rate. Every vague shape made me jump back in fear. At one point, I thought I saw a human body face down in the water. When I rushed over to inspect the naked man, I was shocked to see it wasn't a man at all. In my hands was the rotting corpse of the hermit. His head had been partially eaten, and all the flesh inside was rotting away. It was a horrible sight, but at the end of the day, I suppose monsters aren't friendly to each other. I dropped the body back in the murky water and spat on it before walking away. Continuing on in my journey, I got the sense it would soon be coming to a close. I thought back on the events that led me to this moment, everything that had forced me to become the type of person who needed to be out there doing the unthinkable. Officer Ryan's words rang in my head. How far do you want to go with this? Think about what your limits are. As I went forward, I really began to question why my limits made me suffer. After this was all over, I needed to do some serious thinking. A familiar groan cut my inner dialogue. I froze where I stood and took a deep breath. Slowly, I took short steps forward. Then, the shape of a creature came into view. Walking closer, I saw it resembled the thing I saw earlier, albeit slightly taller, with a more masculine chest, thicker frame, noticeable black eyes, and more hair growing out of the sides of its grotesque head. It also clearly had chunks blown out of its leg and what looked to be a golden pocket knife stuck in its side. This was it, the creature responsible for this entire journey. It screamed at me and stomped in the murky water with its hairy feet. I stood my ground. When it saw I wouldn't budge, it tried intimidating me again, puffing out its chest and making its hairs stand on end. But I wouldn't be deterred. I was here to finish this, and it caught on quick. In response, it did something odd. It stopped, spat out phlegm, turned around and started limping in the other direction. There was no chance in hell I was letting it get away. I sprinted towards the thing, jumped forward into the air, and shattered the stick on the back of its head. It didn't do any damage, but the force easily knocked it over. The thing wriggled around on the ground, trying to fight back. Quickly, I pulled out my pistol and shot it into the thing's back. It let out a scream of pain, but I didn't care. Bang! Another into its spine. Bang! Another into its spine. One to the injured leg. Bang! Another to its back. Thoughts about what this thing had done to Ernie Garrison and Boris. What it might have done to others. And especially what it had done to an innocent mother and her child. My rage began to take over. I stood over it and unloaded every bullet I had left into its skull, not stopping until I heard the click of an empty gun. But I didn't stop there. I flipped over the body, using the butt of my weapon, and bashed this thing's face raw, only stopping when I physically couldn't smash it anymore. And then, Silence. I was breathing heavily. I looked on at what I had done, examining the thing for minutes, simply staring. I don't quite know what to make of how I felt. The rage was gone, but I felt empty. I had killed the creature, potentially saved lives, and yet there was nothing. It didn't bring back Ernie Garrison or a young family. Leonard Houston would still be traumatized. Something about it just seemed hollow. Eventually, I stood back up and began to turn back around to leave. But another sound emanated from deeper in the tunnel. "No way," I said to myself. "Please don't tell me there's another one." I picked up the remainder of my stick and flashed my light forward. I took careful steps towards the sound until I reached the source. I almost gagged when I saw 5 grayish-pink miniature versions of the 2 creatures I had killed in a nest of rotting flesh. I refused to let the younglings even get the chance to be half as dangerous as their parents. With the remainder of my weapon, I did what I had to do to end the bloodline. It was finally done. I dragged myself back towards my car. I couldn't tell you what was on my mind. I honestly think I was just blank. No feeling of victory, just blank. My only real thought was how to get out of those damn woods. Reaching my car provided the most incredible sense of euphoria I've ever had in my life. I must have sat for half an hour basking in the warmth of the heater and the comfort of my seats. Eventually, I managed to call up the chief and tell him everything. I told him where he could find the bodies and that he could do whatever he needed to do. But I wouldn't be there to see it through. I drove straight home and took the most incredible hot shower. 20 minutes later, I changed into some clean clothes and walked to the one place I knew I needed to be. The local bar. The bartender gave me a look of sympathy as I sat down and ordered a shot of whiskey and a cider. I'm sure she had seen a lot of characters come through in her time, and could probably pick out the ones that were hurting from a mile away. When she gave me an extra shot of whiskey on the house, it only reaffirmed that she knew I was going through a rough time. That night, I wanted to do my best to forget everything. 2 shots in, and I was well on my way, but as I was about to let drunkenness take over, I heard a familiar voice pierce the veil of drifting thought. "Smith, what are you doing here?" I looked over and saw a familiar face, staring at me with a wide smile. Detective Joss. Her face was red, and I could see that she was already a few drinks in. "Detective, Eveline. Fancy meeting you here," I quipped. She laughed and walked over to sit down next to me. "Hope you don't mind me using you to get away from creepy, flirtatious drunk guys," she said with a wink. I laughed. "Not a problem at all. I never imagined you as a bar type of person. I like to get dressed up and come here sometimes on Fridays. I've never seen you here before. What gives? And you're a cider guy. That explains a lot." I rolled my eyes. "Yeah, I don't usually go out to drink by myself, but it's been a rough night, I guess you could say. Also, why the hell are you calling me by my last name in a bar? Kinda informal, isn't it?" She shrugged. "I don't know, honestly. I call you Smith so often I forget what your first name even is." I chuckled. Debar Femi Smith." I chuckled. Debar Femi Smith. I know it's not a common name, but my mom is Nigerian, and my dad is from Birmingham. She wanted to take his last name, but they both wanted to keep in touch with our family's African roots through me. So, therefore, the Nigerian first and middle name with an American last name. But growing up, my friends used to just call me Dre. She leaned in closer. I could see the genuine interest in her eyes. "Oh, that's fascinating. There's a real history behind your name." I shrugged. I guess, yeah. I'm sorry. This is different. Usually we're throwing jabs at each other. Fun jabs, but jabs nonetheless. And now you're here asking about my name. It's just an unexpected change of pace. She pulled back a bit and agreed. "Look, I know it's different, And I know that usually. I'm on you in an overbearing way. I swear I'm not always that person. In fact, most of the time, I'm the complete opposite. Some circumstances just make work one of the few places where I can keep my mind off of, well, life. And I get a little intense. This intrigued me. Taking another sip of my cider, I asked her to tell me about what was going on. At first, she was reluctant. But with some prodding, I got her to talk. And it was a lot. To summarize, her father was a cop and not a good one. Not in the sense that he was terrible at his job, but in the sense that he wasn't a good guy on the job. He was corrupt and power-hungry. The type of stupid guy that taints whatever semblance of justice this badge has left. And at home, he wasn't much better. Verbal abuse, high expectations, and a cold, distant relationship that she'd never forgive him for. She wanted to be better than him. She wanted to be one of the good ones, and, at least in her mind, do something to make up for his mistakes. She threw herself into her work, made sure to be on top of everything that went down to ensure that it was being done the right way. All well and good. She had climbed the ranks, been a star cop, and was living out her dreams. Until it came to her home life. She was married once. A man that she thought was perfect in every way. A man that she thought she could trust until she found him in bed with someone else. Blame was thrown around. There were arguments every night. Her fault for being too dedicated to work. His fault for not wanting a family to give her a reason to slow down. Divorce papers were filed. A deep depression followed. The only thing remaining was the work she now had as her only outlet to keep her mind busy and away from the thoughts of him. It was rough to hear. I tried to offer condolences, but she insisted she didn't need them. Joss was a fighter through and through. From a rough childhood to now, she was determined to figure out a way to make her situation better and live the good life she'd always wanted. What followed, however, was a question that struck me at my core. What about you? I heard you left homicide before I arrived. And now you're back. What happened? I could have given some crappy answer about mysterious extenuating circumstances, or a simple desire to do something different. But Joss had spent the last who knows how long pouring her life out to me. At that moment, I couldn't help but remember my conversation with Maria Alvarez. Truth is owed truth. And so, I gave it to her. I told her about the night that my wife and young son were murdered in our home while I was away. I was out working a case and came back to find them dead together in the master bedroom. Of course the police were called. Empty reassurances that we'd find the person who did it were made. I drove around the whole damn county, searching for clues somewhere, anywhere. I followed up on every lead possible. I managed to dig past dead ends. I triple and quadruple checked every piece of information, hoping that I could find the person who killed my beautiful family and put a bullet between their eyes. In the end, I never found them. The case remains cold to this day. All we have to go on is some grainy footage of a man walking away from the scene. He was only on camera for a few seconds, but I must have spent countless hours watching it over and over again, hoping each time that I'd see something new, something relevant. I never did. Subsequently, I left homicide, not being able to deal with seeing the dead bodies and having a breakdown every time I thought of my family. Joss was in shock. I had no idea. "I'm so sorry," she said. I told her it was okay. I had gone through a lot of personal growth to try and move on. It never really leaves you, nor should it. But I was making progress. For the next few hours or so, we bonded over our trauma. Drinking together, we went from talking about our past to our personal interests. Movies, politics, space. Hell, she even told me about a psychedelic trip she had while visiting family in Sweden. Officer Ryan mentioned it before, but she really was pretty cool. Eventually, though, as all good things do, our conversation had to come to a close. I was exhausted, and the alcohol was telling me that I needed to sleep. But before I went, She mentioned that her family owned a cabin a few hours away. She was initially going to go with some friends, but there was a change of plans, and then asked if I wanted to go instead. I told her that I'd love to. From there, I walked out into the frigid air. On the way home, I had nothing but time to reflect on everything. And with a smile on my face, I finally let my mind wander. As always, stay safe, everyone. Story 8. When I was 12, I came to the conclusion that everyone in the world, including my own family, was against me. I was never a problem child, but my parents sure treated me like one. For example, I used to need to be home by 5:00 p.m. every day. This clearly restricted my amount of playtime outdoors. I wasn't allowed to have friends over to play at the house, nor was I allowed to go over anyone else. I had to finish homework directly after I came home from school, no matter how long it took. My parents refused to buy me video games and forced me to read books, and then write a book report on them to prove I actually read it. Now, even though those rules listed above were quite frustrating to me as a child, they aren't what upset me most. What really hurt me was the lack of compassion on behalf of my parents. My mother was a bitter woman who always made me feel guilty about accidents or mistakes I've made. My father only knew one emotion: frustration. The only time he spoke to me was when he screamed at me for receiving poor test scores or beat me for misbehaving. But enough about them. Let's talk about my school's psychologist. For his own privacy, we will call him Dr. Tanner. Like most junior high schools, the psychologist is always available on campus during school hours to assist any students in need of counseling, whether it is emotional, academic, social, behavioral, etc. To be honest, I have never seen any students talking with Dr. Tanner. Every day, I would walk past his office on my way to the cafeteria and peek through his door's little window. He would always be alone in there working on some paperwork. I guess that most kids were too afraid to speak about their problems to an adult who was practically a stranger. For this reason, it took me 3 weeks to muster enough courage to go into his office. March 2nd, 1993, was the day I decided to voice my troubles to Dr. Tanner. During lunch break, I stood in front of his office door and knocked. Through the window, I could see him raise his head, smile, and motion for me to come in. I did. He greeted me by introducing himself and asking for my name. Dr. Tanner was a very soft-spoken man who seemed to radiate kindness. In less than 30 minutes, I rambled to Dr. Tanner about how mean my parents were to me and how they didn't care about me at all. After a while, my voice began to quiver, and I stopped speaking. The psychologist listened patiently to my whole spiel, arms folded and head nodding. I half expected him to begin talking about how everything I had just said was untrue, and that my parents loved me dearly, and blah, blah, blah. But he didn't. Dr. Tanner leaned towards me with a grin on his face and said, "You know, I'm the best school psychologist in the world. I promise we will fix this." I rolled my eyes. "Okay, but how?" I asked. I have my ways, he replied. "I'm a man of my word," he replied. "I'm a man of my word. I promise that within just 1 month, the relationship between you and your parents will change for the better. Forever." After a brief pause, he continued, "Although, I do need you to make me a promise. You have to promise me that you'll come back to my office after school tomorrow, and that you won't tell anyone that we had this conversation today. It'll be our little secret. I promised." The following day, I returned to Dr. Tanner after school. It was around 4:00 p.m. when I entered his office. After a warm welcome, he asked me to have a seat in front of his desk once again. Upon sitting down, I watched Dr. Tanner close the blinds of the door's tiny window. "There," he smiled. Now we have all the privacy we need. We began to talk about my likes and interests, my favorite subjects in school, my least favorite teachers, and things of the like. About an hour into the conversation, Dr. Tanner offered me a soft drink. I gladly took the offer, considering my parents never allowed me to drink soda. Dr. Tanner reached over to his mini fridge and fidgeted around before setting down 2 open cans of soda on the desk. Afterwards, we continued to talk about what was going on in my life. But it wasn't long before I passed out from whatever drugs Dr. Tanner placed in my drink, and it took me a minute or so to adjust my blurred vision upon waking. And when it did, I had no idea what to think. I was handcuffed to a bed and my mouth was sealed with duct tape. I immediately began to panic, squirming and tugging at the cuffs, but gave up soon after. My eyes widened in disbelief after looking around the room. There were posters of superheroes pinned up along the walls and photographs of famous athletes on shelves. In the middle of the room was an old television and Super Nintendo, various game cartridges stacked alongside it. I didn't know what to think. Here I am in a room filled with items most kids would die to play with. I would have probably cried from joy had he not cuffed to a bed frame. My stomach sank once again as the door opened and Dr. Tanner walked inside. He sat down on the edge of the bed. "Now listen," he said. "Remember that I'm here to help you and I would never hurt you, okay?" Dr. Tanner gently removed the tape from my mouth and then the cuffs from my hands. My first instinct was to begin crying, but something about Dr. Tanner made me feel safe. He smiled at me. "You're going to be staying here for a while," he continued. "And during this time, you're allowed to play with any toys in this room while I'm here at home. But when I leave the house, I'll need to cuff one of your hands back to the bed. You can still watch the television, but I want you to only watch the news channels when I'm away." I sat in silence, still trying to process the information he had given me. "Oh, you go ahead and knock yourself out. I'll be back when it's time for dinner." He got up from the bed, walked across the room and clicked the TV's power button before locking the door behind him. Several more minutes passed before I realized that Dr. Tanner wasn't joking. All that was left for me to do was boot up the Nintendo and play Mario until nightfall. At about 7:00 p.m., Dr. Tanner returned to the room carrying 2 plates of mashed potatoes and chicken strips. I finally gathered up the courage to ask him how long I'd be staying in this room. "Well, about a month," he replied. "Give or take a few weeks. I just have some work I need to do." The following morning, I awoke to Dr. Tanner's hand patting my head. "Hey, bud, you don't have to wake up right now if you don't want, but I'm going to need to put this back on," he whispered, clamping a cold steel handcuff onto my wrist. I gazed up at him. He was wearing a collared shirt and slacks, a coat draped over his shoulder, and a suitcase at his side. He looked just how he always did when I saw him around school. Before leaving, he placed the TV's remote next to me and told me to turn it on and watch the news. The first thing I saw upon turning it on was a breaking news segment. An important-looking police officer stood at a podium surrounded by people with microphones. I happened to begin viewing halfway through his speech. "A statewide Amber Alert has been issued as of this morning. We have several investigators working towards identifying potential abductors. But as of right now, there is not much evidence. Faculty members state that the boy had been last seen around 4 or 5 in the evening on I. I began to feel nauseous as a photograph of me appeared on the screen. It was my yearbook picture from last year. Captions for the photograph displayed my name and age, my school, and my town. Above my picture were alternating titles. FBI begins search for child and kidnapping suspect, unknown, and potential runaway. The live footage continued, and 2 figures I soon recognized as my mom and dad stepped up to the podium. Both appeared to have reddened eyes. Tears streamed down my mother's face as she took hold of a microphone. I'd never seen so much emotion come from my mother before, as she wept on live television, stuttering on sentences such as, "Please return my baby back to me," and "I'm so sorry," and "Please come home to us." When my father took the microphone, I nearly expected his attitude to be stone cold, but he too had tears in his eyes. He pleaded to the world to bring his son home safely and lastly, begged for my forgiveness. I know I haven't been the best father, but goddammit do I wish I had been now. Please bring my boy back. I turned the power off shortly after. My emotions were mixed, for I had never once seen my father cry. I felt miserable that my parents were being put through so much, but at the same time I felt relief. I now know how much Mom and Dad love me. Nearly 4 weeks have passed, and Dr. Tanner has been treating me with the utmost respect. He leaves me in the morning cuffed to the bed frame, but returns in the afternoon to eat lunch and dinner with me, talk, and play games. I never would have guessed how good Dr. Tanner was at Monopoly and Scrabble. But one morning when Dr. Tanner woke me before heading off to work, I noticed a stern look on his face. I also realized that it was 3 hours earlier than when he usually wakes me. You need to watch the news today. No exceptions. I want you to keep the television on all day and pay close attention to it, he stated grimly. I, of course, complied and watched him exit the room. About 2 hours later, a breaking news segment interrupted the toothpaste commercial I was watching. The title: Human remnants found 2 staunch-looking men in suits stood aside one another and began speaking. We are displeased to bring up such unfortunate news this morning regarding our missing child case from earlier this month. One of the men bowed his head while the one speaking shuffled through some papers. He continued. Remains of a body have been found in a garbage bag beneath a highway overpass. The body appears to be that of a child. Although not much of it is left, the body has been decapitated and much has been burnt to ash and bone. The screen shifted over to a helicopter view of the freeway. Dozens of police cars gathered near the bottom of a tall overpass. The man's voice could still be heard. Within the bag, police found a junior high school identification card labeled as such. The screen showed the school ID card I always kept in my backpack. The plastic was sort of melted away, but my photograph and name were intact. After the 2 men dismissed themselves, the camera panned over to my parents. They were sitting among reporters. My mother's face held a painful grimace, and my father sulked his head down at his knees. I shut the television off. Dr. Tanner returned home very late. He hurried into the room, unlocked my cuffs, and placed a bottle of fizzing water into my hand. He placed his hands onto my shoulders and smiled. I made you a promise, didn't I? I nodded, tears squeezing their way out my eyes. You need to make me a promise again, he whispered. He told me that I needed to drink all the water in the bottle. It would help me sleep, and that from here on, I am never to tell anyone that I ever met him. I promised. I told you I'm the best school psychologist in the world, didn't I? And he was right. I awoke later that night to find myself lying in the middle of a park, stars shining brilliantly across the night sky. I recognized the park. It wasn't too far from my school. A mile or so down the road, I saw my house. The lights were off inside, but I could make out my father sitting on the step leading to the front door. I hesitantly called out to him. He lifted his head slowly, but when he saw it was me, he sprang to his feet, ran towards me, arms open, yelling my name. My mother erupted from the house behind him. Dr. Tanner was right. Things have changed with my family and I. My parents smile more often and treat me lovingly. I could not ask for a more perfect ending. Every now and then I see Dr. Tanner on campus. Rarely do we ever make eye contact, let alone speak to one another. But sometimes he'll shoot me a wink and a smile. I'll always keep my promise to him and pretend I never met him. But there will always be one question forever floating in my mind. Who did Dr. Tanner decapitate and throw off the overpass? Oh,